And the last day of Lambda Conversations begins. This stream is going to end up being 10 hours long, but unlike yesterday and the day before, I actually have 2 of these conversations pre-recorded, so I might actually survive. But this is not one of them. We are genuinely live, and this is genuinely Aidan Paladin. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well, yeah. I've actually really enjoyed this week. I feel like it's just, I mean, from my perspective, I've just been talking to a load of interesting people with lots to say. So, yeah.
So have I.
Having a
I
good
was
week.
just telling you before we went live, I've basically been on a stream every single day for like the last 8 days in the midday like it is now here. It's 4 p.m. here in the UK, and then also usually on a more American like time zone. So it's like 10, 11, 12 at night. Which has really done wonders for my sleep schedule.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
hopefully I won't be too hopefully I have some energy left.
I guess we've both been living that transatlantic lifestyle because
Mm.
half the people we talk to are in the UK and half of them are in the US. So you end up just being up very late into the evening. And
Well, 3 days ago I was on stream with someone in New Zealand. So it was,
No.
which is once you throw the Aussies and New Zealanders into the mix, it gets even more confusing.
Yeah, I had Chris Gard yesterday who
Hmm.
woke up early to join me, whilst all the rest of the guests I was saying good night to, I was saying good day to
Morning,
him.
yeah.
Although you say good day to Australians anyway.
Right,
So,
in general.
and I've themed each of the days. Today's theme is personal faith. I've got a nice kind of parallel structure. So Monday was faith in the world. And here we are at the end of the week. We've come back round and we're looking at faith, but from more of an individual perspective. So I'm interested to talk to you because am I right in saying that you're fairly new to the idea of like considering yourself a Christian? Where are you at with that?
Well, so growing up, my father was Disciples of Christ. My mother's a Lutheran. And I didn't really grow up going to church a whole lot. We did sometimes. When I was very young, I lived in West Virginia, in a small town in West Virginia, which is like as hillbilly as it gets. And I mean, that's the stereotype, right? But the man who lived across the street from us, and my best friend was his daughter, and the man who lived across the street was a Pentecostal pastor.
Uh-huh.
And so I got a lot of Christian teachings from him. He was always, citing the Bible and referencing Bible verses and things like that. But I didn't grow up in a particularly religious household. My parents are Christians, but it wasn't devout. And my parents got divorced when I was 11. And my mom moved to be closer to her family, who lived in Baltimore, Maryland, which is murder capital.
Wow.
You will die, like 100%. Not a great city, but we lived in an apartment over my uncle's house, and the schools in Baltimore City are disastrous, to say the least. So my mom really had to make a choice between, do you go to public school, again 100% you will die, or do you go to private school? And the local most nearby private school is a Catholic school. Not a great experience there. I was mercilessly bullied to the point where I basically didn't talk for like 2 years. To anyone. I had a really hard time making friends, and that's because I wasn't Catholic. The main reason. I mean, I had one of the teachers then. Again, this will come around to being quite ironic, I think, in the long run. But one of the teachers there, I'm like 12 years old, 11 years old. She told me to my face, the math teacher, "You and your entire family will burn in hell."
Wow.
To a 12-year-old child. I don't. Okay. I think if any of us are going to hell, I think I know which between the two it is. Just saying. So that was
so how did you feel about that at the time? Did you just feel picked on personally, or did you feel
edgy atheist phase?
Yes. Okay.
God doesn't exist, and because particularly then, that was the early 2000s. That was like when it was real, cool to be an atheist, I think too.
Yeah, the new atheist heyday.
Oh, right. Yeah, early. Oh, I was a child, but still.
Well, fair. But kind of post 2001 with the attack on the
Exactly.
essentially. I feel like that really kicked off a big cultural thing.
It did. And that was 9/11 happened. I think I was 3 months into a brand new school or something like that. September, 2 months. Very bizarre. Weird point in history and time. But yeah, after that, I went to an art school, which was very gay and very atheistic. I'm just being honest. I mean, it was everyone was gay. It was cool to be gay. And then again, early 2000s, when that was not so accepted publicly, but that was very accepted and promoted in my high school because it's all art kids, right? And art teachers are the dean of my department. I was a visual artist. Was very openly gay, even back in, again, 2003, 2004, when that was not as common as it is now.
Being there, did you feel like you were part of a kind of exciting countercultural movement?
Oh, I don't know if I felt like a part of a movement, but later I did when I was a little older. I remember one time my freshman year, so I would have been 13. We were in pottery class and the topic of gay marriage came up. And I said, even though, I'd been treated horribly by the Catholics from my perspective, and I said I didn't understand why gay people couldn't just have a civil union instead of because marriage is a religious ceremony. And oh my goodness, just how dare you from the other 13-year-olds, because
that wasn't the right thing to say.
Liberal parents, liberal school, they had very strong opinions for 13-year-olds, and I was taken aback. Even I can still remember that very vividly, despite being so young. That probably was the first political conversation I think I ever had with other people my own age. Not outside with my parents. My dad has always been very open with me about politics, and ever since I was very little. So yeah, that was, not only was it cool to be an atheist, it was the only acceptable thing, very interestingly enough, was to be an atheist and maybe even an anti-theist at the art school. And it's funny, I was just talking last night to Chrissy Mayer about this. When it came time for me to apply to college, my first choices were George Washington University and American University. Oh, and Georgetown. All three of those schools, no reason you would know this, are in the District of Columbia, and they spit out feds. That's pretty much what they do. And I wanted to be a fed. I did. I wanted to be an FBI agent. I wanted to be Mulder. That's what I wanted to do when I was 18, coming out of art school, which,
Have you been accused of being a fed online in the last couple of years? So there's a small part of you that would have been, once upon a time, you would have thought you've made it.
Well, funnily, I joked about this with Chrissy last night, and I said, if I had done that, if I had gone through with that, I wouldn't be on these streams. I mean, I'd be listening, for my FBI headquarters in my FBI office and making sure that, maybe spread a little dissent in the chat or something, but I wouldn't be talking on them,
Yeah.
But luckily I didn't do that. Instead, I went to, I got into only two universities that I applied to gave me a full scholarship. One of them was Virginia Tech, and it was right after the Virginia Tech shooting. So I believe Chrissy said last night it was on sale. I think at that point in time, they really wanted people to go. And the other was a small to mid-sized Catholic university in the Midwest called Xavier, after St. Francis Xavier. And I chose to go there. I don't really know why. Because I think I do know why. It's because I went to Virginia Tech's campus and it was huge. And there's 40,000 students at that school. And I was just overwhelmed. There was not like anything I was familiar with. I don't think I would have done well there either for that reason. Whereas Xavier was small. They were these very tiny little, comparatively small classes, very familiar. And I was worried, though, when I started that it would be a repeat of what I experienced as a child, that it would be discriminatory, very cruel and mean and heartless, and found it was the exact opposite in every imaginable way. The best years of my life. A lot of people say that about college, and I'm still doing pretty well, but I'll never forget in many ways the great time I had in college, and the priests there. It's a Jesuit university. Were fantastic. There was this one guy called Father B, and he would just walk around campus and he'd snap his fingers and point at people and go, "Morning, Saint. How's it going, Saint?" how you doing, Saint? Just like really sweet guy. And if you, one of the funny stories about that is, he'd just walk around snapping his fingers. How's it going, Saint? Called everybody Saint. And
Nice.
one day we were walking, we were on campus. I was walking with two of my friends, and my one friend had on a Bad Religion t-shirt, which has the upside down cross on it. So he's like, how's it going, Saint? How's it going, Saint? Good morning, Ethan.
Wow. Incredible.
But he was so cool. Like, you could go and talk to him about anything. If you wanted to debate him on religion, this is 2008 now, very popular at the time. Yeah, go debate the Catholic priest on religion. See if you can epically own him.
Okay.
Spoilers, you can't.
That was the sport at the time.
Right. So it totally changed my opinion on, I would say, Christianity in general, but specifically Catholicism. Was being there for 5 years and getting my degrees. And then I went and did advanced degree stuff and kind of didn't have time to think about anything other than work for a few years. Around that time, though, I did become a Norse pagan because I found that I was missing. I'd been an atheist, and I found I was missing something in my life, and that faith was important. And my dad did this genealogy thing. He went through the Mormons, like their genealogical stuff. I forget what it's called, Ancestry.com or something.
Okay.
And it wasn't just that. He did a whole ton of personal research. He spent years working on this. And so he had this printout that he showed me one day where it traced our family line all the way back to the mythological. So it's at some point it says like your 45th grandfather is Odin, king of Asgard. Wow. And I'm like, that's the coolest shit ever.
I can see the appeal, yeah.
Right? So I went and I read the Poetic Eddas, and I just read up on Norse paganism. And I forgot 5 or 6 years, I would have called myself a practicing pagan. And then in 2020, 2020 or 2021, 2020, I think. Yeah, 2020. Right when COVID started, very, very early on, we got it. Like the earliest strain of it, like before it was even a pandemic, we got
early
it
adopters.
Immediately. Yeah, I know, very much. And it made me very sick, and I couldn't eat, and I didn't eat for about 3 months. From the long COVID, I got down to weighing about 70 pounds. I could drink, but I couldn't eat. So I had something called oh shoot, I just said it last night. Now I'm trying to remember what it is again. I had a hole in my brain, which is basically, it's also called beriberi syndrome, but that's like the more third world term for it. Oh shoot, again, I just said it last night. Now I can't remember what it's called. But if you just drink alcohol and don't eat food, your body starts to like eat itself. It makes you very, very sick. I lost a lot of weight, and I had to be taken to the hospital because I had a seizure.
Is it, let's see, AVM, cerebral aneurysm, brain abscess, encephalitis?
I think let me see what it's called. It's a vitamin B1 deficiency.
Okay.
Wernicke, yeah, sorry, my husband just told me. Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome, that's it.
Oh.
Okay. And it's funny, I can't remember because they basically told him I would be brain dead, and I'd never come back from it. And I was in the hospital for about 3 months, just having to like gain weight back. And I had like crazy hallucinations and stuff because there's a hole in your brain,
Huh.
So
Wow.
yeah, it was nuts. But after that, I think this is the common part of the story. You go, wow, that was a near-death experience. I think maybe I should try to reform a relationship with Jesus. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So that's how I ended up where I am now. I've called myself a Catholic because it's what I'm familiar with. It's what I've spent at this point the vast majority of my life being familiarized with was Catholicism. And I personally think that there is a importance for me of Mary in my faith. Doesn't have to be for everybody, obviously, but Mary as being like closest mortal to God, is an important person to look up to. And most of the other Christian denominations don't put Mary on the. I think the Catholics can go a little far with it, by the way. In some, when it gets a little Mary worshiping, that's not correct, but in my opinion, again. But it was the thing that I knew the best, and I found a lot of solace, and it made me. I used to often be a very angry person. I still can be. We all can be.
Sure.
But I have found that since I accepted Jesus into my heart, I don't have a lot of that anger anymore. It's just I'm very calmed down. I'm also older. Maybe that's it. But very much more chill now. So that's my whole faith story. Sorry if I went on for a bit.
That's great. No, that's perfect. I mean, lots of people get more angry as they get older, so it's not a foregone conclusion that people mature. That's great. I'm going to go back to the top and ask questions that just lead us through it again. But I think that's great to have that laid out as a starting point. So do you remember back in your atheist days, what did you ever think about questions like what's the meaning of life, what will happen after I die, or were you just so young at that point that you just felt like you would live forever and you didn't worry about those sorts of things?
It's probably a combination. I think that part of it is when you're in your teens and 20s, it's not even within your framework of thought to think about dying because it's so far away, right? Well, hopefully, it's such a distant concept. But at the same time, and it was popular to be like, fuck you, God doesn't exist, that kind of stuff. But also, I'm a social scientist, and I've always been very rationally minded in that sense. And having the kind of, well, can you prove it sort of mindset. I've never said anything like that, but I think that was obviously you can't prove the existence of God. I think even when I don't think I would have called myself an atheist since I was like 16. So that's a little bit far removed from my memory. But even when I was more agnostic, I'd say it was, I guess it was antithetical in my perspective from the scientific method. And that's also a very common thing amongst a lot of people is, well, there's nothing scientific about God. It's inherently beyond science by nature, religion is. So I think for a lot of people who are more quantitatively minded like myself, it's sometimes difficult to go outside of your comfort zone away from quantitative rational analysis and let yourself believe in something that you can't, quantify or measure or anything like that.
And then you switched from that to being interested in paganism. Mm-hmm. Did you feel like you had to overcome some of your previous edgy atheist beliefs at that point? Was that ever a cognitive dissonance that you had just moments before been saying that any kind of supernatural belief is stupid, and now you're going to embrace it?
I think, well, like I said, I think a little bit of it was just that this is cool. Because my 45th great grandfather is Odin. How cool is that? And it was, and also paganism doesn't have the stigma in the current zeitgeist that Christianity does have. Christianity is oppressive and backwards, and they hate gay people and all this stuff. Whereas paganism really doesn't have those kinds of associations. Although I'm pretty sure if you went to Norway in 800 AD, I don't think they'd be super accepting of homosexuality either, just as an idea. But I don't really know. I do. Sorry, you can hear my husband.
I can just hear him. He's confident.
But I don't think it would have gone over real great. However, it just doesn't carry the same negative stigma in the West. So you're still, and it is edgy. There's certainly some very edgy people who call themselves Norse pagans. People who Heil Hitler and shit like that. But not one of those types though. that wasn't my bag. Again, it just came out of I got interested in it because of an ancestry thing my dad did. And so it was still like allowed to be edgy. It was still allowed to, a little bit irreverent. And I think that made sense at the time. And again, it wasn't until I had the near-death experience that I was like, all right, it's time to like stop. I'm not a kid anymore. Like, it's time to put away this stuff and get serious about life and death.
How did your parents react to both of those, the atheist phase and the pagan phase?
My parents are very laid back. So I think they were both kind of disappointed in both of them, both the atheist and the pagan thing. But I think, well, they both knew what happened to me when I was in middle school, where I got really badly bullied by the Catholics. Okay. What does my dad call them? The Mary cult. That's what he likes to call the cat. He still does. And he even told me now, he's like, you still in the Mary cult? You know, it's like, yeah, Dad, sorry. You know,
that's funny. Yeah.
His wife's Catholic, my stepmom. So it's just my dad's sense of humor.
Yeah.
But I think both of them, have been happy and relieved, maybe is better, that I've found faith. I know my mom in particular she's a very faithful woman. But my parents were always I'm an only child. They were always like, explore, figure it out. I'm not gonna tell you what to do, because then you'll do the opposite, right? That's how kids are. And that is true. I think people have to figure out for themselves. It's one of the reasons people do have the distaste for Christianity, is they feel like they're being told what to do and what to think. And that does drive some people away. It's psychological reactance. However, and I agree with that to a large extent. It's like, don't tell people what they can and can't do. But it is weird. So like now if I say something like, hey, I mean, in my opinion and through my readings of the scripture, I do think that homosexuality is a sin under the Christian paradigm. I'm not condemning you for being gay. I've had girlfriends in the past, however, that's what the scripture says. And it's not me condemning you. And I don't hate you or dislike anybody for any of their immutable characteristics. And I think being gay is an immutable characteristic to a certain degree, obviously. But that is what the scripture says. And it's not, I guess it's like, I always used to think Christians were lying about that they really did hate gay people. But it's like, but do they, or are they just telling you that like the act is a sin according to their faith, right? Yeah. I don't think, hate the sin, not the sinner. I always thought they were lying about that. But now I don't think so. Now I'm like, oh, okay. So maybe some of them were, I'm sure. they did hate gay people. But I think a lot of it's not. It is just being like, that act is...
It's interesting that you felt like you were being told what to do by the Christians, and that you felt a sense of freedom in rebelling against that. And yet, as you say, there is this strong sense that people are currently being told what to do.
Yeah.
And yet they don't perceive it that way. So it's almost like a clever marketing gimmick that the current set of beliefs manage to always project themselves as being countercultural, even though they're being... I mean, it reminds me of that saying that you're not a revolutionary if you're pushing at an open door, But it's being portrayed as if there's still this overwhelming majority Christian culture that's stifling and oppressive. You'd have to go to some very obscure bits of the Bible Belt probably to find anything that even resembled that.
Well, it's a useful tool at this point. It is something that existed to a certain degree at some point in time, obviously, but I don't think it's been since the 90s at the very least. And it is a useful tool to continue to push the left-wing propaganda kind of stuff that I see happening all over the place, and which is in and of itself a non-deific religion, because it is a series of faiths that you have and beliefs, like what is a woman, right? You can't ask that question because that violates the faith, that violates the teachings,
right?
And you can't ask that kind of question. Trans women are women, and repeat it. Trans rights are human rights. Say it over, say it over. It is a chant.
Yeah.
It is a belief system. And when you remove God from society, as we largely have, well, guess what? The need for God does not go away. There's a reason why every single human culture on the planet has some sort of religion. It's intrinsic to the human condition. And I'm saying that from a more psychological, more scientific perspective. There's, if it didn't, it would not be present in every single human culture if there was not some evolutionary reason for us to seek God. I think it's a natural part of higher ordered thinking, which people who are very like more atheistic minded and go, I'm so logical would say, well, obviously there's no proof. But then why do people strive for it? I don't think they'll say it's stupidity. I think that's the antithesis. Why is it that these higher ordered, intelligent, this animal, human beings, why do we all universally seek God? That to me is if you want some evidence for what you cannot evidence because it's ethereal, I'd say there's some pretty strong evidence from the sociological side of things that something exists.
I was going to say it's interesting you brought sociology up, because the atheist position in the early 2000s was the default view should be atheism, and as you say, very difficult or impossible to prove God exists. I mean, very difficult or impossible to prove anything from a philosophical perspective. This is kind of why you end up with extreme skeptics who just don't believe anything. But in a way, you also can't prove atheism. And the atheists would agree with that. They'd say, oh, we don't prove atheism. We just start with a lack of belief in all of these different gods. And when one of them, exceeds that standard, then we'll believe in them. But from a sociological perspective, the default belief for most humans throughout most of time and space, and even in a subtle way today, is to believe in God and souls and all of these metaphysical things.
Some sort of higher power. People are clearly driven, because we're a social animal. We are driven towards these social beliefs, and it can be religious faith. It can be belief in a political system, for example. And I think the reason you have such fervor for left-wing political ideology today is, one, it is even beyond ideology. It is a faith. And you can see it in their behaviors. Like I said, they chant. They have unquestionable truths that don't need to be proven either, by the way, because it's a faith. There's so many dogmas of the left that are, again, like the what is a woman thing, where, no, I don't need to prove it. I don't need to show it. This is supposedly like the party of science. But when it comes to certain issues, they say, no, there is no science. It doesn't matter. It's about self-ID. It's about, or like the just change, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. Well, obviously, but what does that mean? It has a different theosophical meaning outside of saying that, Black lives do matter. Why then, of course, if that were true, do they get so incensed when you say in response, well, all lives matter? It's because that's not part of the dogma. If you say it's okay to be white, this is a heresy, is it not? To their framework and to their theosophy. Like I said, I would call it a theosophy very much. And when you don't have God in society, well, people will try to find him or her, Harry Thunderer, Cosmic Muffin, whatever you perceive him to be or her to be. They'll find it somewhere. And I see that the power of the left wing, in particular theosophy, is so potent because these are people who have no God and are desperately looking for him.
Can you explain that word, theosophy? I don't think I've actually heard that word before.
Oh, it's just a combination of the word theology and philosophy.
That makes sense. I probably could have guessed that. So it's like your worldview that includes both religious and
metaphysical,
metaphysical ideas, which is handy then, because even if you don't believe in any religions, you still have a theosophy, I guess. I mean, a very poor and meager one, but theosophy nonetheless.
Well, I would call it poor and meager because one of the things that religion gives people all over the world, whatever their religion is hope. And, a sense of community also that usually comes with it. I think that the left-wing theosophy certainly gives people a sense of community, but I think that it's a very deleterious and socially malignant one because it's based on destroying the society you live in. So, and rebuilding it, I guess, to some degree, because the basic dogmas of the faith are that the West is evil, society is evil, it's all racist, it's all sexist, and it all needs to be destroyed and rebuilt. Everything around you, and this is, unfortunately, there was that. Not unfortunately, how do I even say it right? Tragically, there was that shooting the other day, in which 6 people lost their lives. And well, they always say it's guns, it's guns, it's guns, and you can blame guns to a certain degree, I guess. I don't think you can. Personally, I don't agree with that, but to me, I think it's pretty clear that that outcome was inevitable when you have this non-deific religion that is telling these people you're being genocided, and to do a little holy war. And unfortunately, any religion, any faith that encourages that for whatever reason, you're going to end up getting it. And it's very funny to me that I have said this on Twitter. I've said that the left-wing ideology is a form of non-deific religion, and they freak out because they're all atheists, right? Also, but it's like, did you ever? Why does it make you so upset for me saying that? If it didn't maybe hit a little close to home, why does that make you so upset? Because you're behaving like you're in a religion, like you have, we do the Lord's Prayer, and you'll say, look at these stupid Christians who are just following what the pastor is saying, what the church father is saying, just repeating the same lines. And then you go outside and go, Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights, and shout all your praises. It's like, I'm sorry. I think that's, if I'm a sheep for, repeating the Lord's Prayer, I'm not sure why you're not making the connection there when I call that a faith.
What does religion look like from a sociological perspective? What are the behaviors and the effects that religion has on society?
It's basic social hygiene. So the reason, if I'm going to talk from a purely evolutionary psychological perspective, religion would have evolved across the human species as a way of encouraging behaviors that are healthy and hygienic for the civilization and for the society, and discouraging unhygienic behaviors. Now, hygiene can mean a bunch of things. So to be clear, it can mean literal hygiene, as in, don't eat certain animals that
foods, yeah,
right. Don't eat certain things that are actually maybe not so literally clean and could make you sick, particularly in ancient times when the preparation processes were far different than they are now. It can also mean social hygiene, more in terms of, let's say, don't have homosexual sex because it doesn't produce children, right? Which is, from an evolutionary perspective, why that would exist. And then also, that's why that would be discouraged, because it's pointless hedonic action.
There's also a whole host of, as I understand it, there's health problems.
Yes,
that come from that type of behavior. In a way, as I understand it, sodomy laws have been also against the practice between men and women, as it were, for similar.
Well, it's unhygienic.
Yeah.
That in the literal case, because I don't want to get into details, but you can guess.
Let's move on.
You can guess. But all of these things, I think that religion has served a very specific function in human society for the purpose of social hygiene, to give people a prescriptive on how to behave in ways that are healthy for the group. Morals, for example, are healthy for the group. Thou shalt not kill. Well, if people didn't believe maybe there was something either socially or spiritually that was wrong with stealing and raping and killing, then what would discourage them from doing it? If you either didn't get in trouble for it, or if you didn't believe you'd get in trouble in the next life for doing it, or whatever, religion serves a very key purpose evolutionarily to, I'd say it's the most foundational building block of every civilization, which is giving people a set of moral prescriptives and rules to follow, so that people don't rape and murder and and kill each other, right?
Yeah, I was interested that there was this priest figure who people would go to debate with, and they wouldn't be able to beat him.
Yeah.
But their response to that was presumably not to then say, "Oh well, I lost the intellectual argument, so I guess I'm becoming a Catholic now." I mean,
oh no.
People would have probably not conceded defeat for a start. But even if inside they knew that they lost rhetorically or lost on the arguments that day, they would have gone away feeling like, oh, I lost the battle, but I'll come back stronger another day. Is that accurate? Is that how people behaved when they talked to the priest?
Father B was just like this ray of sunshine. So there was, and he would never have been mean or rude or in any way like that to the students who would come and ask him. And I think it was one of my friends debated him one time, and I didn't stay and listen to the whole thing, but they were just sitting on a bench on the campus talking. And I remember him coming out of it and being like, he didn't win, but I think he still had the sense that he won just because his position was inherently superior. Because, well, religion is dumb and fake prima facie, which is kind of the edgy atheist position. Like, duh, obviously.
Like, duh.
So,
there was a lot of that going around, yeah.
So I don't think he was, and from my discussions with him too, I don't think he was ever like trying to really, he wanted people to convince themselves, right? It's an old, like, actual Jesuit tactic, is to talk yourself into your own argument, outside of your own argument. So even if people weren't convinced, maybe he left having a conversation with him where he would just let you talk and let you argue yourself into holes and into knots, would maybe leave like just the tiny, even if they came out thinking, wow, epically owned Father B, maybe there'd be that sense of doubt somewhere there. And that was did I epically own him? Or did he raise some good points? I think that was why he did that, why he would sit there and talk to anybody for hours. He's a really cool guy. I think he passed away a couple years ago, unfortunately. But
oh, that's sad. Yeah, I've occasionally been in debates, and I remember that similar time I used to watch debates on YouTube and get really into it, and I was excited for the kind of the sheer spectacle of seeing two people, facing off and all that. And I thought, I'd love to get a go to do this. I'd just absolutely go in with. But I'm glad in a way that I never had the opportunity to be in a debate back then, because the few times I found myself in debates since, I've taken a very different approach to what I know I would have taken at the time. And I tried to think, it doesn't really matter if you win or lose in the moment. People might leave thinking, well, the other chap got all the arguments, he knew everything, he knew all the history, he walked all over Luke. But I will always want to make sure that people leave thinking, I kind of wanted to agree with Luke. the way that he spoke and the belief that he had, you could tell was something, something attractive was there. And I really think, although I have this strong belief that I have the right answers, I have the arguments, I could persuade myself at least that I have all the answers for any of the objections. I actually think there's basically no humans who get persuaded that way. It's just not a human way of reasoning. What happens is you either want to believe or you don't want to believe, for emotional reasons. And then if you're presented with a cast iron argument against your position, you will quite happily ignore it or find a weak rebuttal and just live with it. You're not going to really inspect it. And anybody who throws the slightest positive evidence in your direction, you're going to grab it and say, great, confirmation.
Confirmation.
I already believe.
It's confirmation bias. It's why I don't see the point in debates. Why I don't do them. I am more than happy to have a friendly conversation with anybody. I had, now it's been about a year. I had Destiny on my podcast. And Destiny epically owned me when I was very much younger, and before I even started YouTube, I didn't know who he was. I was on 4chan's politically incorrect board, and they said like, someone go debate this loser, and I was like, sure. I was drunk and high.
Wow.
This was this was during the edgy pagan days, not the edgy atheist days. But I was like, I bet this guy's never spoke to a woman before. I had no idea who he was. I didn't know he had like millions of followers and stuff. I really didn't. And when I say that now retroactively, people are like, you're lying. There's no way you didn't know who he was. No, I didn't. I had become politicized like a week before, and like politically activated like 3 weeks before. And when you first become political, you think you know everything. It's very precise term is sophomoric. So, the word sophomore legitimately means someone who thinks they know more than second year. Thinks they've figured it all out. It's the second week of being into politics. I'll go debate Destiny. But
amazing. Well, do you remember what? Just out of interest, do you remember what position you were trying to defend at that time? What
I thought Trump was awesome, and I was just like, Trump's cool, like and it was shortly after his debate, I think. Well, with JonTron. But what I want to say about the debate thing though is I had him on maybe almost a year ago now, I think, to talk about Ukraine. And I specifically phrased it as, I know he streamed it too, and I'm sure he called it a debate, but I framed it as having a chat with Destiny about Ukraine, because that's how.
You go, well, yes, but it's Destiny, so.
who I actually quite like now. There was a point in time, like where he did not like me, and I did not like him for sure after that, but that's many years ago now. And
it's good to let water go under the bridge.
I think that's actually... people call me a Christ cuck and stuff, and be like, oh, you shouldn't, forgive people. And my co-host, he says it to me all the time. He's like, why do you always forgive people, Aiden? Why do you always forgive people? Well, kind of supposed to. And I think that it's a really unhealthy, actually, and another social hygiene thing for religion, specifically the Christian faith, is forgiveness. Now, Christ did say like that thing about, letting them slap you up both sides of turn the other cheek. But what that meant in that specific context is that Romans would slap you at equal with their open palm, and would slap a lesser with the backside of their hand. So if you turn the other cheek, they have to slap you as an equal. That's not saying just roll over and take it. It's not what Jesus was saying. He was saying have them treat you as an equal. So just rolling over and taking it, which I do have a tendency to do, and let second chance, third chance, it's fine. As long as I think someone's trying, even a little bit. No, I guess unrelated, but I got a message from somebody who I've talked to on the internet for years, and he sent me this crazy message. If you don't mind, he's been angry at me for a while because I became a Christian, and he's got some like pent up emotional issues, I think, with Christians, which a lot of people do, particularly if they are, very pro-gay, I think, right now, or very pro-trans. They still see Christians as the suppressor, which again, I'm not the one saying it's maybe unhygienic or that it's in the scripture. And if you don't believe in God, why would you care? That's what I don't kind of get.
I guess like you used to think people don't believe they think nobody really believes in God, and it's just an excuse for their inbuilt, bigotry, I guess. Which
is very solipsistic, mind reading, right? But I do remember feeling that way myself when I was an atheist. They don't really believe that. It's all just a cover to be a bigot. It's all just a cover to be discriminatory. I don't know. And I think it's a little bit dangerous to imply or that what's going on in someone else's head. You can infer it.
I could certainly speak for myself. I have wrestled for a long time with not wanting to believe various bits of scripture. You want to just throw out all the stuff that makes you uncomfortable. Like you want to believe.
Yep.
You go, can't the Bible just say that men and women are the same? Can't you just have the Bible? Can't you just ignore the bits that say that you should, sleep?
Technically, if it's in the Old Testament, Jesus did fulfill the covenant and is the new covenant. So you can maybe, depending on your interpretation.
The point I'm making is that I had a strong personal motivation that I wasn't. I was like, I'm not a bigot. I don't want to be,
Mm-hmm.
but I feel like this, an honest reading of the Bible means that I have to believe certain things that are uncomfortable. So I don't discount that there are other people who maybe are the other way around. Maybe they do have a natural inclination to like those bits of scripture, but at least for me,
there certainly are. I mean,
so,
obviously, throughout history, people have used the Bible to do all as motivation and excuse to do all manner of evil.
You were going to read a message.
Oh, right. So this is, again, I do think this is I think this is kind of falling out. I posted on Twitter, and some people were like mad at me for posting DMs. But at this point, I'm sorry. Like, once you say what I'm about to read here, I think I'm going to post DMs. Okay. He says, Aiden, I'm not your friend. However, if I gave you the idea last Christmas, then I'm sorry. I've been talking to this guy for like 4 years. By the way, like, he talks shit about me on the internet all the time. So on Kiwi Farms and such. And I know it's him because he uses the same name. And he's open about it. It has been open about it. Anywho, if I gave you that idea last Christmas, then I'm sorry. It was more of a moment of forgiveness and peace on earth. Were you willing to befriend your enemy's soldier? Have even practiced this in World War I. Also, Christmas lasts to January the 6th here in Iceland. Maybe I should have told you that also. I'm sorry. And I responded, I said you were my friend. I don't dislike you, homie. And I pray you're doing well. Heart emoji. That was yesterday. Well, now 2 days ago. Then yesterday, he responds, no, you are my enemy again. It was a mistake to talk to you on that Christmas. All Catholics are my enemies. And if you want to go on crusade, then I am openly hoping you, Bill, that's my husband, and Spoon, my co-host, get the bullet first. So, and then please note, though, I didn't go into your streams because I wanted to tease you or anything like that. He does that, though. He'll come into my streams and talk shit, or any stream that I'm on. The trans shooting was something I took quite an interest in, and the 2-hour stream or so about it sounded just about right. I was disappointed most of the stream was just political bullshit about parents being able to take away education from their, spelled wrong, children, which I was not that interested in. And my response was just, wowee. And then I posted it on Twitter because once you start talking about you're going to get you and your husband and your best friend are going to get the bullet, that's a scary thing to say, to anybody. For any reason, even if you think it's a joke, even if you think it's funny, to saying that somebody is weird, I would say.
Yeah, it's interesting that the person who suffers the most, I think, when there is a lack of forgiveness, is the person holding the grudge.
Oh yes,
you hear about people who have held a grudge for decades, and the other person is blissfully unaware that anything is going on. I mean, the other person may well have been genuinely horrible. In fact, one of the most difficult things, the most difficult ideas, is that you can be, you can through God move past genuine traumatic events. We wouldn't like to think that in a way you feel like there's a kind of right sense of I'm going to just burn with anger until I can get my vengeance, and that's certainly the ethic that pagans would, or some pagans would.
Some pagans maybe.
Well, that's maybe the right way to be. And I can get, as a guy, there's the kind of masculine, like, I will avenge. But actually, most of the time, it is genuinely better for you to not live with this crushing sense of injustice. You should just try to. I mean, one of the things that religions tend to focus on is gratitude. You say not only look at a beautiful day, but then give thanks for it to God. And I find that's it's just an amazingly positive thing mentally to have as a practice. So there's loads of ways in which these religious practices are enormously self-beneficial. It's self-interested ways that you might get interested in the stuff.
Well, exactly. It's social hygiene. If one of the things that so many religions do focus on the idea of forgiveness, because as you said, if you're going around with all that burning rage and hatred in your heart, it does make you miserable, and it does lead to violence in many instances, which is, again, not socially hygienic for the good of a civilized society to have people going around and killing each other over grudges and things like that. And I do think that walking around with a grudge, because I used to get, like I said, I used to be mad about stuff, and I used to, I still can get mad about that. Obviously, we all do. But the grudge element is that, like, I got into a YouTube spat, like, right after I started with this guy called Kraut and Tea, who put me on his Nazi list of people to dox and attack. And, you know, he's done all kinds of shit against me. And I was hanging around with people too who would be like, Kraut said this about you, he's planning this. And like, this is years ago now, right? But that made me so miserable to have to think about like what somebody else is doing. It's one, I don't care. They can say whatever the hell they want. That's their prerogative in business. And sitting around worrying about it and getting angry and having hatred and fear in your heart is so incredibly negative. And I think it's bad for your, not just for your spiritual well-being, but your physiological well-being, rather than, you know, forgiving and forgetting. And it's like you said, like, there are people who I know, like this dude who sit around being angry at me for being a Catholic, which is so bizarre to me, for something to be angry at somebody else about, you know, their faith. That's really weird to me. But to let it fester in you, that's not healthy. You're not making a good point for atheism either.
No. How have you found other religious practices since letting Jesus into your heart? So things like praying, going to church. I don't know if you make it a habit of like reading the Bible, things like this. Do do I mean, some of them can be hard work. You know, it can be inconvenient. But how have you found them? Has there been benefits to that stuff as well?
Oh, prayer, absolutely. I mean, if I'm ever having like, I am feeling, you know, like sad or confused or something like that, I find if I pray, it's just like just a weight is lifted off of my shoulders. And maybe, you know, many atheist people will hear that and they think it's hilarious, or you know, it's pseudo psychological. It's you did it yourself. Did I? Or is giving myself up to a higher power, you know, in that way, and letting God help me out. And maybe that is all in my head. Maybe it is. It's possible. But if it helps, and I think it helps millions of people all over the world every single day, and has for all of human history, maybe there's some benefit to that.
Yeah, maybe you'd have to have a really good reason to give up on that. What about a perspective change? Do you find that you think differently about problems because you've got a wider, like you're thinking in a wider scope? Do you find that it's helpful on a day-to-day basis to you know, to have that new view of the world?
This will sound patronizing, but like I said, I used to just get like mad at people, and I as I said again, I still do. Obviously, it's natural and normal, but when I say it will sound patronizing, is that where I used to just get angry and stop at anger, now it's like pity and a lot of and not looking down on people, but I wish they wouldn't, like this person. I'm not angry at them for saying that stuff to me. I pity them. I pity that that something has happened in their life that would make them feel that way, and I don't think that's a good way to exist. And I hope and I pray that they get better. And everybody who feels like that, who has that kind of hatred and anger in their heart for whatever reason, it doesn't matter if you're a Christian, it doesn't matter if you're a Jew or a Muslim or an atheist. If you've got all this hatred in your heart about anything, I hope you can let it go, because it really is much better. Just speaking from personal perspective, it's much better to not be carrying around a big bowl of anger and hatred inside of your soul.
I actually want to agree with your point earlier about Mary. I'm not Catholic. I'm Protestant. But I do think that Mary is a character who it's right to look up to as a very impressive person, and a very important person in the Bible, who Protestants probably don't
No.
pay enough attention to. And I also agree with you, the other half of what you said, that it sometimes it can be taken too far, and
it's a little heretical, or just tiptoeing on that line of
yeah. And I don't want to say it's all Catholics, but some, it could be argued they go as far as worshipping Mary.
Yes.
In a way that, if you talk to more informed Catholics, then their theology tends to be better thought through, and that accusation doesn't stick. But I guess as with anything, the human heart tends to turn things into idols, and if it's not Mary, it'll be your job, or it'll be
right.
Politics,
your political theosophy, right?
Yeah.
People, we're designed to. We're evolutionarily designed to. And whether you think that evolution is a pure matter of complete random happenstance of the randomness of the universe, or guided by the divine hand of God, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, we have evolved to desire and seek spirituality in some form or another. And again, if it's politics or if it's God, one way or another, people will end up yearning for that. It seems pretty consistent in the human condition. And the Mary stuff. Oh, sorry.
Okay, please.
Oh, just real quick on the Mary stuff. Yeah, I agree. I get a little weirded out with the worshiping of Mary, but I think the interesting role that she places, that she's placed in Christianity, is that she is the human being who has been literally closest to God. Some of the. Have you watched the show called what's it called now? There's this show about Jesus that's been airing now for a couple of seasons.
Oh yeah, the something.
Yeah, man, I actually just watched it the other week.
The Chosen.
The Chosen, that's it. And I was reading an article by a Catholic priest who had some very serious problems with the show, and I think that most of his issues were that Mary was not portrayed as being infallible. Mm-hmm. And that's where you get into the worshiping of Mary that I find to be a little bit odd. I mean, she's human. She is born human. Therefore, I don't know if I buy that without original sin, that would make her not human. That would make her God, there's only one human who was born without original sin outside of Adam and Eve, right? Who weren't born. And that's Jesus. So I think it's a little that, because there's a line in the show where she says that she has made mistakes, and the Catholic father who was writing this article, that was one of his issues, is that Mary could never have made a mistake. I'm like, really? I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah. Well, look, I agree with you, but I try quite hard not to get into unnecessary fights with the Catholics. I consider, but mostly with my audience, then a Catholic or an Orthodox or whatever sort of Christian is on my side in the religious war to win people's souls, as it were. Like, yes, some of the theological differences are really important, and I wouldn't want to shy away from saying that. But at the same time, there's far too much tribalism and factionism as it is. So,
and that show, The Chosen, is so fantastic. And like it's very done up, like, I hate to say this, but I don't know what else to describe it as, a Game of Thrones style. It's like this huge production. Mm-hmm. It's really well done, and it's not pushy. I think one of the things that has driven so many people away from Christianity is the pushiness of it, and trying to shove it down your throat, and you have to do this, and that really drives people away more than anything. It's psychological reactance, but that show does a very good job of just kind of showing a very human story, and I like it for that reason.
Yeah, and maybe actually this will be an interesting crossover with my next guest. So let me bring him in as well. Furious Person X, how are you doing?
Oh, hello. I didn't expect to be brought in, but
sorry.
Thank you for having me come in at a vital moment.
I enjoy having my guests be able to have a bit of interaction in the middle. I feel like it lubricates the stream,
I have to say it's a nice touch, actually, Lambda. I like it, even though it's unexpected. I think it's a good idea.
Good. So I thought this might be an opportunity to talk about Mary and some of her positive qualities and actions that we do see in the Bible. Aidan, do you want to go first? Like what is her character like? In what ways can you look up to her or feel close to her?
Well, precisely because Mary. Okay, that question of can she make mistakes and stuff, I think, is a little silly. That's not so much, but you are looking at somebody who is so incredibly moral and so faithful that, I mean, what an unbelievably difficult position could you possibly imagine? As a woman, I try to think about it also in in a very different point in history of going up to your husband and you're a virgin and saying, I'm pregnant. And and having the faith and temerity to know, because an angel did appear to you and tell you. So I think it's kind of difficult to doubt it at that point. But from a personal faith perspective, how much strength that must have taken not just Mary but Joseph as well to believe in God in the face of something that seems like there's a very obvious answer that it's not divine.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. I think they both behave very properly in the face of that potentially very awkward social situation.
Right.
How about you, Furious? Have you got any reflections on the character of Mary?
I think what I would say is, and I think this is probably well established, certainly in the the books of the New Testament, is that Mary is shown as an exemplar of, if you consider, because we often talk about archetypes in our spheres, right? Like what is the masculine and what is the feminine. Indeed, in more recent times, we've heard of like lunar and solar complexions in that regard as well. That's sort of a little bit more esoteric, shall we say? But probably to each of those, and I sort of borrow a line from Solzhenitsyn here, which is kind of not really to the point, but Solzhenitsyn has a quote that like good and evil is a line down every man, right? Or every person. And I think to some degree, you could say good or evil or righteousness and the wrong way also runs through us, although like in a less ideological sense than say Solzhenitsyn meant it, and more in terms of a religious or a spiritually driven way in which we live our lives. And that someone like Mary exemplifies that almost, shall I say, exalted sense of what is goodness. The point that Adam mentioned about being struck in a situation whereby let's face it, 999 times out of 1,000, if your wife rocks up to you and she's pregnant and she claims to be a virgin, well, you're going to jump to conclusions, aren't you? But there's this story of the the Immaculate Conception, and this being the Son of God, or I suppose depending how different types of Christians will interpret the Trinity as such, and the two or the singular type of Jesus, like monophysism and that sort of thing. But that when confronted with the situation, that they sort of fulfill their role, even though Joseph is one person, Mary's one person, she gives birth to Jesus, and although he's the Son of God, he's still one person in what is a troublesome time. You're talking Herodic Egypt and its incorporation into the Roman Empire, or rather the Roman Republic at this point, and a great time of tumult, and sort of this because obviously there's that jibe about they're just refugees migrating to fulfill the census. Like, no, they were traveling within the province of Judea. but anyway, that they still fulfill their place in Scripture and in what you might call the fulfillment of prophecy as laid out in the Old Testament. And even though Jesus himself, as he grows into a man, experiences, his trials, the being in the desert 40 days and 40 nights. And, when he literally flips the tables in the temple and what have you, these people, having existed so long ago, what their deeds and actions were as recorded in the in the New Testament, still to this day, even though Christianity, you might say, is a force that's been on the wane in the last sort of half a century at the very least, if not longer, still have a profound effect on us. And the fact that we are talking about it today is testament to the kind of people they are. And especially Mary, I see her as this, you think about the giving birth to the Son of God, after the revelation from the angels, and then the manger story, and then Jesus being baptized, by John the Baptist in the River Jordan, etc. For that whole sort of story to come around, like Jesus being welcomed into Jerusalem with the Palm Sunday, and then the crowd turns on him when Pontius Pilate offers clemency. The crowd at the behest of the Pharisees asked for Barabbas and not Jesus, and Jesus as an innocent man is condemned to death, and he accepts his literal cross with humility and with in an honorable way, you might say, or certainly with a degree of sort of a spiritual not contentedness, you know what I mean, but like he realizes, or he knows, Jesus knows as the Son of God, that he has to do this, and this is his actual purpose as the Redeemer, as the Savior, and he carries that cross all the way to Calvary, and he is crucified. And then there's Mary after this entire life journey of Jesus. There could be no worse a sight for a mother than to see your son with stakes driven into his wrists, and then to pull his lifeless body down, and then to treat that body as they did in the ancient times, with like to clean it with water and salt, and then to partially embalm and then entomb them, and to think that that's the end. And Mary, as a mother the Son of God, goes about this in the most composed way possible, when 99.9% of us would flip at it. We would probably not be able to experience that with the grace and the and the humility and the sanctity that Mary does in that story. Sorry, I kind of blabbled there a bit, but
no, exactly.
It's a hard thing to express, especially as like I said, being Catholic from cradle Catholic, I've heard a lot about Mary. And Mary certainly in Mediterranean countries, like the Greeks and the Italians and the Spanish really have this bond to Mary. Maybe perhaps there's a more feminine streak to Mediterranean psychology, I don't know, but there's this adoration of Mary that is certainly very strong in Southern European Christianity, and I mean it's true in the New World too, because I mean you consider sort of Hispanics as like a offshoot of the Hispanic civilization. Mary is very much this center point of their faith, and it sort of like is almost a conduit in some ways. That's
how I would describe it.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm wording this right, but Mary's almost like this conduit to how people believe in God via Mary in a strange way.
I think that's a really good way to phrase it, as a conduit, because the reality is that we're all human beings. None of us can ever really understand and relate totally to Jesus, even though he was a man. He was also God. So there's a certain separation that will always exist there. Whereas Mary was a incredibly good person, but a human being who I don't think was fully divine. So my husband said something, but and that makes her a good conduit, is a good way of saying it, of being able to relate more to Jesus through Mary. I think that's why she has such a place of veneration in so many different cultures, because how can we possibly totally relate to the divine?
Yeah. And also too, if we take into account, because I don't know if you and myself, Aidan, obviously operate in quite different circles. I mean, I know you've been on the internet longer than I have, so I give you all kudos to that. But like I don't know if you know, but my background's history. Like I do a lot of history streaming, for instance, and so and my background is classics. Like ancient Greece, ancient Rome, Crusader period, that sort of thing. And there's this interesting sort of aspect to ancient polytheism, whereby you have these Hellenic and Roman pantheons where you have Zeus and Jupiter and Apollo, Mars, Ares, Hephaestus, Vulcan, etc., and they're like Roman and Greek equivalents of each other, right? But then within those pantheons, there's Ceres, Venus, Artemis, etc., basically female gods that represent, you might say, more feminine aspects of society and of life that are sort of resembled by the gods, as it were, right? Mm-hmm. And as Christianity comes into as you might say, the Old Testament is brought into Revelation via Jesus, and Christianity becomes the faith, in after Jesus' life, and with the the work of the 12 disciples, and then the apostles and Paul, and preaching around the Mediterranean, and obviously a Christianity sprouts from that, from that work. That obviously you have this hierarchy of God and Jesus as the Son of God, and Jesus being sort of both the Son of God and man at the same time. And it's quite easy potentially for women to feel a little bit, I'm going to sound like a bit of
left out. Yeah. Looking for the feminine side. Yeah.
But to feel left out of that. Whereas I think Mary, as this sort of very noble and righteous being, carrying the Son of God and giving birth to him, in the humble situation, in the manger, as it were, and being what could be archetypally described as the good mother, and arguably the best of mothers to Jesus, is such a sacrosanct role. And I've noticed our friend Seamus here, Mediterranean Mama Boys. but on that note, there is compared to, I'm not going to say everybody, but I think compared to large parts of, say, the Anglosphere or Northern Europe, there is still the role of a strong matriarch that exists in Mediterranean cultures, like I said, such as Croatians, such as Italians, such as Greeks, such as Spaniards, right? And I think for those kind of women who sort of have this shared authority with men, or, like in the absence of a man, the woman, does take a more of an ascendant role. And, she's kind of like a strong woman, but also the loving factor in that family unit, right? I think that's why they have this appeal to Mary, is that she's actually this sort of, what would you call it? Like this beacon, as it were, this behavioral and spiritual beacon that, because sometimes I think Christianity, and actually we're going to probably touch on this given the title of our segment, Lambda, but that Christianity, certainly in its modern context, where it's been contaminated by degrees of liberalism and progressivism, and the sort of the modernizing entropy we all confront, right? That it can be perceived as weak and timid, right? But there's this aspect to Christianity which isn't. That it's actually a very sort of vivacious faith. It's a very emblazoning faith, that it does inspire people to great things, both performatively in terms of heroic courage, in terms of the arts, in terms of benevolent governance of justice, all these peak virtues that Europeans have aspired to for millennia. That in a small way, for bringing back down to like the family unit, these women can see that in Mary as a figure, and try in some way to live it out in their own lives. And I think that's a part of Mary's importance that is often overlooked. I know you do like a lot of societal stuff, Aidan, but in a societal context, I think that is often overlooked, but is a truism.
Well, I agree with you completely on that's probably why, particularly in the more matriarchal sort of European societies, that maybe why there's more of an emphasis on Mary in those Mediterranean cultures that do tend to be a little bit more matriarchal oriented. It is important, of course, and I think this is very heavily illustrated throughout the Bible, both the Old and New Testaments, is the importance of man and woman, both as being created in the image of God. Well, Eve comes from Adam's rib, but still, that we need each other, and to have this figure of Mary, who is as close to a perfect woman who's ever lived, as someone to aspire to ask for guidance. And this is more of a Catholic thing too, that I think also gets people a little tripped up for Protestants, is the idea of saint veneration to a certain degree. But I think that's the same thing too of, these are regular human beings, but they were fantastic human beings who did amazing things. And I should aspire to look up to them to try and better myself. And I think that is the role that Mary plays. Again, she's more reachable because she is a human being like all of us. And therefore, again, I know that the one father who wrote that article, I brought it back up. Father Dave Nix is his name. The article was in Catholic Exchange, and it's called Blasphemy Against Mother Mary in the Chosen. And I think that's where it gets a little weird, is when it becomes like you can't say that she's made a mistake. That's what makes Mary so relatable. That's what makes so many of the saints relatable, because both they're human beings, so they can make mistakes, and they have made mistakes, as we all will, because we're human. And it's part of this entire project, right, is that we will make mistakes.
I want to put in a word or two about Mary as well, because I feel like, as the Protestant on the stream, I don't want to be left out of this Mary party. I want to bring up, first of all, she says, "Behold, I am the servant of the Lord. Let it be to me according to your word." So showing Mary's faith and obedience and submission to God. Mm-hmm. And then very significantly, this whole passage, this is called the Magnificat, worth reading in your own time. All these verses are just full of, trust in God's faithfulness and real knowledge of Scripture. And then I also love in Luke 2, she says, where is it? Here we are. So after hearing all of the things that the shepherd told them, Mary treasured up all these things, pondering them in her heart. Specifically Mary. And I think it's really significant that we get these insights into Mary's mm-hmm. nature and her character. And I think it's something that we can really seek to be like in our own lives. I see what you're saying about that in a sense Mary is more feels closer to our experience than Jesus does. Although I want to be careful, because of course it's important that Jesus was fully man, yes. fully human,
but also fully God, and no one else is ever going to
nature,
right?
Yes, and never sinned. I mean, now I agree with you, Aidan, about I don't think that Mary was sinless. Catholics, I think, do have to believe that. As I understand it, it's actually a part of the official church teaching.
Yeah.
Also, our mothers will beat us with their rolling pins if we don't believe it. So.
Well, yeah, that as well. But anyway,
sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, just to be fair, I think in terms of that article, a mistake is not a sin necessarily. So, but being people of making an error is not sin inherent. Sin is something pretty specific. I got the ratios wrong in my recipe. That's a mistake. That's not a sin. Or maybe it depends. Speaking of beating with a rolling pin, maybe it's a sin depending on where you're from. But I think that is an important part of it, though. And yeah, like that's a fantastic line from Luke 2 that really gives us insight into who she is as a person and how pure and gracious, even in this particularly really bizarre, never happened to anyone before or since, circumstance, to still have all that grace is something that we should aspire to as human beings, as people who are not God. And I do think there's a little bit of a separation there that at least I personally feel, because or that I understand in other people who would feel this way as well, because again, even though Jesus was fully man, he was also fully God. And there's something there that makes, let's say, the saints and Mary a little bit more understandable to the average person's lived experiences, to borrow a phrase from the left.
Great point from Kay Hopper. Ruth is also a very good woman for women to look up to. There's lots of good...
and Rebecca, that's my name. Yeah. So,
There you go. All right, Aidan, I think I'm going to have to... let Furious have his time,
sure
but it's been really wonderful talking to you. Thank you for coming in and sharing part of your story. And I'd love to keep following how it goes and see your faith develop.
Thanks so much, and thanks for having me. And nice to meet you, both of you.
Yeah, pleasure.
Indeed, Aidan. I just want to say, just even though brief, lovely to exchange and have a bit of a chat before, as Luke said, as an exchange between two episodes. So indeed, it's been a pleasure, though short, and all the best. Hopefully we cross paths again sometime.
Yeah, very nice to talk to you guys. See you later, and have.
See ya. Oh, I think I cut her off mid-sentence, but she was saying have fun. I think I should be forgiven that. So Furious, thanks so much for joining.
The lady has been tumbled out the door, and we proceed as a
goodbye slam.
No, it's almost like an AA exit. Get out.
And yes, most importantly.
Sorry, we guessed. I apologize.
Faith, agency, and heroism. So Do you
By the
want
way,
to?
thanks for the plug in the tweet. By the way, I thought that was quite gracious of you, like the inventor of titles.
Well, you're snappy with those triples. You know, it's the rule of three. I remember learning it at school, and you're the one pulling all of your rhetorical knowledge.
That's all I got.
Presumably from the classics. That's where you get your special sauce, I guess.
Cicero does help in that regard. It's actually funny. Just before Aidan jumped off, I was actually going to quote Cicero that because what I like about Cicero is not technically a Stoic, but his insights are very sobering, and he led a. I'm not going to do the subject. I'll just be brief. But Cicero led a really interesting life, and sadly was a man who, I mean, obviously Rome itself didn't collapse into ashes, just transformed from republic into empire. But the world that he knew, which was the Roman Republic, died, under his watch. And as a leading aristocrat, a senator, and as a lawyer and an orator, he felt his world was dying around him as he knew it. And so his insights are incredible. As an extremely well-read man, of course. He was probably the most well-versed Roman in the Greek works of philosophy. So that, his words are definitely worth paying attention to. And he says, not every error by man is a mistake. And it's an interesting thing to actually see a difference of definition between error and mistake. You know what I mean? Like in that, what Aidan said, if I get the wrong amount of yeast in my recipe, I've made an error. But, a mistake is kind of more egregious. Again, a mistake is not even necessarily a sin, but that like this thing sits on degrees in terms of, intention and scale and, what have you, whether it contravenes morality or not. If I tie my shoes the wrong way, I haven't breached a moral code. But if I've stolen my dad's car and crashed it, then I've broken several moral codes, if you get my meaning. So I do like that distinction in definition.
Great.
Sorry, back to the topic at hand.
Back to the topic. Philippians 4:13 says, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." In what ways does the Christian faith empower believers to make choices and do things, and how much should they take responsibility for their actions?
I guess the question I should ask you as the interviewer, do we start at the beginning, or rather at the zenith of this notion where Christianity is this hugely sort of invigorating force and this great inspiration for heroism, or do we critique it in a state in modernity where it has sadly been inverted? Which way do you want to start? Should we improve the stream, or should we descend the stream into like the gutter? Which way do you want to go?
Wow. My instinct is to go more chronological.
So go to the gutter.
I appreciate that does leave us in a negative spot at the end, but on the other hand, I've got other guests who can maybe try to, lift the mood of our viewers back after.
Fair enough.
So yeah, let's go back and talk about faith in its when it was in a cultural ascendance.
And this is where I think, I mean, in the end, I'm not as well versed. Sadly, my vigorous pursuit into classics and other things relate to real life have sort of deviated my rote learning of religious scripture. So you might have to fill me in where I've got gaps here. But one of the, as obviously something of a Byzantist as well, one of the great stories of heroism that I'm aware of is, have you heard of the 42 Martyrs of Amorion?
No.
So these are basically a group of leading captains of the East Roman army who were captured by the Abbasid Caliphate in, I believe it was the 8th century. Let me look at the date. 838, so early 9th century, right? Early mid-9th century. And Amorion was, for a point, I'm trying to think of the modern, I think it's the modern day city of Afyon Karahisar in Turkey. And Amorion was basically one of these massive flourishing cities of Anatolia, of which there were many. And Anatolia, for anyone who reads the Bible should know, is a very central part of the biblical story. The 12 churches of the apocalypse all reside in Anatolia. They're in places like Thyatira, Laodicea, Ephesus. These are all cities in Anatolia. So it's an important it's important from that standpoint to sort of understand why certain geographies are important to Christianity, if you get what I mean.
Is this the same area of Turkey that's called Asia Minor?
Well, the two can be used interchangeably, but Asia Minor is usually the western portion of Anatolia. So more or less, yes, that's sort of true. The problem with Rome is, from one emperor to the next, they changed the province. It's like, oh, this line will be this side. No, this line will be that side of this river. And we'll include this city or that city. And then an emperor will go, actually, I don't want 27 provinces. I want 49. And it's just one of these sort of Roman whimsical kind of. They can never keep things stationary. They always have to tweak and remedy and change and reform. So, but yeah, no, as a basic term of reference, yes, Asia Minor is right. That's sort of the western portion of Anatolia. But Amorion was one of these very impressive, wealthy urban cities of the empire, which was also a center point of Christianity. In this from this sort of post-Constantinian time up until this 8th, 9th century period. And Amorion basically, for any Arab army that was marching from northern Syria, from basically modern day Antakya, which is Antioch, to Constantinople, would have to march to Amorion. It was this huge, well, not huge, but it was a large city. It wasn't Constantinople by any means, but it was a large city. And so basically where you see the PH in Phrygia in the center there, that's basically where Amorion is.
Here. Ish. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you can see my mouse. Probably not.
Oh, actually, I can't see your mouse, but if you're circling Phrygia, then yes. Oh, there we go. Yeah, sort of around there. And so Amorion was actually the locality of the particular dynasty that was ruling in Constantinople at the time. I mean, hence they called them the Phrygian dynasty or the dynasty of Amorion. And anyway, in one of these massive wars that existed between the Abbasid Caliphate and the Byzantine Empire, the Abbasids marched straight through the guts of Anatolia, through the empire, on the way to Constantinople. And they besiege Amorion, and they, after a fairly protracted siege, they capture the city, and they ransack it, and they carry off all the treasures of the city, and they burn and loot it to the ground. You can probably search it if you want on Wikipedia. Sack of Amorion. I'll do the spelling in private for you. Just give me a second.
By the way, while you're doing that, I've just noticed how many of the this is a random tangential thing, but have you heard of modes in music, like Ionian, Aeolian, Lydian, Phrygian, Dorian? You might notice the names of all these places. I don't know if there's any connection there, but I feel like there must be. It can't be a coincidence. Anyone in chat, let me know if you know a connection between the Phrygian mode and the Lydian mode and the Aeolian mode, the Ionian mode, the Dorian mode, and all these places. I'd be fascinated to know.
I have to say, I think you've lost me, so I'm kind of intrigued as well.
Yeah. Sorry. You wanted me to find Wikipedia page on this.
So Amorium, yeah, and if you go to there should be a siege from history. So go down to Middle Ages or Antiquity. So okay, so here we go. Sieges, but okay, so there we go. This began the period of the city's greatest prosperity when it became the largest city in Asia Minor. Its status, however, was as a native city of the reigning dynasty, also spelled with doom. In 838, the Caliph al-Mutawazim launched a campaign and raised the city, which is captured and razed. So click on that link if you can, capture and raise. That takes us to the sack of Amorium. And so the 42 martyrs of Amorium, or Amorion in Greek, arise from this particular instance. And these captains that were captured of the Roman army were kept in captivity for 7 years, and they were frequently starved because they refused to basically entertain the notions of the caliph to convert or to basically offer him fealty. And then eventually the caliph just grew impatient and ordered them a sword point to convert, and they said no. And all 42 of them, I believe, were beheaded.
So look for behead. Execute.
Okay, there you go. 42 martyrs of Amorium. I was going to say there's the actual link to the. Yeah, there you go. So all male prisoners of the city were executed, and the rest sold to slavery. Some captive women were raped, and there you go. If you like back search executed, because there was a link there to the actual 42 martyrs themselves. There we go. Yeah,
42 martyrs.
And I think what's important is that this early sort of point of Christianity, and there's a replete number of examples. I just picked this out because I happen to be familiar with it. That these men had such an amazing dedication to their faith and felt, such a strong conviction in their sort of belief with, in Christianity writ large, but also, Jesus and our interpretation of God, and, our sense of prophecy and revelation, etc. And, it's, again, I suppose because it's a more, you might say, a Greek story, an Orthodox story. It's something that they're more knowledgeable than what we are about this incident. But this is prior to the schism, technically speaking. So it's as much sort of their stories as it is ours, in a sense. And it is hard to think that very many Christians today would subject themselves to such a fate. I guess is the point I'm trying to make. That, and this isn't just this one example. There's, like I said, there's a replete number of. You go think the early martyrs in the Roman Empire, when they're put into the amphitheaters and fed to the lions because they refused to acknowledge Caesar or the emperor above Jesus or God. So, there's this entire narrative of martyrdom, and there's a reason why we actually have a specific word for it in Christianity. And I think to some degree, and I've actually heard this even uttered by professors of history, that Constantine himself, when he sort of is on the fence, because a lot of people don't know, Saint Helen is Constantine's mother, and she became a Christian before he decided to be baptized, or even until prior to him becoming the emperor and therefore the head of the church. That Constantine was deeply impressed when he saw not only the fighting spirit of the Christians in his army, in his legions, but when there were Christians who were prosecuted by Diocletian and later Galerian, in particularly the eastern half of the empire, which is where most Christians resided, because this was mostly in the Balkans and in Anatolia, these regions you've got up here in Asia Minor. Constantine is said to have been persistently impressed that these are people who, on the basis of conviction and faith alone, would sooner suffer death than repent or relent on those convictions. So, I think this origin story of Christianity at this point in Roman history is actually an important one for Christians to identify with, firstly. And secondly, I think as us in the modern day, to quote AA, as children walking through the ashes, we can realize that there are people in past times who have been through far, far worse. Even though I suppose our senses are assaulted on a daily basis with all the things that we know about, and neither you or I need to go into what that is. We know what it is. But these are people who, quite in a very literal sense, faced fatal consequences merely for believing in the convictions that they did, which people like us share ultimately. And these are people who didn't have, much, but still held an unshakable belief. And, even though we find things difficult in our day and age as well, and we have good reasons to be pessimistic about the material world around us, that hanging on to faith is an important thing to do, especially when times are tough or becoming difficult, if that makes sense.
It does. I don't know if you read the no, have you seen the film Silence? I think it's probably also based on a book.
I have not, sadly, no.
So Martin Scorsese film from 2016, I think. It's about 17th century Japan and some Jesuit priests who go in to try to, share the gospel, and they face extreme persecution. It's quite a harrowing watch, actually, in its own way.
The history of that period is pretty harrowing if you've studied it, which, I've looked into a little bit, and it is... The samurai class were not a group of people to be trifled with, shall we say.
No. And they are not happy with the idea of Christianity taking hold in Japan, and start forcing people who they suspect to be Christians to do things like standing on or spitting on icons, and basically blaspheming. And then you end up with these people who came there as as missionaries to try to spread the gospel, but they end up kind of quote unquote converting to the local religion, and because the people who get the people who refuse to, spit on the icon, they end up getting executed in some pretty horrible ways. And I think the question of the film is it possible to be a Christian and have a faith, but not to express it? That's at least my take on the title of the film, Silence, which is quite thought-provoking. But I end up concluding the answer is no, that actually we are required to be a martyr if it comes to it. If we're asked to either deny Jesus or die. For example, so Romans 10,
just for the record, I largely agree with you, but I have an excellent counterpoint just as a mental exercise once we're done. So read, we'll follow your path and then we'll come back to
So this is a very famous verse. It says, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. As in spiritually saved, But I read this declare with your mouth as being public. And at the time this was written, that would have been a dangerous thing. So in this verse, I think there is an implication of so you have to also believe in your heart. So what you can't just say something that's for convenience and not actually believe it as well.
And internal conviction has to exist alongside the verbal declaration, the public action of.
And maybe there's been times in history where that's been the more important test because everybody's claiming to be Christians. But at times of persecution, I think we must make that active declaration, come what may. But go ahead with your counterpoint. I'm interested.
So, are you familiar with a historical figure by the name of Georgi Skanderbeg, or Castrioti, as per his name?
That name sounds familiar, but I couldn't tell you why.
So Skanderbeg was a leader of late 15th or sort of mid 15th century Albania, and he, I believe as a young man, I can't actually remember the exact circumstances because it's slightly just beyond my time period. He somehow ended up in Ottoman captivity and was actually raised as kind of like a because once the Turks breached the Ottomans breached into Egypt, into mainland Europe. They had this system called the I'm trying to think of what was it. Oh God, the name just escapes me. But they would recruit amongst young Christian boys, essentially abducting them from their families, and then have them brought to these essentially religious barracks and have them brutalized by their, you might say captain imams in a sense, and eventually sort of raised to be these zealous troops for the empire. And the best ones would be drafted into what we call the Janissaries, right? The Janissaries are a famous group of soldiers that were prominent in the Ottoman army for at least 200-300 years, maybe even longer, 400 years. And Castrioti was meant to be one of them, but instead he got sort of accepted into the court instead, and he actually grew up alongside the future sultan. And Castrioti was technically raised as a Muslim and practiced Islam within the walls of the capital, because it wasn't quite Constantinople yet. The Greeks still held that, but the Turks were in mainland Europe and a lot of other places in the Balkans. And Castrioti spent a long time in captivity, being held at court. And eventually, when he was repatriated to Albania in his 30s, he almost instantaneously converts away from Islam back to Christianity and wages a 25-year guerrilla campaign against the Ottomans, and actually ends up incorporating more lands into what is the nation of Albania than any other previous king before him, and kept the Ottomans out for the duration of his lifetime up until he died. When everyone else, like around him, the Serbs, the Bulgarians, even eventually Constantinople, fell to the Ottomans, Castrioti reigned over a unified kingdom and sort of, you might say, kept cover long enough to escape that captivity, and then immediately went on like this perpetual vendetta for the rest of his life against his captors. So I don't know how you necessarily want to try to interpret that, but I think it's an interesting counterpoint. I mostly agree with you, but the Castrioti example is an interesting counterpoint.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. And ultimately, there's never a simple definition for any of these things. I think if you are refusing to own your faith because of fear, then that is a failure to follow Jesus. However, if you have some other idea in mind, like you're planning to do something later that is
like
better
a
and more
master
courageous
vengeance plan.
and then maybe then there's some maybe that could work. But I guess in the case of in the case of the early Christian martyrs, I think that they are to be much revered. I think it's clear.
Yeah. And that was sort of like the starting point of this, right? And it's why I just thought the 42 martyrs of Amorion are also a great exemplar of that, because they are men fulfilling their duty to their country. Because I mean, East Rome was still a powerful nation at this point. In fact, it was on the ascendancy from sort of the mid 800s onwards up until the middle of the 1000s. Byzantium goes on this 200-year reconquest spree through the Near East. In eastern Anatolia, Syria, they recapture Crete, they recapture Cyprus, they conquer or reconquer Bulgaria. So it's sort of like this period of effervescence and regrowth and a resurgence of the East Romans and their sense of self-belief and their sort of you might say their spiritual vigor, their economic and military capacity. All these things kind of rise at the same time or are reborn at the same time. If I may use a Christian analogy. And so there's and I suppose that brings me to another example, because I mentioned when we spoke last year about sort of similar topics. I mentioned the Song of Roland, which is a recounting of the Battle of Roncesvalles, which is which was a conflict, a battle between Charlemagne's forces, his Franks, and the Muslims of Al-Andalus in Spain, and how Roland, there's two factors at play. One, he doesn't want to blow his war horn out of cowardice to alert Charlemagne, but there's these two bishops who are sort of like giving him opposite information, because there's one bishop that's sort of more, how can I put it, like a bit more sort of calm and measured, and you might say of the kind of Christianity that is mostly touted, oh, it's okay, just pray, and you'll be in God's hands, etc., which is probably part of this topic I want to talk to you about. And then the other one, Bishop Turpin, is this sort of like, you must fight and die for the Savior, and you're not a Christian if you don't hold your sword high, and these two sort of black and white aspects of Christianity that exist and historically. And anyway, Roland fights this rearguard action against this Muslim force, and eventually he blows the horn at the end, but not in wanting to be saved by Charlemagne, but he blows his horn in accordance with the fable, with the story, till his temples, his eardrums rupture, and he's eventually slain alongside everyone. But Charlemagne arrives soon after with his knights, and they drive the Muslims from the Pyrenees, and eventually the Franks drive the Muslims southward and begin like this sort of Spanish Reconquista, which sort of eventually culminates in 1792, many centuries later. But Roland is this wonderful heroic figure in Western chivalry, which to some degree takes me to my sort of next example I was going to go to of the First Crusade. And I suppose again, or not again, but the question I want to posit, both for the chat and I suppose for us two discussing this, is that faith, agency, and heroism. Because I often find myself talking with you might say clergymen from my local proximity, and I sort of say, like, to what degree can you just keep asking your parishioners to just pray for things? To what degree can they just be hope in God alone? To what degree must our faith be resembled in our earthly actions and deeds, and even in the practicing of our convictions? Because I always say, and my local priest always raises an eyebrow, because he goes, I know what you're saying, but we're not taught this anymore, like in the seminaries and whatever. And I said, think of the leaders of the First Crusade, Raymond of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Toronto and his son Tancred, who were Italian Normans. Robert of Flanders, Robert of Normandy, who's the son of William of Normandy, the eventual King of England. And these men and their contingents go on this perilous journey all the way through Anatolia, and they capture a number of cities off the Turks, and then they turn southwards at Antioch. They capture Antioch after over a year of siege against like this mixed Turkish-Arab force, to the point where they more than once had suffered starvation, but through sheer, I suppose, in one sense, this intangible spiritual conviction in their cause, but then also every day of that siege are willing to put on their armor and pick up their shields and swords and perform deeds of heroism under enormous duress. Because, I mean, the interesting thing about the siege of Antioch is not only are they trying to capture the city, but the Saracens, the Muslims, launch 2 to 3 major relieving attempts to sort of not only to kill the Crusaders, but obviously relieve the city of Antioch. All of them fail. They're all foiled by the Crusaders. And then eventually from Antioch, they make their way south along the Levantine coast. Eventually in 1099, on Christmas Day, after having besieged Jerusalem for a few weeks, captured on Christmas Day. And let's not forget that Pope Urban calls the First Crusade in 1095, and in 1096, at the end of 1096, they depart. It takes them 3 years to venture through the East Roman Empire, down the Levant, make it to Jerusalem, besiege the city and capture it after dozens and dozens of battles. To which point, I think less than a third of the original force actually makes it. Now, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, and you could say the same thing even for like the Siege of Malta, which occurs in the 16th century between the Knights of Malta and the Ottoman Turks. Like, to what degree is a man's martial capacity to fight combined with his spiritual convictions? That one must have belief, but also that belief must be practiced in action, and not just necessarily of the kind of things that we associate with modern day Christianity, of the dispensing of charity. And I mean, I'm someone who I did community service at my high school, and even after I left school, I did soup kitchen work. I have in my own way helped the unfortunate as well, because that's what we're taught to do, and it is a good thing to do, and any young man should do it, because you actually learn a lot about the world by seeing people who have nothing and how grateful people are just for like a cup of hot food, like some soup or some grub, whatever it is. It's an important lesson for anyone to learn, because it is a lesson that no matter how good things might be in life, to lose it, it is something else entirely. And most people don't have the constitution to endure the total loss of whatever they possess in life. So it's kind of an aside point, but it's just a point I want to make irrespective. But that, there has to be this sort of, and this is why in my own life, like personally speaking, I've always enjoyed martial arts. Like, I've mentioned before in other streams, like, I did boxing for many years. I think that fighting can be marred because of a culture problem in the modern day, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. But like, there's sort of like this intersection between, it's a line from Braveheart, the warrior poet, or as I like to even say, like the scholar soldier. If a person's ever read something like, say, Storm of Steel, or Mishima's work or whatever, I know that's non-Christian, but this idea that sort of man has these many aspects, of which there's like the fighter, the warrior, and then like this soulful and the spiritual. And I wonder if modern Christianity has very much lost sight of that. I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely an aspect to which both halves of this accusation stick. So on the one hand, people think that faith can be this isolated thing. You're just praying. You must have heard the expression, to be too heavenly minded to be of any earthly use, right?
Ooh, yes. I haven't heard it for a long time, but thank you for reminding me. Yes, very well played.
Yeah, the idea that you can just detach your faith and have it in a box, and open that box up maybe when you go to church or on a Sunday, and then the rest of the week it's just closed. And I absolutely, fascinating little passage from that on James talks about someone will say, you have faith, I have deeds. Show me your faith without deeds, I will show you my faith by my deeds. He's kind of saying, okay, faith without deeds is very difficult to prove. In fact, he says, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by actions, is dead. And then he says, you believe that there is one God. Good. Even the demons believe that and shudder. So he's like, yeah, okay, it's not just belief. There's more. There's got to be more to it. There's got to be actions. So that's one half of the accusation that I think does a lot of Christians, or people who would describe themselves as Christians, maybe they, it doesn't affect their life at all. And I think that's not faith. I mean, if it is faith, it's dead faith. But it's basically the same as saying it's not faith, right? You kind of you're dead until you come alive in Jesus. And then the other half of what you were saying about this kind of weak, pacifistic, inert version of Christianity, which, interestingly, in the previous hour, we talked a bit about how turn the other cheek can be overextended. And there is this aspect of Christians following in Jesus' example, where he turned even becoming a martyr into great strength. But Jesus also said in Matthew 10, if I can find it, do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. For I have come to turn a man against his father, a daughter against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who does not take up their cross and follows me is not worthy of me. For whoever finds their life will lose it, and whoever loses their life for my sake will find it. And I think there is an inescapably heroic element of you think of John 15:13 says, greater love has no one than this, that someone lay down his life for his friends. How can you picture a hero without picturing them, being willing to lay down their life? That is I think a fairly essential part of heroism. Actually, one that is sometimes forgot these days. You see the superheroes, quote unquote, superhero movies, and the heroes are defined just by their invulnerability. You're so cool, you can defeat all these people. But the heroism is in facing genuine danger and being really willing to put your life down. I think we should. Now I think we should be thankful if we do happen to live in a time when that's not necessary. But we should all be mentally prepared for if that time were to come.
I think there's a slight issue there about we should be grateful to not live in the times. I agree with you, like at a superficial level, right? For instance, but I guess modernity and the period that we have been born and raised in, I mean, not just us. You might say a couple of generations even prior to us, but we are those of us who are now either have been adults for a few years or are sort of entering adulthood now. I'm talking obviously millennials and Zoomers, right? We are seeing the consequences of the sort of inevitable sort of civilizational atrophy of what happens when those pressures aren't placed on a society. It's that whole sort of Roman bread and circuses problem of, when the legions are on the frontiers and they're in Germania and they're in, Mesopotamia and they're, in Africa, it doesn't matter, When the Goths are here and the surrounding Rome, there's 25,000 Visigoths who want to just tear the city to pieces. No one in Rome wants to fight anymore. And I think as much as how can I put it, as much as a sociological and as much a cultural problem as it is one based in faith. And I think the three kind of coexistence of like this sort of self-perpetuating sort of triangle, as it were, this trinity of sorts. I don't know how you feel about that, but I think that's a point I don't think we can ignore.
Yeah, and I'm also rethinking whether we should be necessarily thankful for living in a time of peace. Actually, I think spiritually, abundance and peace can be quite damaging. I mean, back to James again. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. So actually being put under perseverance and trial and standing strong is a blessing. And the blessing is the crown of life. So, and you know, the proof of your love for God is the perseverance under trial in this case.
Absolutely. Just as a matter of course, because I was thinking of an appropriately Christian symbol for my avatar for tonight's episode. Are you familiar with who I've got in my avatar for tonight, by any chance?
No, that looks like some fine facial hair.
It is a very Chad facial hair, a very Chad man, and I'm sure there's people in the chat who'll know. Be like, there'll be a few Greeks screaming out, it's like, oh, it's the emperor. It's Emperor Constantine Paleologos, the last emperor of the East Roman Empire. And why I think he's important is because he symbolizes a man who, exactly, excess of liberty, the Constantine 11th. He symbolizes this defiance at almost what would appear at the sort of surface level to be almost an insane level of defiance. But he is a man who fulfills his duties as a not only the leader of his city, but also a king of his realm and his people. And I don't know if you know the story of this, Lambda, but just prior to Sultan Mehmed proceeding with to besiege Constantinople, which would eventually result in its fall, he offered a treaty to Constantine in order to evacuate the city peaceably and hand it over. And in his reply to the Sultan, he says that I and no one in the city possess the right to be able to bequeath our ancestors' inheritance to you. Like, we do not possess the right to hand the city to you. And therefore, we, as Greeks and Romans, will fight and die defending our city. And that's essentially his answer to the offering, the Faustian pact, as it were, that you may leave with your life and your crown and your jewels, but surrender all that makes you you and your people you, or them rather. And he says, no, we will fight. And for those of you who aren't familiar with the siege of Constantinople, well, the Ottomans converged on Constantinople with over 100,000 men, and the Greeks could summon 7,000 to 8,000 men, and a mixed band of Italian mercenaries brought about 1,000 men with them, and they held out for over a month. And that in itself is a dramatic act of heroism. And for me, given I know obviously at this point this is post the schism, which is 1054, but even Christians of different stripes can sort of share each other's heroic narratives, or in fact our narratives writ large, but certainly our heroic narrative should be shared amongst each other and used for mutual inspiration. Much in the same way that like a non-Catholic can go, oh, Jan Sobieski, who drove the Ottomans back from the siege of Vienna, was a Chad, or something like that. But to think of the immense odds that were stacked against Constantinos Palaiologos, and at the very end, when the Turks do breach the gates of the city at the Blaşane, which is this sort of palace complex that, if you actually go to Istanbul today, and much of the Theodosian walls are still there, the Blaşane Palace is not there, but you actually still see the old gate and the old tower, which are proximate to that wall, which is where the Turks broke through initially. And every eyewitness universally attested to the fact that he threw off his cloak and drew his sword, and he goes, well, the city has fallen, and yet I still live. And no one found his body. He died alongside his men. Obviously, we don't want Christians to throw their lives away needlessly, but there's this idea of sort of duty that I think is, again, one of those things kind of lost in the modern day, or duty is sometimes absconded for incorrect purposes, or for malintent, not necessarily the individuals, but people above them, you might say. For instance, in our circles, we talk about, like the GAE and, military adventures and elites and that sort of stuff. Like, I would never question the courage, right, of a Green Beret or an SAS commando or something, right? But ultimately, who are you benefiting? Is it a righteous cause? In your heart, could you answer to God and say that this is the path of righteousness? And I guess that is a question ultimately, as a part of, you might say, as an internal heroism for ourselves, are we true to that within ourselves and amongst our smallest unit, which is us as individuals and us as our family? And then in the greater sense of the word, are we serving a cause that is righteous in the meta sense? Are our efforts and our labors and our deeds fulfilling a broader sense of righteousness and heroism? And I think that's incumbent for all of us to ask. And we are human. We sometimes fail that. But at the very least, we should be cognizant of it and strive towards it.
Let me give you one more quote to respond to from St. Ignatius of Loyola. It is not the strength of the body that counts, but the perseverance of the spirit. Do you think that speaks truly of the nature of heroism? That it's about the spirit that you show that is within?
I think doubtlessly. I think people can performatively act courageously without it if they have either the requisite disposition or the requisite training, because those things are beyond faith. And sometimes a person can compensate with other facets of their character. But I think the greatest sort of quintessential example of that would be those things plus faith. For instance, we were talking about the First Crusade earlier and how... Oh, hello, Years.
Hello.
Hey. Keep going for us. Finish that sentence.
Sorry. No, all good. And that, these are, Christian knights who, wear the finest armor and have, their own, entourages and squires, and they've levied their own troops on their own lands, and they have their own, retinues of fellow knights and fighting men and, marshals from their lands, and they're going on this hazardous journey. And we've got to think, this is traveling from modern day Istanbul to modern day Jerusalem on horseback, with canteens and a few carts worth of supplies, and, hoping for the best. And yet, these are men of great physical prowess. And for instance, one can read Anna Komnena, who was deeply impressed by the physicality of the Normans. She says so in her book, and I will leave it there. But, these are huge, you might say Chad, hunky Western knights. So they have a physical, like a tangible physical strength, and they have a combat prowess. They're, wherever they fight, the Saracens are often terrified of them. But also, these are men of deep religious conviction. Like, one of the men leading contingents in the First Crusade is none other than Bishop Adhemar, who's the papal legate, who basically commands or co-commands the army up until the siege of Antioch, where I believe he dies just after they capture the city. But what I'm trying to make a point of is that those soldiers on the First Crusade were sort of this sort of coexistence of those things that we've been talking about. They've got the physical, tangible prowess, the physical strength. They've got the characteristic disposition for aggression and for fighting, alongside that spiritual fire, that unshakable conviction that their cause is righteous and just, and that they are fulfilling their duties as Christians. And I think when you combine those things together, you have the most potent example of what you just asked.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question for both of you. How do you find that, like, understanding specifically Christian history means that you know more about who you are personally, and you understand more about the culture that you call home or that you grew up with?
Furious? Do you want to go first?
Oh no, you're the new rival. The handover's happening.
Okay.
You can take the swing off the plate. Since you're the American here.
Okay.
Hit the home run.
This is probably a good lead into what I wanted to talk about today. Ask me your question again concisely, so I can.
Yeah,
so
sorry,
that
was a bit long, wasn't it?
From it.
Okay. Let me formulate it concisely, because, of course, it's much easier to waffle than to be short.
That's okay. I'll do a bit of waffling myself when I get to my answer. So,
has learning about the Christian influence of your ancestors been significant to you?
Yes and no. My ancestors specifically, yes. Learning about why there is Christianity that I know, where it's come from, and why a certain unnameable ethnic group is connected to, and how they are both not and both are the originators of this religious set, has opened my eyes to a lot of things about the lies we've been told, the manipulations that are baked into the things we are supposed to believe, and why it is righteous to fight it for folk and for future.
All right. Well, there's going to be plenty to go over it, I guess, over the next hour. Furious,
Yeah.
do you want to give a word to this?
I will. I don't know how long you want me around, because I kind of have a nice, elegant bookend as well of who I think historically is the greatest exemplar of your question. So I don't know if you want me to just share it now.
Yeah, I mean, the first 15 or 20 minutes of your hour was kind of stomped. Oh, that's not fair.
No, that's not fair.
We were enjoying talking with Aidan. But,
I enjoy Furious. He can stay as long as he wants, as far as I'm concerned. So.
Okay. Take your time, Furious.
It's gonna be like a Yiz and Furious episode.
Sounds good to me.
And yeah, exactly. But so I think that's true. But I mean, I might make a spicy comment here in saying that depending where a person's from, and depending, I think that's actually true for spirituality in any sense. I think it just happens to be more true of Christianity because Christianity is true, firstly, and that we are products of it from a spiritual and a civilizational context. But say, for example, if you were Japanese, for instance, and you were sort of fulfilling the Shinto principles of their religion, then you would be, to sort of take a leaf out of Mishima, you'd be sort of exalting your principles that belong to your ancestors, and are aspiring to its quintessential ideals. For instance, fulfilling the Bushido code, for instance, which is their tradition, not ours. Ours is a different set of traditions. Say, for example, if you were Persian and you were one of the few people who are still Zoroastrian, that would be true to the Persian civilizational tradition, and like a continuum of what their ancestors adhered to, and you're living that out in the modern day. And that if you were, as a Persian, to sort of carry that to its quintessential sort of maximum, to use a clumsy term, you would be fulfilling what you're suggesting. Meanwhile, in the West, I think, yes, it's very true that, by sort of discovering or how can I phrase this? For let's say, for a person who isn't acquainted with Christianity, discovering Christianity or feeling like this sense of faith in it, or for someone who perhaps lapsed, which is something that I've struggled with in life, and then rediscovering this sense of I know zeal's often a pejorative word, but no, I will actually use zeal in this context. When you discover that sort of zeal and that fire and that renewed sense of faith, and you sort of are reinvigorated.
It's what drives me too now.
It exactly is, and I'm very. I got a feeling this is like from orthodoxy, but I can't remember who conceived of this quote, but they say that water is everywhere, but when you want to quench your thirst, you go to a well. Well, God is everywhere, but when you wish to quench your spiritual thirst, you go to church, or you go to a monastery. You attend,
or read the Bible,
Mass, or you read the Bible. But that is particularly relevant. And I think for me, the one historical person, because I know I've sort of been Byzantine LARPing a little bit this episode, but there's an emperor.
It's acceptable.
Oh, thanks, Yves. I appreciate the graciousness. There's an emperor at the peak of what they call the Komnenoi Restoration, which is just after the catastrophe of Manzikert 1071. The Komnenoi are aristocratic family that take power in Constantinople about 10 years after that catastrophe happens. And John II is the son of Alexios, because Alexios is the first emperor of the dynasty. John II is the son who takes power after Alexios dies. And what's amazing about John is, because many will call him the Marcus Aurelius of the Greek East. It's very much how he's considered. And I'll read this excerpt. It's out of Wikipedia, so a person can read it if they want to. But just because it's brief, I'll read this description of him, if I may. The Latin historian William of Tyre described John as short and unusually ugly, with eyes, hair, and complexion so dark he was known as the Moor. Yet, despite his physical appearance, John was known as Kaleo Ionis, John the Good or John the Beautiful. The epithet referred to his character. Both his parents were unusually pious, and John surpassed even them. Members of his court were expected to restrict their conversations to serious subjects only. The food served at the emperor's table was very frugal, and John lectured and often chastised courtiers who lived in excessive luxury. His speech was dignified, but he engaged in repartee on occasion. All accounts agree, both Christian and Muslim, that he was a faithful husband to his wife, an unusual trait in a medieval ruler. Despite his personal austerity, John had a high conception of the imperial role and would appear in full ceremonial splendor when this was advantageous. John was famed for his piety and was remarkably mild in his just reign. He is considered an exceptional moral ruler at a time when cruelty was the norm. He is reputed to never have condemned anyone to death or mutilation. Charity was dispensed lavishly. For this reason, he's been called the Byzantine Marcus Aurelius. By his example of his personal morality and piety, he effected a notable improvement in the manners of his age. Depictions of him and his actions indicate that he had great self-control and personal courage and was an excellent strategist and general. Throughout his campaigns, he annexed a great number of territories back into the Byzantine Empire. He is said to have ordered 90 sieges of cities he reincorporated into the empire, personally leading 12 of them, and never lost a battle. So in that summary, I see the quintessential exemplar of probably the greatest Christian king that ever lived, and most people don't know about him. And it's this intersection of moderation and by leading by deed, not just by instruction, not the whole monkey see, monkey do thing. No, he, despite being emperor and sometimes exuding the imperial role for purposes of power, he was still moderate and was frugal himself. He held
the word you're looking for is paragon. He was a paragon of being a good Christian.
Absolutely is. And and even though he was just and mild, he chastised the people around him who lived luxuriously. And though the people were, because of the medieval age, most peasants were of modest means, he dispensed that charity lavishly. And when he led his men in battle, he was himself personally courageous, even though he wasn't he wasn't like this, behemoth Norman knight like the Crusaders were. He was personally courageous, and he fostered the lives of his men very carefully. He never risked them when he didn't need to. Yet he was dedicated to restoring his empire and led it in a very judicious way. And I think that when you really look into it, and for a person who studies Byzantology as a subject, you really begin to realize that given what was at stake and what would actually befall the East Roman Empire after he died prematurely of a wound, actually, he was a standout ruler, not just of his realm, but of actually all world history. And it's a pity more people don't actually know about him. And I think Lambda, in a roundabout way, sorry, I've ranted a little, that this individual does summarize that, as Yiz has very succinctly and accurately put it, the absolute paragon.
And I'd like to segue from there, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
In the Go Free method, in the White Wellbeing community, we have a phrase called KIP, K-I-P. It stands for Keep It Promethean, Keep It Pristine. That is to encourage us to be the paragons of morality and success and personal growth, and share that fire like the flame of Prometheus with our kinfolk that need it. Because with all the ugliness that we face, the anti-whiteism we see all around us, the spiritual decay from simply living in an ugly empire that's shredded everything of value and tries to steal it from us, it is of critical importance to not let that flame go out. The fire that drove that great paragon of Christianity, the fire that Furious and I both feel for not just doing what's right, but doing what is right for others into the future, for carrying that forward. This is an important kernel that has been lost, scrubbed out of all Christianity that I've witnessed around here, out of the Christianity that I've felt around me in the United States, perhaps maybe the world over. And I know that it's a meme and we joke about bring back the Crusades, we need a holy war, all this other stuff. But I think one of the reasons why those of us who feel this way say those kind of memes is we want morality and future and majesty and kingdom and empire to mean something again. Because right now, what is empire? Corporate market shares, military contracts, regime change. Like that is not noble. That's not glorified. God doesn't like that. I think that God would find that distasteful, maybe even sinful. And I hope that with the encouragement and the way that I speak to others, it will help them embrace the things that matter to the ethnos. And I know that many people do not like Christianity, and they have some valid criticisms of it, both at the inception from long ago and the way it's been weaponized against us in the last 100 years. I know those are fair arguments, but the point is, a people need a binding spiritual glue that holds us together, that everyone from a king to a pauper can look up to and see his place in a greater order of being. And statism doesn't offer us that. Atheism doesn't offer us that. And if there was an extant non-Christian or pagan-based thing that offered that and it was real, then maybe we can have that. But what we have now is only Christianity to look to for that great order, for that divine order. And it's already something that exists in a lot of us. And that's why I wanted to talk today about why I view religious practices and a shared belief structure as important to the folk. It's important to the kingdom. It's important to empire. Because if you are only driven by petty hatred, like we know the certain element of the people that unfortunately associate with us, who always want to name this one particular ethnic group and act like they're the great Satan behind everything. While some of their points may be correct, it is an unhealthy, immoral viewpoint to try to create culture, movements, family, and folk around hating an outgroup. It doesn't lead to success. It doesn't lead to the glorification of God, the glorification of your own people. Excuse me, I have to flip a bug. There we go. It's mating season for a certain kind of beetle around here, so they're everywhere. And they get in the house no matter how much you try. Anyway, one was about to crawl into my microphone, and I didn't want you to hear somebody grating cheese on my microphone, so I had to flip it off. But the reason I say all of this is it's very important to have this structure of non-material being that we can all share and see as a framework for morality, how to comport ourselves, the necessity of charity, nobility, stoicism, and, when need be, a sword. And that doesn't mean we have to all be nuts and go attack the government or blow up whatever. I'm not saying that. But we have to start engendering a spirit in the people around us that we are in an existential, moral, spiritual battle against evil. And evil can take many forms. Apathy, anti-whiteism in media, the ethnic battles going on for territory and resources around the world. Many of them are anti-Christian. One could even argue that the people in control of my country are very anti-Christian as well. So we have to take...
I think that's true for all of our countries, right? Let's be fair.
Yeah, I mean, let's be fair, yeah. But unfortunately, my country is kind of the big bad guy on the block right now.
Yeah,
so
true.
But
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No problem. I was about to wrap up by saying it is important to look at what you can do and what you have to work with. Because one of the problems we have with all of the dissident right spurgery and a lot of the Christian spurgery is they talk about ideals and what should be, and they are unwilling to look down and see the massive chasm between where we are and what they want or what they say we can get to. And what I'm telling you is we have to be the ones willing to get into the mud and lay the ugly foundations that we're never going to know what actually comes. But until those of us are willing to get down into the mud, into the filth, get dirty, and do what we can to fight this war how we can, it takes us to build that foundation for others to climb up out of this pit in future generations. And if we let that fire go out and we stray away from a moral greater order path, then we are going to fall to infighting, and we're going to be no more than just other people driven by material needs and base lusts of hatred, greed, and lust. And we need better than that, or we're not going to have a glorious imperium for our folk anymore. And so that's why I think ethnos relies directly on some kind of moral, spiritual, religious order to have anything great beyond just subsistence existence. And I don't think anyone here wants that. Well, I forgive my southern niceties.
Furious, I feel like maybe if you've got any last comments, either on your topic or your topic of connecting with Christian roots.
Yeah, I was going to say at 2:20, at 20 minutes past, I think we're sort of hitting the crossover with myself and Aiden, so it's probably a nice time to bookend it. But no, that was a wonderful point by Years, and I think that's actually a wonderful place for me to sort of place that final bookend and leave. And that is to say that I think this is why. I mean, I'm speaking for myself here, but I mean, there's a number of people who do good work in this field. But I think I know you had Mr. Majesty on a couple of days ago, Lambda. And this is why I think his channel, and I mean, I'm just a humble part of it. I mean, he's the main driver of it, and he's had guests such as Columba and Semigog and myself and Hitman and others. That we sort of Years does hearken to something that is so important, and that is our roots and how those who control our countries, whatever their persuasions and heritage may be, the worst thing that can happen to us is to be deracinated, and that deracinate ourselves voluntarily, because a lot of people that we know, I'm sure each of us in our individual lives, wherever we are, I mean, obviously this is probably chiefly true for the Anglosphere and Western Europe sort of writ large, but there are essentially, it's characterized by the Western liberal. These are people who will tear themselves out of their own ground and applaud themselves for doing so. And that is playing into the hands of these people who are demonic and have an evil agenda. And that agenda is the corrosion, the subversion, ultimately destruction of both us and our civilization. And we must claw to that. And we must act with great courage and boldness and tenacity to ensure that, because in the end, none of us know what fate awaits us, what the next, 10 years, 5 years, heck, even 18 months will hold. This world is becoming increasingly uncertain and unbalanced. And as, systems and infrastructures and institutions continually atrophy, as a result of violinism and atheism and God knows what else, we are going to have to hold fast to things that matter. And we are going to have to find an inner strength that probably most of us never realized we even had. And, I think Years does great work in this sort of white well-being sphere that, is to be applauded. And there's many like you, Years, of course. And I think that, people of a historical background and people of an advocacy background, we have an awful lot of crossover, because I don't think one can exist without the other, to be honest with you, because retelling history is pointless without the well-being, and it's hard to find well-being without history. So I think there's a lot of connection in that sense. And I know you're not
knowing who you should be knowing who you should be requires knowing who you came from.
Correct. And any of the old wisdom, actually I started my segment with talking about Cicero in History and Life, which had nothing to do with what I was actually going to talk about. But Cicero has a wonderful quote about how, because he's a man who just goes on and on about the importance of books. But he says that, history is, I'm sort of paraphrasing because I just don't have the quote on hand, but essentially that, history is, one of the most vital things. It teaches us about the things that men worked for and died for, the reasons for them living. It gave them, context and meaning in their time, and that, the continuation of themselves exists in history beyond them. And we have to sort of account for ourselves as not just we need to be able to hold our ground and have mooring and purpose in our day, but that arguably our most sacred duty and our most fundamental objective has to be as a conduit that we can hold, the dikes up, as it were. We can hold the banks in place and not be inundated by this ocean of pessimism and darkness and evil. That we can be a conduit for long enough that we can pass on these vital, truisms and narratives and stories and our own inheritance into the future. That will be our most difficult task. And I suppose how I can fit this into what Lambda's doing, faith is a fundamental part of that. And on that basis, unless you have a question, Yiz, I might take my leave.
Thank you, Furious. It was lovely to speak with you like usual. I look forward to streaming with you again.
Of course, and we must do so. I know you've kindly invited me, Yiz, and now that IRL is settled down a little bit, we'll have to try and tee up something soon, okay?
Well, I've been getting a litany of strikes this year, so I've only been able to have access to my YouTube channel for about 1 out of the last 6 weeks, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay, we'll try.
I'll get my channel back again here in about a week and a half. And
okay, well, in the end, just DM me, Yiz, and we'll sort something out. And of course, Lambda, I've enjoyed the second year of Lambster, and I wish everyone, of course, for people who've celebrated, I wish you all a wonderful and peaceful and joyous Easter. And if you have family and friends, enjoy it with them and enjoy their time, because you never know how long they or you will be on this earth. And, a little food, a little drink, and a little joy in moderation is not a sin. One of the great joys in life is friendship and family, and don't ever
absolutely
forget it. God bless you all.
Like a true med.
Thank you, Lambda, and indeed, Yiz, Lambda. Thank you, chat. Thank you very much. Take care and God bless.
See you, Furious.
Take care.
Well, it's just occurred to me there's probably a lot of crossover between med culture and southern US culture, isn't there? In certain ways,
I would say in some ways. I know from my few Mediterranean friends I have that, like in Appalachia and in a lot of the Deep South, there is a much greater cultural focus on big family groups and living as a clan, instead of like a lot of white people live in sort of little individual
boxes.
In little boxes. Yeah. Here in Appalachia, the way I grew up is, 5 or 6 big family clans with all their cousins and uncles and nephews and everything, but all on property together in a couple of mountain hollers. And, those 5 or 6 families, they got their squabbles and their feuds, but hell will come to anybody that comes to threaten a lot of them together. That's, so we got more guns than we have shoes and Bibles. So it's,
so, you're, I think, correct me if I don't want to mischaracterize, but you're in the position where you feel that you struggle to embrace some of the sort of metaphysical claims of Christianity, some of the spiritual ideas, but you still find value in considering yourself in some sense to be a Christian, maybe in a sort of cultural way.
Very close. Yes, I do definitely consider myself to be Christian. I don't think that religion is a choice that you can make as easily as people make it out. I don't think that you can. I was raised Christian. I was raised Southern Baptist with East European Orthodox sprinkled in just a little bit because of the East European wife that my father took. Most of my experience growing up was very, very Christian. I went to a small private Christian school. I was taught about everything from warfare and history and how to comport myself through the lens of Christianity. Now, why do I say that that's not really a choice? Well, I didn't choose to be American. I didn't choose to be intersex. I didn't choose to be Appalachian. I think that your primary religion, if you are actually raised that way, not just, well, my grandmother was Jewish, so I'm Jewish, but I don't practice, and neither did my parents. Or, I was born in the South, but both my parents, technically were Christians, but they both worked at a university, and I was raised atheist. We just, went to church every once in a while. That's not what I'm talking about. People who, like me, who are really raised religiously and get a religious upbringing, like most people in Muslim countries, like a lot of Jewish people, like a lot of Christian people, I don't think you can easily just snip that out and divorce that from your identity. It's too heavily encoded into how you believe, think, and feel everything. And so being a Christian is part of my ethnos. And that's what I want to talk about today. Is the reason why I said the things I said earlier is now that I'm in my 40s and I've been active in this culture war, existential war for about a decade, the people that I meet who are the most rudderless, who are the most angry, who are the most prone to lone wolf violence or throwing their lives away doing terrorism, these people don't have good fathers. They don't have good families. They don't have any religious structure or order to them. And I think that really it's a sign that the more deracinated you become, the more prone to all of the Satan's pitfalls you open yourself up to. Now, of course, I've told you guys, I don't genuinely believe in magic and fantastical things. My brain doesn't work that way. But I operate as if they are true. Now, that is a logical choice that I make. I operate as if there really is a real force of good and evil, and something about how all of our religious expressions over the last hundreds, if not thousands of years have manifested, that is a real thing. I can't discount that. There is this effluvia that we all experience that is a shared mental, spiritual experience, and those of us of the mind and spirit to speak about it, we know that we share that. That's a real thing. But you can't hand wave that away with atheism and science. You just can't do it. And so coming back to that, it gives me it gives me a different outlook, a different vantage point about looking at the. There's another one of these beetles. Give me a second. Go away. They're, they're like little assassin bugs or stink bugs or something. And this time of year they mate, and there's thousands of them everywhere. They're not dangerous. They just get in the way. But anyway, sure. The reason why I have this vantage point and I look down on the problems that we face as Appalachians, as Tennesseans, as Americans, and then our bigger group, Western civilization, I see that the claws of modernity, progressivism, anti-whiteism, feminism, war machine, these things have been scratching away and pulling apart the non-material foundations of our civilization. Family, tradition, religion, even the concept of a greater order of things that you're a part of, that's basically been erased from our civilization entirely. And I think that that is a core pillar of existence. Now, of course, being a Western person, I identify more with ethnos than race. I don't think most white people have very high racial consciousness. That's just not really part of us. And that's much to our chagrin, because those who are not like that are sort of taking advantage of that. But that's why I'm a white well-being advocate, is I want to rekindle a feeling of empire, a feeling of great order, a feeling of you belong to something much bigger than you. It goes into the past and it goes into the future. And if you're a white person, you need to get involved. You need to care about that, because there are powerful, rich people of many different organizations, of many different types, that would very much like you not to, because they want to just use you for your labor until they're done with us, and then they'll cast us aside, and their own people, whatever that may be, will take over. They will step into the driver's seat where you live. Where you live. It doesn't matter where you live and what white country you live in. They're coming for us. They're going to come for us, and they're going to take us over if we don't develop the mental, spiritual strength necessary to resist that. And that's why I like being a white well-being advocate. I don't point the finger at the Jays or the Muslims or the Chinese or the Indians and say, oh, we got to hate them. We got to ostracize them. I focus on getting people to love and embrace who they are, their history, their culture, whether that means you're a Scottish person and you love Northern Scotland, or you live here in Appalachia and you love being part of where this is. I do my best to get people to love and breathe life of themselves into that, because that is what leads to the organization and the desire to keep hostile forces out and to actually educate your children about the existential need for these things. And I see that with the Christians around me. I don't see any other group doing that outside of a couple of groups of Asatru that I've met in this region. They're doing that too. So again, I'm not throwing pagans under the bus here, but I'm not pagan. And I've read a book or so, like I've got both of the Eddas and the Introduction to Asatru, but my mind and spirit was formed as I was raised in Christianity. That is who I will be. That is how I will die. I am a Christian, even though I don't technically believe in God. I operate as if it is true, and I do my best to be a good Christian. I pray, I read the Bible, I attend church groups, I talk to my mother about God. I act as if it is all real, because my life is better when doing that. And I believe that it matters in a way bigger than me. So that, I know that was like 8 or 9 minutes of just me talking, but I wanted to get all of that out so everyone can know why I say what I do, and the reason why I view religion as not a tool to be used, but as just as much of an important expression as family and government is our religious pillar. And we have to have that to have a functional, strong ethnos. We have to make all of these things work together for our great order and for our success and future. And I know that certain mid-century Germans talked like this as well way back in the day, but that doesn't mean that it's any less true, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't view religion as an important, healthy part of this material world. It's not just something that should lead you to pray and hope for the best and then not do anything else. Like you and Furious were talking about deeds. We need more in the deeds department. So that's why I encourage people to take action and to create community groups, to create community however you can, whether it's a Go Free Club or a community watch or creating a church that just isn't full of anti-white nonsense. This is why I encourage people to build a community, because that's where I think we will have success and actually create an inoculation versus what's being done to us.
What do you think is the most appealing aspects of a Christian morality or ethic?
I think, The most appealing to me personally, or do you mean universally?
To you.
Me personally, it's knowing that actions matter. Because when you look at everything else out there, it doesn't really matter, does it? I like knowing that there's going to be a test at the end, and if I paid attention, I can do better than others. I like knowing that if I'm running an obstacle course, there are people behind me trying to beat me and do a better time. I like knowing that on the battlefield, it's not just me and one other opponent. I have to worry about landmines, airstrikes, people using active camo, people that are hiding or sniping at me. We have to look at this game that we're in of civilization. There needs to be something outside of that that's the referee or judging us for our deeds, for our nobility, for our actions that we take in this grand game of life and civilization. And I think Christianity is great for that. I want to believe that at the end, I'll stand before whatever judges me and I'll say, I did these reasons, or I did this for these reasons. Judge me accordingly. And that knowing, like believing that that is real, acting as if that is real, since I can't technically believe it. Like I made a joke on another stream about how I pretend Ted the Fed sits on my shoulder all the time. And I just assume everyone I ever talk to or everything I ever do, the FBI automatically knows. That keeps me honest, right? And I got that model from Christianity. What would Jesus do? What would the angel want you to do on your shoulder? And so I go through life thinking, okay, I've done a lot of evil, degenerate shit back when I gave up and didn't care. I've done a lot of dark things. I have a terrible past, okay? But I started realizing the error of my ways, and I wanted to improve myself. I still couldn't believe, but the more that I've gotten into this war and the more that I view what's wrong, the more that I see, not just for others, but for myself. I needed to be more Christian. I needed to be more holy. I needed to be more like Jesus. I needed to be more pure, more pristine, and be a Promethean that inspires others to be that way. Because if we don't have a collective rule set that we all play by, and there's some kind of judgment that comes from the outside of that to judge us for our failures and to reward us for our successes, then it just becomes a zero-sum winner-take-all, and when your life is over, nothing matters, and it doesn't matter how Machiavellian and evil you were or how pious and righteous you were. If you're just dead and then there's nothing after that, then what's the point? What's the point to any of it? And the people who made our civilization, the people who forged empires and fought wars and created cathedrals, they weren't atheists. They didn't believe that, well, all we are is just apes killing each other. They didn't believe that. And so I don't want to believe that either, because I've seen what that thinking leads to. It leads to violent radicals that want to blow up synagogues. It leads to wasteful soy boys that just want to click the dopamine button every day until they die from diabetes or whatever. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that for myself. I don't want that for our people. So I have to lead by example. So for the last 4.5, 5 years, I have been a practicing Christian again. I read, I pray every day. I act as if it's all real. And it's given me a better mental structure. It's given me a better way to connect to the people around me. Like, because here in Appalachia, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, Luke. If you're not a Christian and you don't act and talk like it, it's like you don't speak half the language here. So
right.
That's why I think that it needs to be that way. Like, I want people to operate as if, as important as your language is to your loved ones, your beliefs about the divine and your place in the great order should be just as important. Because not only will that make you a more righteous, careful-minded person, it will make you a pillar of your community and inspire others to think more than just themselves, think outside in a bigger way. And that's how we need all of our people to think and to feel. Because if we're just a sea of individuals, we're going to be conquered by any collective. Because remember, in a world of competing collectives, individualism is suicide.
Are there any aspects of Christian morality or Christian teaching that you find difficult to accept or adopt for yourself? And if so, how do you navigate those? Well,
specifically the way I was taught about violence, aggression, and turning the other cheek. I don't, even after all the years I've thought about it, after the preachers and trusted friends that are very big time Christians, such as yourself, that I've spoken to. Good night, Furious. He just told me good night. Good night, Furious. God bless. The thing that I have an issue with is taking up arms and going on the aggressive. The Christians of old crusaded. And I don't know how else to say this, so I'm just going to say it. We are in a holy war right now, and we're losing. And the major roadblock that I have when trying to learn how to speak to other Christians about why we need to view our lives as a unified war against evil, and that we should use our deeds to fight that, it is always met with turn the other cheek. I'll just pray about it. Let God sort them out. It's not my place to judge. Blah, 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 blah. It's just Christian inefficacy, weakness. I feel like they're just passing the buck because they don't want to feel like the weight of everything is on their shoulders. And they just want to pray about it and then go to work and watch sport ball. And that is my primary issue with Christianity right now, is there's nothing that I can find in the Bible that will inspire Christians around me to think that we live in a war and we should act like it. And I don't know how to fix that. I don't know how to square that.
I mean, the Middle Age European Christians were involved in crusades, but then there's been Christianity's been expressed in lots of different ways. So what is it about that particular, like, why do you feel particularly drawn to that time period or that place in history?
I'm not particularly drawn to that time period. It's just an example everybody knows of Christians actually going on the offensive and doing organized martial things and caring about empire together as Christians. It's just an easy thing to point to. Now, I'm not a historian. I'm not an academic. Y'all know that. So I can't cite a bunch of sources like Furious can, or instances. I can't do that. But what I mean is, I want people around me here in Appalachia, where I live, to act like the forces of good and evil that they say they believe in are real. And I want them to take action accordingly. And many of them, to their credit, are. Like I've talked about, in this part of Tennessee where I live, and in Southern Virginia and West Virginia here in Appalachia, homeschooling numbers by county are up between 400 and 600%. There are new private schools, Christian schools, being made. My cousin has even wanted to start one. She's in education. They're wanting to start, and she works in a very large city in Tennessee, and she says that education is absolute cancer, and they want to just move away. Her and some other administrators want to just start their own school for white Christians, because everything else is just becoming cancer. And so there are people organizing and doing well, but the few people in my life that I have access to personally, they just don't want to hear it. And I would like to see one day a moral, righteous unification of people all across the West that are just tired of the evil. And they say, okay, no more. And we start building our own little communities. Then we start networking. Then we start organizing. And then maybe one day, I don't know what they'll call it in the future. It probably won't be called a crusade, but it'll be some kind of mass moral action by white people who have not given up yet. And we're going to take back our damn destiny from these evil satanic monsters. And I just hope that I live to see the beginning of that.
Yeah. Apostolic Majesty I had on to talk about a period in European history that his argument, and I find it quite interesting, is that he described himself as cynical with regards to the actual motives of the people. So bits of the Jansenism thing, and also the Reformation more broadly, and lots of other religious movements, is usually talked about in theological terms. And his argument is that although there were people who cared about it on an ideological front, actually there was much more of politics involved, and it was kind of convenient to say, for example, the Reformation, right? A bunch of people saying that the Roman pontiff is no longer going to be the head of the church. But of course, having the head of your religion that all the people you follow, like living in Italy, is kind of a political inconvenience. So you could look at those dual causes and say both there is the actual people who believe for theological reasons that we need to break away from the Catholic Church. But additionally, there's all the people who couldn't care less about the religious arguments, but kind of want to ally with the reformers and say, like, what we actually care about is, breaking away from Italian political influence. So, to what degree do you think there can be sort of temporary alliance, as it were, or for a long or a short period of time, between people whose interests are genuinely theological, and then other people who don't have a particular theological axe to grind?
Well, I have a very
their
easy
interests end up going along. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a very easy point to that, and it comes up a lot because I'm a white well-being advocate. I say, do you see how they're already white erasing us from everything? They want to erase us from history. They want to erase you from schools. They want to take your children from you. They are erasing us, white people. And let me ask you something, Mr. Christian or Mrs. Christian. 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the road, if this continues, do you think there will even be Christianity left? I don't. I believe that if you care about Christendom, it dies with the European race. And if you don't care about that, then you don't care about Christianity and vice versa. Now, I know that there are a lot of spurgs who hate Christianity on the white right or whatever, and they say that that's not true. But I say to them, what we have is who we are and who we came from. Christianity and Christendom has been a very serious part of the last at least 1,000 years of our race and all that we've made in Western civilization. That's why it's critically important right now. Maybe 10,000 years from now, that won't be the case. But now, if you care about the existence and the proselytizing, if you're a Protestant, if you care about the kingdom of God, and you're a European, do you really think that if things continue to go this way, and we are flooded with Africans and Asians in our own countries until there's nothing of us left and we're scattered to the winds, do you really think that Christianity will survive? I don't. I think that we will be conquered, replaced, our history will be changed, our people will be broken, and our beliefs in Christianity, despite its Semitic origin, if you believe that, Christianity as we know it has embraced things from paganism, and as we have it today, it's very much a European creation. So all the types of Christianity that we have today in our civilization, if we are gone, they will be gone. So that's what I say to that. That's why you should care about ethnos, race, religion, all of it together. Because if you care about one of those pillars, you kind of got to care about all of them because they're all necessary for civilization.
All right, this might be my last question because I'm going to take a 10-minute break shortly. So some people would argue that the moral teachings of Christianity and various other things about the faith are deeply intertwined with the metaphysical claims to the point where it's sort of incoherent to try to disentangle them. And it's probably a fairly modern idea that you could embrace a faith in a pragmatic way, that you can believe it without believing it, as it were.
Sure.
So how would you respond?
How do I square that circle?
Yeah.
Let me tell you how I square that circle. I am not a scientist. I'm not an academic. I have not spent hundreds or thousands of hours of my life studying all the different kinds of science and engineering and technologies that we have. But I see airports. I see planes flying overhead. I've ridden in planes before. They didn't crash. They didn't break or blow up. They operated as I was told they would operate, and they do a lot of good. I view the divine in the same way. Like I mentioned earlier, everyone who built pretty much everything in civilization was not an atheist. And the structure, the thing that they built, and they show me that it works, like an airport and airplanes, is a moral divine order, and what we call religion built around that. I see it function. I see it's good. So I believe in the underpinning, not ideas, but the underpinning theorems or whatever of science that makes airplanes possible, the same way that I believe Christianity works for me and works for the people around here, and that's why I believe we need it, or something like it, to have a civilization, is you have to have the things I mentioned earlier. I won't repeat myself. But when I look and I say, okay, well, a submarine works, I don't really know how, but it works. How does a nuclear explosion or a nuclear reactor work? I know the basics, but it works, doesn't it? Well, I think nuclear power, from all that I've learned, is the absolute best energy production we have on Earth. So I'm not a physicist. I don't understand energy. I don't really understand that kind of logistics, but I see it work. And so I support it and I believe in it. And I believe in it firmly enough to say I think nuclear energy is the best that we have going on planet Earth right now. And so I think Christianity is the best we have going on Earth right now for the religion of the West right now. That's how I square that circle. And so I operate as if it is all true.
Very good. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Yiz. It's always so interesting to hear your perspective and your point of view, and and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. It was lovely being here again. God bless.
Lambda Conversations 2023. I guess if I'm going to play this every single hour over the course of the week, some of you will end up watching this section 40 times. Okay, so first of all, are you subscribed to this channel? Should be quick and easy to check. And if not, why not? I basically only use this channel once a year, so there's no need to fear notification spam. Imagine the travesty that it would be if in a year from now you missed Lambda Conversations 2024. Also click the bell button, and the bell button will give you a push notification a year from now, and you will think back and thank yourself for the foresight that you showed. I have another channel. The other channel is called Lambda Bible Studies. Every episode, every stream, we pick a chapter of the Bible and I have a guest and we talk over it. Just type in Lambda Bible Studies into the YouTube search box and it'll be the top result. Subscribe there, check it out, try it, see what good it does you to have an injection of the Bible, of Scripture, almost like into your veins. Although maybe that's actually a dangerous analogy to use right now. Byline for the channel should be try injecting something that's good for you this year. There's also a Discord associated with that channel, a lively community that's ranges from wise veterans of the faith through to seekers who are trying to figure out more. Maybe they're on a faith journey of their own. I also have a Twitter. Go and check me out at I am Lambda, all one word. If you're anything like me, and I suspect that you are, you spend too much time online as it is in this weird, cursed half-life that we all have to endure. The thing that I'm most excited to tell you about is called Lambda Weekend Retreat. And actually, we did one of these last year. It was a massive success. From Friday the 21st to Sunday the 23rd of July, a group of us will be staying on the beautiful south coast of England, 10 minutes walk from the beach. If you're interested, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. But it's more than just an opportunity to hang out with each other. It's a big opportunity to clear time in your calendar, clear time in your life to draw closer to God. Last year, about half the people who came weren't Christians. We sang hymns, we did Bible studies, we prayed, we talked about faith. And I don't believe there was a single person who regretted coming in the slightest. It was a really genuinely joyful, amazing time, a chance to take faith a little bit more seriously. Jesus said, "Behold, I send you out as sheep in the midst of wolves. So be wise as serpents and innocent as doves." My mission is to foster a community of Christians who are indeed wise as serpents, who see through the lies we're surrounded by. If you're interested in this, send me an email, lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Check your diary, the weekend of the 22nd of July. I anticipate that it's going to be overbooked pretty quickly, so I will have to do first come, first served. If enough people get in touch, I might look into doing a second retreat, maybe the following weekend. Let's have a look at some footage from last year's weekend retreat.
So we're like 20 minutes walk to the beach, surrounded by a bunch of trees, like really tranquil.
But the area is very pretty. For Swiss people, any place near the sea is great. So it's been very fun so far, and the weather's been fantastic. And I met a bunch of very nice people, so it's all been great.
It's been a nice change of pace. in that regard, and everyone's been really nice. There haven't been any schisms that I've been aware of, so...
I've gotten a much closer relationship to God. I don't feel like a LARPer when praying anymore.
I came into here as I wouldn't say a skeptic, it's very much a person who hasn't been brought up in any sort of spirituality and no connection to religiosity. It's definitely opened my eyes. It's given me a view into scripture that I've never, ever read, not even offhand at school. And it's very different coming at it from a outsider's perspective, I feel. It's definitely been very positive.
It's good to meet people who have been Christians all their lives, and people who are, like me and have recently found Christ, or people who are still seeking, and be able to discuss with them, the joys of God and of worship.
I've not had much church experience. We've gone intermittently to our local C.V. church for a couple of years, but off and on. So I've not really had any experience for anything like this before.
There is a level of instant available camaraderie, which is lovely. Having it's like being in a society where people have shared assumptions again.
You do feel like you're not so alone in a big world.
A lot of us, I think we've come to Christ sort of on our own, so it's going to be quite isolating a lot of the time.
You've taught me some skills I didn't know I probably needed for Bible study, and with it being my first Bible study, it's been nice to be around people who are in the same boat.
I came here very much as a seeker, hoping to find connection, and my worry was essentially, is this going to be too high level? Am I not going to get any references? But there was absolutely none of that.
I haven't really read a lot of the Bible on my own, so it's been nice to read some of the important verses.
Local church by me I've never had any interaction with whatsoever, but coming into a group of very open, easy to talk to Christians has been wonderful.
It's just really nice to do Bible studies in person with like a community, and obviously, like with this community, you can get like really intelligent people coming along, kind of giving their own understandings, and you're kind of getting insights that you wouldn't get on your own.
I think the group discussions were very interesting. Lots of different points of view that came together.
This is the thing I always find about Bible study, is that it's particularly satisfying to make connections to other parts of Scripture, especially the Old Testament.
The microscopic detail that you can go into about everything is fascinating, really. It's like an endless rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So I think when I'm reading in future, I'll be paying extra close attention.
The biggest things I hadn't noticed were in the wedding at Cana, which I think I had such a simplistic child level understanding of before. The sacred nature of the vessels, the one stored in, the way that the miracle was hidden, and where it was placed within the ministry. It's just a whole new level to the process, and the metaphorical level on which you get the idea that the best wine being saved till last might be about more than just the wine.
It's a bit different to hearing it on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's a bit more personal and obviously a bit more interactive.
It's been wonderful, really. I didn't really know what to expect, but it's been just wonderful having a space to kind of think about Jesus and sort of Christianity quite intellectually, but it's not been intimidating. It's just been really free and open.
I think it's good to know that you don't actually fully have to understand faith for you to begin to step in the way of Christ, and to be able to begin to experience the fruits of the Holy Spirit and of God. And I think that's important to know that you don't have to comprehend everything. You just have to have some faith.
It's been great. I've gotten so many new friends here.
I definitely feel God's been here with us this weekend with the Spirit and stuff.
It's just joyful, really. It's just been so much fun and so kind of, freeing and joyful and open.
For closing thoughts, I think I am not going to be alone in saying that there is a big appetite to do this again. Give it a try. As someone with very little experience, it's been very rewarding, very reassuring, and we're definitely going to get something out of it. How can I say it? People are inspiring. These are good people to emulate.
I've really had a lovely time. It's it's a shame that it was so short.
This is a this is a mission field that needs to be continued. We should definitely do it again.
I hope I'll be able to attend again.
Would you come again?
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Yeah, it would be amazing.
Yes, absolutely, in a heartbeat.
So have a serious think about coming to that, maybe pray about it. The future is uncertain. There are serious things to be worried about. There's many ways that we could respond to this, but I really believe that the difference between disaster and renewal, both individually, as a community, and nationally, is how we respond spiritually. And perhaps part of the way that you can act towards that end is to come and join with people who feel the same way as you do. The Lambda Weekend Retreat starts on Friday, the 21st of July. Email lambda.retreats@gmail.com. Do it now to secure a place. This is the end. My next guest is my good friend Philip, who has been on my Lambda Bible Studies channel many times. How are you doing, Philip?
I'm doing great. Thanks, Luke. How are you doing?
Doing well. This is pre-recorded. If it seems to viewers like I've suddenly got an increase in energy, that's probably because I'm playing this. I've got a few of these pre-recorded streams, and I'm not sure exactly when they will go, but perhaps when I'm flagging, or the guest has dropped out or whatever, or maybe this was pre-planned. I don't want to cast aspersions. Maybe all of my guests have turned up on time. So the title of this hour is Firstborn of the Dead. What are we talking about?
We're talking about one of the most relevant topics to mankind ever.
That's a strong statement. You're going to have to back that up.
Okay. Well, it's death. So
yeah, this will pair well with my stream about taxes then.
Exactly. Yes. Taxes is the reality, and death is just the metaphor, I think. so yes, we're talking about the resurrection, seeing as Easter is kind of the theme of the season in which we find ourselves, and we are going to see shortly that the main character of history is also referred to on occasion as the firstborn of the dead, or the firstborn from the dead, depending on how you translate it. So I wanted to take a look at this characteristic or this aspect of Jesus a little bit more closely.
Shall I advance the slides?
Sure. Yeah. So here we see Jesus the White.
Oh yes.
It's not supposed to be a racial statement, but
anyway. Tolkien reference.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So the first question: what is death? How would you define death, Luke?
The great enemy.
Oh,
I think the obvious meaning of death is your life has ended. So death is something that could only happen to somebody who is in some sense alive, and when that life disappears, that moment is your death. How's that as a definition?
Yeah, I like that, because it kind of brings in the concept of privation, and if sin is understood as privation, so like a fall away from an originally perfect state, then death, being the wages of sin, as we also know from Romans 6, is that, I think. But that is kind of like a more theological definition. One of the things I had to think about was a clinical definition, which I've also kind of summarized up here on the left, where you need a doctor to diagnose it, because the doctors are the medical doctors in most cases when it comes to biology, other kind of priests of our age.
And you hear these stories of people who were pronounced dead, clinically dead, medically dead, and then miraculously they come back to life, and that's always intrigued me, that there's this definition of death that I guess is, you've indicated there, heart death, brain death, some kind of monitoring that we use to check on the body, and there's kind of this assumption that a body is, you can keep it alive, but if it at any point becomes not alive, you can't then return it to life in the non-miraculous realm. I guess even we have ideas that somebody might be frozen in ice. I don't think this actually happens, but the idea that you're in suspended animation, or like Disney was going to freeze himself for future medical technology to bring him back. But you have to almost stop time, prevent any change, because once that life is gone, then you can't it's like the breath of God is required almost to reanimate.
Yeah, that's also quite interesting, because he is referred to as calling back his breath from humanity, like he calls his breath back, his spirit back from humans when they die on occasion in the Psalms and in the Book of Job and so on. So I quite like that image. And this, so you pointed out the heart death, brain death dualism that's brought up in clinical definitions. I had to do a seminar, and I participated in a seminar in that recently, and I found it quite interesting, because there one can see how our ability to manipulate material reality through machinery and like genetic, technology and so on, has brought us to a point where we can almost prevent people from being as dead as they're supposed to be, because you can like keep their heart pumping using machinery whilst their brain is completely died, actually. Or you can, well, no, actually the heart is kind of a prerequisite for the brain to be alive. So you can have brain dead people, and then the question is, are they actually dead if they're kind of dependent on a machine, or is heart death?
If you could keep the rest of the body alive, quote unquote, but with no brain at all, or no brain activity, is that life in any sense? My intuition says that the opposite is more true. If you could keep the brain going with no body, that would be alive. So that there's kind of with relation to humans, then the bit of the human that we really care about is their brain, more so than the rest of them. But maybe that's just a modern perception.
Well, it is interesting to me that you need like all of the rest of the body to function before the brain, in its most aware state, can do what it does best, or before the characteristic quality of a person that you love can bring itself into expression in a lot of ways. So it is kind of the crowning element of engaging with a human. And I think another thing that I've become aware of through thinking about these things is the fact that we, in a modern society and in a modern, more scientifically oriented world, try to reduce everything to like its barest essentials, and to think about things as if they are actually only the bare essentials and nothing else, in a lot of ways. Or we try to, and sometimes the attempt is that we're trying to redefine the essentials. So, and we can almost do that again with reference to like things you can do in genetics, like you can almost recode some of the genetics of biological creatures, and we've been doing it for a long time. So, so we can like rewrite essential characteristics of creatures, and I think what it does in some other ways is that it kind of blocks out the fact that we are bound into a much broader, much bigger reality, and we're blocking out that fact in order to work with like the human being, as if the human being isn't a part of the rest of the natural world. And if you redefine humanity, it won't have any consequences for everything else, like this kind of chaos theory butterfly effect. I think that kind of is a good reason for why one should also strive for a more theological, if not philosophical, but obviously I prefer a theological definition for death. And then also, yes, life and what that is.
And of course, you then have death used as a metaphor, which makes things even more complicated, where you have maybe the simplest version of death that we are confronted with is a person who we knew who dies, and then they no longer exist in our lives, and then that becomes a metaphor for other things that die in the same sense. It's an abstract concept of death, and then the abstract concept then gets brought back in to trying to understand what human death means, and you've almost got a complete closed loop where your language has developed based on something you didn't understand, and then when you try to go back to understand the original thing, you realize that your language all just has this basic understanding baked into it about a process that we haven't fully thought through.
Mm. Yeah, that's interesting. Because this kind of incongruence between reality and our language is a big problem in our in our time.
I mean, I'm interested. I don't know if you're going to come to this later in the presentation. Perhaps I should just let you keep going through your plan thing. But there's this phrase that's always stuck with me from 2 Corinthians, where Paul says that as long as we are at home in the body, we are away from the Lord. And then he says actually he would prefer to be away from the body and at home with the Lord. So there's this strange sense of almost our spirit being at home, whatever that means, in one place or the other. So whilst we're on this earth, we are at home in our bodies, but away from the Lord. And then the process of dying is almost like moving house. And then of course the ultimate end state when there is a new creation is to be re-embodied, resurrected, and then to be both at home with the Lord and also at home in a body. But the current situation of at home in the body but away from the Lord is actually not as good of a state as being away from the body and at home with the Lord.
Yeah, I think that's a really good reference. I don't have that text in here, but that's
great. Well, I'm glad I brought it up then, because I think that's really food for thought. So something I don't feel like I've bottomed out that little tranche of thought. But yes, carry on with Ephesians, maybe.
Yes, exactly. So I mean that builds a nice bridge to to Ephesians 2, which was also written by Paul. And here he says, and you he made alive. So here we've got life, who were dead. And how does he qualify death? He says, you are dead in trespasses and sins. So again, he says in Romans 6 that death is the wages of sin. Yes. So sin leads to death. And in sinning, we participate in a reality of death, just as in Christ we participate in the reality of life, which he comes to in the following. So in which you once walked according to the course of this world, according to the prince of the power of the air, the spirit who now works in the sons of disobedience. And that's a reference to Satan. So here we've got the contrast between life and death, and the one who makes us alive is God. And again, the sin, the trespass, these are all terms that refer to a kind of movement away from the ideal, or a failure to comply to the ideal, which is how God originally created man in the Garden of Eden, which I also don't explicitly have up in the slides, but that's definitely a place that one can always go back to see how did God originally create man, and how did they betray him and fall into a deprived and dying nature.
Are you going to mention Nicodemus?
No. So that would
Great.
also be
Okay,
good
let me bring that in. So Nicodemus was told by Jesus that you needed to be born again, hence the idea of a born again Christian, right? And he said, somewhat understandably, are you asking for me to return once again into my mother's womb to be born a second time? What have you got in mind here, Jesus? And Jesus was a little bit dismayed that he was meant to be the teacher and he didn't know what Jesus was going on about. And what I guess what Jesus was getting at was that being given physical life, the ability to exist with a body in the world, but being born with the mortality as a descendant of Adam, right? You are kind of, with the curse on the day that you eat of the fruit, you will surely die. You're almost born dead spiritually, even if you're physically alive. So I feel like there's a flavor of that in this passage from Ephesians, where you were dead in your trespasses and sins, and you weren't actually dead, but spiritually you were dead, and dead in the same way as the dead body has absolutely zero physical capability of doing anything. In the same way, a spiritually dead body has no capacity to do anything in the spiritual realm. There's no way a dead body can spiritually relate to God, and it needs a miraculous gift of life in the same way as your original birth was not your choice or under your control, but it's a great gift to you. We all rely on that second birth to happen.
Yeah, I think the womb is also a very sacred space in a lot of ways, because it's the place where life is actually generated. I mean, we've done a stream on that before, but other than that, the fact of life is also a big mystery, I think, scientifically, because of because of the law of entropy, which is also an interesting parallel to death and sin, that things decay. And the fact that you've got life, you've got things actually building, constructing themselves and striving for something that is greater, that also all kind of seems to contradict this law of entropy or decay.
Colossians
1. This is one of my favorite texts, I think. This is that hymn about who Jesus is. And it's got a lot of parallels to like John 1 and to Ephesians, the letter of Ephesians, generally speaking, which we've just heard a bit from. Paul also says something similar here in Colossians. Also says, walking in your sins you were dead, although not in the song here.
Do you want to read the passage?
Sure, yes. So, Colossians 1 from verse 15. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. For by him all things were created that are in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible, whether thrones or dominions or principalities or powers. All things were created through him and for him. And he is before all things, and in him all things consist. And he is the head of the body, the church, who is the beginning, the firstborn from the dead, that in all things he may have the preeminence. So here we've got
there is that phrase.
Yeah.
The firstborn from the dead. Firstborn, I feel like there's some cultural significance to the firstborn that we don't so much have these days. I mean, I've sometimes wondered if that's something that we should perhaps try to bring back, the idea that the firstborn has both particular responsibilities and particular, that they have particular
privileges, maybe
primacy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I am the firstborn of my siblings, so maybe I have some inherent reason to wonder about this.
Yes.
Yeah. If you're, I don't know, if you're a farmer and you own a farm, and at some point you're going to retire and hand over control of the farm, traditionally, and perhaps this still does tend to happen, one of your children will take over from you, and more likely than not, that will be whoever is the eldest of your children. And in some sense, that if you don't have any other children, your firstborn is is the most important child, because they're the only one at that point, and they may be the only one that you ever have. So to commit your firstborn to a certain job may mean that's the only thing that your children ever do, right? So there's this sense where what happens with your firstborn, what you choose to assign to them as a goal for their life reflects your priorities.
Yeah, God also calls the firstborn the first fruit of your labors, or something like this, in the law of Moses, which I also like, because I think there is a kind of intensity. I'm the secondborn, so I speak from a slightly different perspective, maybe. But I do think there is a kind of intensity to the role that the firstborn child in general, but then also the firstborn son in a lot of ways, with reference to the relationship that children have with their fathers, embody, because they take on the first experience that the parents have with having a son, and they take on the first time going into the world as a child of a specific household, and they can kind of teach their younger siblings, if they have younger siblings, about how the world is. And that also kind of frees up the hands of the parents, so that they've essentially got someone who takes over this role of being a parent in some ways, so that the firstborn also acts kind of like a priestly figure that mediates between parents and younger siblings, And I definitely think there's a lot to that. And that's also a part of the heritage that leads up to this text in Colossians. And one sees that he's referred to as the firstborn in the beginning of the hymn here, firstly as the firstborn over all creation. And then he's also referred to as the firstborn of the new creation, but with the terminology of from the dead. So there's a clear indication again that the first creation, the original creation, fell away from original life, from everything that was very good, as God declared it. And then out of this fall, there's a new creation that's generated, and of it, Christ is the head, and it is made manifest in this world now already through the church, the bride of God.
There's this sense that the firstborn has sort of significance and importance above the later born, and then there's this interesting issue almost that Jesus was born only 2,000 years ago, much later than lots of the other, the patriarchs, right? Abraham, David. And there's a sense where with proper understanding of the respect we give to elders and then ancestors even more so, doesn't that make Jesus secondary or tertiary compared to Abraham? And I think that would have been a very natural understanding to have of the prophets at the time. But if you consider that the ongoing life of Abraham is only possible because he follows Jesus in Jesus's resurrection, and therefore, if you don't consider the moment of first physical birth, but the moment of first spiritual birth, then Jesus actually is the firstborn.
Yeah, in Job, there's this incredible phrase where he says, while he's busy suffering, I know that my Redeemer lives and I will see him on the last day, and all of this. So you've got characters in the Old Testament, and Job you can also probably date to very early on in the history of human civilization. And
I've heard probably secular scholars, right, dating Job as the oldest book in the Bible.
Yes, yeah. So
I wouldn't go that far, right? I mean, the descriptions of what happened during creation, or at least accounts of things that are older than Job. But
yes, yeah, I think so as well.
So what do you think? What do you think Job would have understood by that phrase? I know that my Redeemer lives.
I think the way that the patriarchs, and I would count Job as a patriarch, even though he's not one of the three main patriarchs that lead up to the nation of Israel, because he's also someone who lives in a different country. But one also sees the further back you go in history, the more people have a similar way of structuring society and so on around their deity, and these deities are also somehow very reminiscent of like angelic beings or of God's law in a lot of ways. So I think the way they thought about it is that God is someone who has the characteristics of a person. So they speak about him in embodied language, and he kind of raises up people that mediate him, and he communicates with people through speech and so on, and through imagery. And that means I think Job did understand God to be like Jesus, in the same way that Simeon does. Maybe when Simeon sees Jesus and then sings the song of Simeon and says, "My eyes have seen your salvation, which you have prepared before all people," and so on. So I think Job was thinking of Jesus.
So he had a better understanding than people who lived a lot later and had a lot more revelation in many cases.
Yeah, I think there's the further away you move from the source, the more convoluted and watered down the truth becomes in a lot of ways.
Which is concerning for us, given that we're trying to reconstruct things, that were written a long time ago in different cultures, different languages. So can we have any confidence in the truth of any of our conclusions?
Well, I think in the firm basis that we have in Scripture, we definitely can have confidence, but not only because we have the Holy Spirit, which is something that's difficult to qualify scientifically in a modern sense, but because these words have proven themselves through history. I mean, it literally is the oldest book that we have in a lot of ways, as some would say, and it draws a line of continuity from the beginning of civilization all the way to at least to the time of the apostles. And then the continuity from the apostles to us is also pretty easy to trace, at least in terms of historical resource or source texts and so on. How you interpret them depends on how biased you are, I guess, but also how ideologically possessed.
We are not biased in any way. So
no, not at all. We've got the pure lens of the gospel.
Revelation 1. John, to the 7 churches which are in Asia, grace to you and peace from him who is and who was and who is to come, and from the 7 spirits who are before his throne, and from Jesus Christ, the faithful witness, the firstborn from the dead, and the ruler over the kings of the earth. To him who loved us and washed us from our sins in his own blood, and has made us kings and priests to his God and Father. To him be glory and dominion forever and ever. Amen.
Amen.
There's that phrase again, this time being written by somebody different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so now we've got John writing about it. And John also has very interesting imagery. I think John speaks a bit more in terms of this participation in. So there's a reality of darkness and death and the world, the cosmos. That's like a logic of the flesh in a lot of ways. And the more you participate in that, the less you're participating in the light of Christ and in true life. And that means that you're separated from God. And that's also, I think, a more biblical way of defining death is a state in which we've been removed from the holiness of God. We've been cast out of the Garden of Eden. We're not in his sanctuary. And you also see when, like, Samson's parents or something encounter the angel of the Lord, or when prophets have visions of God, they're always like, woe is me, I must perish because I've seen God. And then God cleanses them, makes them holy, makes them righteous as he is holy and righteous. And when they have been clothed with his foreign righteousness, they're able to be in his presence and participate in his life. And I think that's what Christ gives us, as John writes here, that we've been washed in his blood, washed from our sins.
Is somebody dead before they're born?
Whoa. like in the as an embryo in the womb, or
before they're conceived, maybe I should say. I'm just pondering on this. Ooh. Firstborn from the dead. It seems like that category of the dead is really meaning people who have lived and died. And so Jesus is then the firstborn only after his resurrection, not after the incarnation, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, after the incarnation, he is without sin, and he is made to be sin for us, as Paul writes in Romans, so that he takes on our sin and pays the price of death.
Yeah.
And yeah, so he does actually literally die in his body as well. And then he rises from the dead. So he's also the firstborn from the dead in this sense. But I think he participates in humanity. And in doing so, he also walks around among those who are dead in their trespasses as one who is alive in the power of God before he even dies. So
you would say Jesus was among the dead before his crucifixion?
I think so. I mean, I'll have to think about it myself a bit more, but I think he was among the dead, not as one of the dead, but as as one who was walking around.
This phrase "to be firstborn from the dead," does that? I read that at least as saying Jesus was one of the dead.
Yes, I think he becomes one of the dead in his crucifixion.
Yeah.
But I think his relationship to death is that he was innocent, so he didn't actually, by anything that he did or was in and of himself, deserve that death. Which means that being the firstborn of the dead in some senses is being, I don't know, the one who wasn't supposed to die, but he's also the one who is able to die without it having any real consequences.
Now, if the wages of sin is death, and yet Jesus pays that cost, why then do we all still physically die?
Well, there's an element to it that Jesus is showing us the way. So he's showing us death it's not what you think. She's just sleeping, right? He says about the daughter of Jairus. And then he goes and wakes her up, and everyone's like, first they laugh at him, then he does it, and then they're like, okay. And with Lazarus, it's the same, that there was someone who was actually, by human standards, declared clinically dead and shoved in the earth, or they were lying on a bed. And then Jesus rocks up and he's like, no, that's not how you see someone who has been declared clinically dead through the eyes of faith. And Christ's faith is ultimately also a faith in the Father that he proclaims to us. And so he sees these people and he recognizes they're not dead in the theological sense. I mean, they are, but what death is in the theological sense is just asleep. And there, I think you also have in the background the fact that humanity wasn't created to die. They were created as immortal beings. And so death isn't, what do you call it? Annihilation, that you become nothing, but rather death is this moving house, as you described it earlier. I think that's a very good way of putting it. Like you're leaving the clay vessel of your body with your spirit, which is not how you were originally intended to function, but that's how it is now. And so Christ, when he dies, he shows us it's not the end, it's just a sleep, it's just a doorway to a greater reality. And he proves that by then rising from the dead and ascending into heaven. So I think, there's, to some degree, sin still has to be paid for. So it's a question of justice. But because Christ has paid for it by participating in the death that we're supposed to pay with, he's paid the price to the extent that death for us no longer means an ultimate punishment, but it's just a doorway now. So it's become a blessing for us in some ways.
If there's these two distinct things, two distinct meanings of death, the death that is the punishment due to sin that we are spared by Christ's death, but then also the physical death that is merely a temporary thing, moving to be, with the Lord. I guess is the implication then that because Jesus is not punished into eternity, so he's not paying an eternal cost in terms of time, right? He's not. He doesn't have to miss out on glory. But I guess he says, my God, why have you forsaken me?" There's this theological angle that I remember coming across probably 10 years ago or so, where the real punishment that Jesus was most paying was not the nails in the hands and the asphyxiation and the physical torment, but separation from God, that God turns his face away, or however you want to phrase it, and therefore that punishment is in some way the true horror that is being conjured by images of lakes of fire or whatever, other imagery. We are given kind of physical pain as a proxy for the actual punishment that is being removed from God's goodness and presence and grace, and that's what Jesus actually went through. So like true hopelessness and spiritual death, that is what's meant by the wages of sin is death.
Well, he definitely takes the wrath of God onto himself in a full way. Like he drinks the whole chalice of God's wrath. Throughout the Bible, we've got God's wrath being described as a vessel that gets filled up, so the iniquity of the Amorites has not yet been fulfilled. So is how he describes it. For example, it occurs all over the place in the Bible. And so God is patient and slow to anger and so on, so that people have the chance to repent. But at some point, their sin kind of reaches the brim, and then God makes them drink, get a taste. He makes them get a taste of their own medicine, essentially. And that's what happens with Jesus. He drinks the whole chalice, the wine that's been pressed through the judgment process, all the way down to the dregs on the cross. I think it's John Calvin who speaks about this as what hell actually is, that Christ on the cross is enduring hell because he's suffering this despair, and yet at the end that's the true hope that we have as Christians have as well, because Jesus at the end says, "Into your hands I commend my spirit," or commit my spirit, and so he's still showing he believes despite his hopelessness in a lot of ways. There's no way out. God has forsaken him on the earth, but his spirit will still go into the lap of Abraham, as it were.
And there's also a sense in which we are born creatures with sinful fleshly desires, slaves to sin, as it's often described, and then we put that we put, in a sense, and in another sense are putting, in a continuous way, that being to death. And although that process is not completed, it's one of these now and not yet instances, but we commit ourselves, and in particular as we are baptized and we go down into the water as though being buried, we commit ourselves to no longer be following the interests and passions that body had, and instead to, as we're raised up, to take on the new characteristics of this new life with completely different passions. So in a sense, Jesus was putting to death any possibility of him taking the kinds of individual, personal temptations that the devil tempted him with. He was saying, I'm not following that path. And in fact, I'm taking with me all of the sinful nature of all of the people who will eventually follow me in this act. And when I'm raised again, then it will be to a sinless life. So there's the sense of like the bit of us that we in many ways dislike, that we're jealous or angry or lustful or whatever, that really does die. And when we're raised again, that's gone. Like we know there is none of that aspect of our personality in the universe to act towards those sinful ends.
That makes a perfect bridge to the next passage, I think.
Awesome. Do you read it?
Sure. So here we've got John 12 from the Gospel. This is quite interesting. Okay, no, so it's not quite this passage yet, but this also continues to build the bridge. So we're going to have to endure the tension for now. But yes, so here it says, now there were certain Greeks among those who came up to worship at the feast. Then they came to Philip. That's me. No, it's not me. Who was from Bethsaida of Galilee. So yeah, it's not me. Okay. And asked him, saying, "Sir, we wish to see Jesus." Philip came and told Andrew, and in turn Andrew and Philip told Jesus. But Jesus answered them, saying, "The hour has come that the Son of Man should be glorified. Most assuredly I say to you, unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much grain. He who loves his life will lose it, and he who hates his life in this world will keep it for eternal life. And if anyone serves me, let him follow me, and where I am, there my servant will be also. If anyone serves me, him my Father will honor."
Now, an insufferable, boring modern scientist would say the grain isn't dead in the ground. But I think given
it's just sleeping.
Yeah, well, quite. But given the discussion we've had so far on this stream, then it seems perfectly natural to equate the grain going into the ground, much like a body going into the ground, right? So it will never be seen again as a grain, but it produces the stem, the shoot that will become, which will then produce many more similar grains.
Yeah, I think it's quite a potent image for the battle that rages within us all, that there's the Holy Spirit who is kind of killing the old man that is in us, and through that process a shoot is being brought forth out of our old fallen nature.
And if you think that the process of going into the ground, now for a grain, I don't think a grain cares. But we understand that as people, we don't want to give up our life. We particularly don't want to give up all of our kind of sinful pleasures. But if we don't give them up, actually we will reach the end of, our short span of freedom, quote unquote, when suddenly that's it. That's the end of our pleasure seeking. We're now in torment, and everybody who did successfully give up on their pride and change their life and serve God are then blessed with a degree of fulfillment in their new desires that would have been impossible even in the most hedonistic lifestyle to achieve.
Yeah, I think this another thing that we're brought to consider in this text is the art of dying, maybe in a lot of ways, the ars moriendi, where those who hate their life in this world will be honored by their Father. And you touched on that earlier as well, that we die to ourselves and we participate in something greater. I think it's also got something to do with orientation. Like, what are you aiming for? Are you aiming for purely worldly goals? Because this world is transient and it will pass away. Even you will pass away at some point, as Solomon is quick to point out in Ecclesiastes. But if we aim for something that is eternal, for the Heavenly Father, for the God as Christ reveals him to us and is to us, we participate in something that is undying And so we ourselves also become undying, despite the fact that part of us dies, the more we participate in it. So it's kind of a painful dying to self continually. And I think that's how I understand repentance as well. And you describe baptism like that. I think repentance is a daily return to our baptism that kind of makes us participate in this life again. It's a being bound up again into that which kills the old nature and produces in us something that can, give people what they actually need: hope and love, and to be faithful and to contribute to society in ways that are constructive and life-giving.
Is this the passage that we were bridging towards?
Yes. So now the extended bridge.
Shall I read this one?
Sure.
I mean, I just love Romans 8 so much. So, what then shall we say to these things? I mean, everyone else who hasn't read Romans 8 is going to have to read the first 30 verses to know the context. But yeah, what then shall we say to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? He who did not spare his own son, but delivered him up for us all, how shall he not with him also freely give us all things? Who shall bring a charge against God's elect? It is God who justifies. Who is he who condemns? It is Christ who died, and furthermore is also risen, and is even at the right hand of God, who also makes intercession for us. Who shall separate us from the love of Christ? Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword? As it is written, for your sake we are killed all day long. We are accounted as sheep for the slaughter. Yet in all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other created thing shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus, our Lord. Oh, what a passage.
Yeah, it's incredible. I put it just for you, Luke.
I appreciate it.
But there's another theme that's taken up here, which I also find quite interesting, which is that of the angels, the principalities, the powers, because that's come up in the passage from Revelations, and it's come up from the Revelation, and it's also come up in the passage from Colossians. It's also big in Ephesians and so on. So Jesus is actually, he's like permeated all of creation, as Paul also describes it in at the end of 1 Corinthians, in 1 Corinthians 15, which is also very important for this topic, but I don't have it here. And there he says that Christ has become all in all. So he's by dying, by going into the darkest recesses and corners of the creation that's tried to betray him and depart from him, he's penetrated all the way into its darkest depths, and he's conquered even those. So he's even gone into like the shadow realm of the dead and returned from it. And in so doing, he's proven to us his lordship of it all. So there are no powers in this world that we should fear or pay too much attention to. Obviously, we should be wary. We shouldn't fall asleep in our watchfulness in this passing life, but at the same time, we should never be afraid. Perfect love drives out fear, as John writes. And that's what we have in Christ Jesus our Lord.
It's interesting. It's this verse 34, right, that says, who is he who condemns? Presumably continuing this theme of like, well, if God is for us, who could be against us? Let's go through and think about all the ways that somebody could be against us and how futile it would be to try to oppose God in these things. And so then okay, let's suppose somebody is against us by condemning. And he says, well, it's going to be futile because it was Christ who died and was risen and is at the right hand of God and makes intercession for us. So, so I guess to me, this is saying the condemnation is ineffective because Christ has already been not only been kind of convicted for the condemnation of our sins, but has already died, already paid the price, and already risen. You know, it's like so much in the past and dealt with. And he's now at the right hand of God making intercession for us, like constantly reminding the great cosmic justice system that the price has been paid. So like, how foolish does the condemner seem once you take all of that into account, right?
Yeah. Like the ultimate embodiment of righteousness, who because of that is also greater than any other power that attempts to assert its own, you know, form of justice.
And the risen is a bit like the it's a bit like the receipt, you know. So when we rise from the dead, it's like any former guilt that we may have felt is just completely washed away and gone, because clearly, having risen, that whole span of existence is in our past, right? So it's to go back to the theme of the stream of the firstborn among the dead. Anybody who's in that category of was dead and is alive is like ultimately vindicated.
So that passage spoke about what Christ did for us as well as humanity. Like it was pretty Christ-centered and spoke about how that is applied to us on a more universal scale, I think. And now we come to Romans 6, which speaks about it on a more individual level. And you mentioned baptism, so which is the topic of Romans 6.
Yeah, so, this fits very much with what I was saying earlier, doesn't it?
Yeah.
About how the sinful nature, the sinful person that we were, gets killed by us in many ways. Like we put our old selves to death. Quite rightly too. It's like proper justice. That old self was a nasty piece of work.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's the Holy Spirit in us, and it's God's law that reveals this to us. So so I wouldn't want to really take credit for it, but God gives us the credit, which is kind of which seems like it's unjust even, but in the end, that's how His justice works.
I'm wondering, in the interests of time, if we carry on.
Yeah,
we do the last passage.
Yes, I think so as well.
Do you want to read this one?
Sure. Yes, so that's Isaiah 55. I decided to stick with Roman numerals.
Yeah, that's gone beyond my comfort level with Roman numerals.
So here God speaks through his mouth, Isaiah. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are my ways your ways my ways, says the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so my ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. For as the rain comes down and the snow from heaven, and do not return there, but water the earth, and make it bring forth and bud, that it may give seed to the sower and bread to the eater, so shall my word be that goes forth from my mouth. It shall not return to me void, but it shall accomplish what I please, and it shall prosper in the thing for which I sent it.
I mean, that is true power, isn't it? This is the idea of God's complete confidence that he never makes an action in a futile way. There's never a sense that he regrets anything that he's done, or feels like it was, oh, I gave that a go and it didn't work. Like complete precision in his action. What were you looking to bring out of this text?
So here there's a pretty strong parallel to the text that we read in John 12, where Jesus says, if the seed or the grain doesn't die when it falls into the ground, it stays alone. But if it dies, it brings forth much fruit. And here God also speaks about his word, which is also taken up in the beginning of John's gospel, where, in the beginning was the word, just like in Genesis, through whom all things were made. So we see before Christ even comes into the flesh, he is already the one who is all in everything, all in all. He's, as we saw in Colossians, he's the firstborn of creation. But when he, like rain, impregnates the earth and rises from the earth, I'm never going to see receipts the same way again. I think it's like you put the money into the till and then you close it, and then the receipt pops out on the other end. That's kind of how Christ is also confirmed for us, that those who belong to him have a part in the everlasting will of God. If one carries on reading the passage, it also then goes on to describe the eternal promise, the eternal fulfillment of the promise that God makes to us, which is in Christ and in the resurrection ultimately.
Funny you mentioned Job earlier in the stream, because this passage also reminds me of essentially God's proclamation when he finally speaks at the end of the book of Job, when he sort of reminds everyone how they should temper their expectations of being able to completely reason and understand everything, which I think is a good reminder as well when we're considering such a deep and I think it's such a mystical thing, death, that even the most hard-hearted, atheistic, materialistic, modern-minded man has to sense something in the idea of death, of the dread of the unknown, of the vastness of the challenge of death. The thing that, however hubristic we are about technology, we have to admit that we haven't come anywhere close to conquering, and yet it is the thing that God shows us that he has complete power over, and offers us a route through him to also defeat death.
Amen.
So in a sense, we think like this example of the, we think we put a seed in the ground and pat ourselves on the back for having grown something, but this is a good reminder of, well, I mean, we do rely on the sun and the rain, and like ultimately every rule of physics functioning, which God has in his hands. And who even invented seeds in the first place? So in the same way, when we're wondering about our own lives, I think we have to acknowledge and understand that the true authority who understands these mysteries.
Yeah.
Any last thoughts, or should we end it there?
I think that was a nice closing.
Great. Thank you very much for joining me. And I guess I'll hand back to myself live. I'm probably lying down with my eyes closed, listening to myself about to hand over and scrambling to reset up my camera and my microphone. So back to live in 3, 2, 1. It's me. I'm live. And actually, it feels like I'm doing a clip show because the next thing we're going on to is not a guest, but another pre-recorded section. So sorry, everybody. But I thought to inject some live relevance into the stream, I would just show you this, because literally in the past couple of minutes, Elon Musk has shared the source code of Twitter. Not really relevant to personal faith, but quite interesting nonetheless. Look at this. Community detection and sparse embeddings into those communities. Dense knowledge graph for embeddings of users and tweets. The detection of NSFW and abusive content. Prediction of the likelihood of two users interacting. PageRank, the old Larry Page Google special for Twitter user reputation. All kinds of interesting stuff. Like, it's all here. We can see the actual code. Here's the description. Here's the source code. Programmers probably interested to have a look at this, but non-programmers completely bored. But I just thought this was... Oh, look, Scala. That's a language I'm not that familiar with. This stuff, Twitter, that's because it's going to be on a website. See if I can dig in. Here we go. There's some code. Look at that. Bunch of imports. Here's a class. So, all right. Should we get back to our guests? Get back to the topic of the day. Maybe whilst Settlers Lament and I are talking about based saints, you can imagine me reading through all this software with great interest. I hope you're enjoying. By the way, we're counting down now. This is the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is the 5th from last hour of Lambda Conversations 2023. So do savor it before it's all gone. So we're going to be with Settlers Lament shortly, and then Poe the Person after that. I'll just pull up the video file, and then I'll see you in an hour. Hello. Yes, it's another pre-recorded segment here on Lambda Conversations 2023, and I'm very excited to be joined by the world famous, universe famous. Where are you at now, Settlers Lament?
I don't know. I mean, personally, I cannot confirm whether or not there's like anyone in space who knows who I am. So I think for the time being, I'm going to have to keep myself at world famous. I mean, I guess you could also say I'm heaven famous, because I know there's people in heaven who know who I am. But at least when we're talking about, like, you know, this side of heaven, the only people I'm aware of that know who I am are on the planet Earth. Now, if there's any astronauts out there who watch my channel, please let me know, and I'll say that I'm solar system famous. But until then, unfortunately, I think I'm only at world famous status.
And 21st reaction, always good to have you as well. How are you doing, sir?
Yes, it's good to be here. I mean, I have a few saints that I'm very enthusiastic about. So, obviously, well, I mean, I should have considered having my name Theotokos Respecter right now, because I don't know who loves the Theotokos more, me or Settler, but we'll figure that out.
So true. Well, I mean, I don't know if he's actually prepared.
You don't know who
Theotokos. So I guess that answers that question.
And yes, you already hinted at the subject that we'll be discussing for the next hour. Last year, people may remember we went over the 10 most based popes. People not familiar with your exceptional work, of course, you are the premier determiner of basedness, and you'll frequently find on Settlers Lament channel, correct, panels of the best of the best based finders will establish who the most based are, or whether a certain object or subject or person is or is not based. And so last year we looked at the 10 most based popes. This year, the 10 most based saints.
Yes, well, actually, to qualify a bit, last year wasn't really the top 10 most based popes. It really more specifically was just 10 based popes with like 10 particular reasons why they are based
Oh, I
pope or
see.
why they did some based stuff. I wouldn't really say it necessarily was the definitive list. Last year, I was trying to be somewhat representative of different time periods. I wouldn't say I really did that this year with my list of saints, but still, I would also say this isn't necessarily the top 10 absolute best saints. I mean, if we were doing that, then it would just be Mary 10 times. So I wouldn't say this is necessarily like, you know, top holiness of the absolute top saints in heaven. But they certainly are 10 great saints, and they are all certainly based. But can I actually
perhaps this
say in
is
good conscience that they are the
a
top
question
10
I
most
was-
based saints? I'm not sure about that.
I don't think I managed to ask this last year, but are all popes based?
Well, we did discuss last year whether or not all popes are saints, and the answer to that is no. But are all popes based? I don't know. I guess it depends what you mean by based. I mean, those who remember last year's will remember that Pope Francis, our great current Holy Father, was of course on the list. I defend that. In fact, I considered a couple other possibilities for what we could have done for today. One of which was I considered the possibility of top 10 based Pope Francis quotes. I ended up deciding against that and doing this topic instead. But who knows? Perhaps next year will be top 10 based Pope Francis quotes. Maybe even we could do we could do that in a few months and not do that for Lambda stir. But no, I mean, would I say all popes are based? What was the Pope of the Cadaver Synod based? Were the pornocracy popes based? I would say the office of the papacy is based, and that has effects even on the most sinful popes.
And therefore, my next question is: are all saints based?
I would say yes. All saints are by definition based. Less qualifications.
I thought you might say that. All right, should we get should we get rolling? I brought up the first image. Who is depicted here?
Yeah, so this is of course the Blessed Virgin Mary, kind of an obvious one for a Catholic to list as the very first saint. And this is, of course, as I've alluded to already, she is easily the number one saint. I know sometimes we have these blaspheming Protestants out here, not accusing you, Lambda, but some blaspheming Protestants like the late great R.C. Sproul. I love R.C. Sproul. R.C. Sproul's great, but I remember once he said, "Who's the holiest like non-Jesus person out there? Saint Paul." No, wrong. R.C. Sproul, if you were still alive, I would jail you for that. The Theotokos, easily the number one most holy, most based saint out there. There's no one else that even really comes close. I'm pretty sure that Saint John the Baptist is considered the second most holy non-Jesus person. To use the more technical language than non-Jesus person would be human creature. Would be like the more theological language, I suppose. But yeah, so the Blessed Virgin Mary, definitely easily the greatest of all saints. So kind of obvious to start with her. And I know that for a lot of Protestants, I know Protestants. Sorry, go ahead.
We have for listeners, we have quite a substantial lag, which hopefully by the time I'm doing these live, I have fixed. But yes, there's almost a 6-second delay. So I just wanted to ask a couple of quick Mariology questions. I want to find the official Catholic line. So what is meant by the Immaculate Conception, and in what regards was Mary sinless?
Okay, good questions. So one, I would like to clarify that my goal here tonight is not to, I mean, I do always want to convert heretics and schismatics from their heresy and schism, but that's not really specifically my goal here. My goal here really is to be ecumenical, because Settler's Lament is a major ecumenist. I really am. I say this as a joke. People like, oh, ha, ha, Settler, you're so chauvinistically Catholic. No, I really am an ecumenist. I really am. That's not a joke. So my goal here is primarily ecumenical. It's to give reflections on these saints that I think all Christians can benefit from. Now, do I want you to like abandon your heresy and schism? Yes. But that's not my main goal here. My main goal is just give certain positive reflections. But I am still happy to explain a bit about Mary and a bit about Mariology. So in what sense was what's the Immaculate Conception, and in what sense is she sinless? The Immaculate Conception is the belief that is dogmatic in the Catholic Church, so it's something that all Catholics are morally bound to believe, and it would be the sin of heresy to obstinately deny it. That the Blessed Virgin Mary was, from the very moment of her conception, preserved free from all stain of sin, both original and actual. And therefore, she never contracted original sin, and throughout the rest of her life, she never committed any actual sins, venial or mortal. That's the Immaculate Conception. It was dogmatized by Blessed Pope Pius IX in the 1800s, shortly before the First Vatican Council. And it has been a Catholic dogma ever since. Now, there's sometimes some confusion on that, since it was only dogmatized about 150 years ago. Sometimes that will cause people to falsely conclude that that means that it was just totally up for grabs before that point. There was some degree of debate among Catholics before that point over certain specific aspects of Mary's relationship with original sin. But there certainly were no Catholics in good standing prior to that point who were arguing that Mary was, as many Protestants believe, just going around committing a bunch of sins in her life, at least up until a certain point. No Catholic, as far as I'm aware, has ever believed that. What was the view that some Catholics prior to the dogmatic definition held was that Mary was conceived with original sin, but then immediately purified after her conception of original sin, and then went on to never commit any actual sins. But that was really the only alternative view prior to the dogmatization that was held. That is the view often attributed to St. Thomas Aquinas, which is now a view that Catholics are no longer allowed to hold. Now, I know that there are a lot of internet Thomists that will get really angry if you say that St. Thomas actually taught that, and will claim that he didn't actually teach that. But that's a bit outside my wheelhouse to determine whether or not St. Thomas actually taught that. But that is at least traditionally a position attributed to him. But yeah, so that's the Immaculate Conception. So yes, Catholics believe she never committed any actual sins, venial or mortal. So that's what the Immaculate Conception is. There's other Marian dogmas. Perpetual virginity is another obvious one. The Assumption is another one. But really, Mariology, I think, is where we have to start with explaining Mary from a Catholic lens, because really the primary Marian dogma by which all other Marian dogmas flow from and through which they have to be understood, is the divine maternity. That is the fact that the Blessed Virgin Mary is the Mother of God. Now, first, this needs to be qualified. When we say that the Blessed Virgin Mary is the Mother of God, or the Greek term Theotokos, which does not literally mean Mother of God, it means God-bearer, but that basically means Mother of God. But Mother of God, of course, does not mean, as some people sometimes falsely conclude, it means that we believe that Mary pre-existed God. That obviously is not true. All that is meant when we say that Mary is the Mother of God is that who she gave birth to, Jesus, was both truly God and truly man. And that therefore it is entirely true to say that she gave birth to God. Not that God began to exist with her, because she only began to exist about 2,000 years ago, and God has existed for all eternity. But that when she gave birth to Jesus, she truly was giving birth to God. And this is a position that most Protestants historically would affirm. They wouldn't, of course, affirm other elements of Mariology that Catholics would argue flows from that. But at least historically, most Protestants would affirm the term Mother of God. Now, many Protestants nowadays will still affirm that, but they will say that I affirm that, but only as a Christological title, not as a title that's supposed to give any honor to Mary. That's just sort of historically illiterate. It's very clear that when the title Mother of God was defined at Chalcedon, or sorry, not Chalcedon, the Council of Ephesus is, I'm pretty sure where it was defined, or sorry, the title itself, Theotokos, was not defined. The concept Mother of God was. And the title Theotokos was deeply bound up with the Council of Ephesus. But there's sort of a pop superstition that the title itself was defined in the council, which is not true. But that superstition is repeated very often by Catholic apologists, but it's as far as I know, it's not actually true. But still, the term Theotokos is very deeply bound up with that, and it's very clear. You can read what priests and bishops were writing at the time about the title Theotokos. It was a Christological title primarily, but it was also a title that was intended to exalt the Virgin Mary herself. And that's just sort of natural. That I don't think there's any way you can say the Virgin Mary is the Mother of God and not exalt her in any way. Obviously, Catholics believe there's a distinction between the way you should exalt the Virgin Mary and the way you should exalt Jesus. But it's hard to really separate those things. But that is why Catholics believe in the Immaculate Conception. That's why Catholics believe in the Assumption and the perpetual virginity. All these things are things which Catholics view as being logically connected to the divine maternity. That Mary is the new ark, and that because she's the new ark, she had to be preserved free from sin, just as the old ark was made out of pure elements. And similarly, just as no one was allowed to touch the ark, no one would have sex with the Virgin Mary. And also just as the ark was taken up into heaven, and is described as being in heaven in the book of Revelation. Similarly, that's why the Blessed Virgin Mary was assumed. And of course, I mean, those are arguments from fittingness. It's not to say that Catholics don't view those things as being taught implicitly in Scripture. We do. But the reason why those dogmas are fitting is all traces back to the primary Marian dogma, Mother of God.
And the other aspect.
Well, thank you. Yes, I was going to pass over to 21st. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we need to consider with her being the highest saint is that many of the saints are considered remarkable for their martyrdoms or their austere lifestyles. And sometimes people might look at the Virgin Mary and think, well, she was just kind of his mother. She wasn't beheaded or anything like St. Paul, but she's considered to be the greatest martyr of all, greater than all the martyrs combined, because of her suffering and her particular, since she's in a certain way this bridge between heaven and earth, and that she's this perfect creature, and she was with Jesus for decades upon decades. She was so fully absorbed in God, in love for him, that really anything that happens to him happens to her completely. So she completely sympathizes with him, and therefore all of his sufferings are kind of passed on to her heart, in that as he suffers them physically, she suffers them in her mind. And because of the intensity of this relationship that they had, this caused his sufferings and his passion to bring it onto her in a way that it is the greatest martyrdom of all time, other than the crucifixion itself. And I highly recommend, highly recommend people devote themselves to Mary's sorrows, because in a way it's kind of the unspoken aspect of the Passion itself, because everybody knows the events of the Passion, but people don't think of her sorrows in relation to him over her lifetime. So there's 7 sorrows. The first one being the prophecy of Saint Simeon, where he's telling her that, he will be rejected by his people, and a sword will pierce your heart, that of the hearts of many thoughts may be revealed. And then the second one is the flight into Egypt, because they have to flee Herod. And then the third is when they're separated at the temple, because he's 12 and he's teaching at the temple, but she didn't know that he was gone. The fourth is beating him at Calvary. The fifth
that one seems rather smaller than the others.
Oh, no. The third, the third
loss
of being
of
separated.
Child Jesus at the temple was.
Well, yeah. Well, it was for 3 days.
Well, it seems to me was shorter, and yeah.
But it's actually wrong. It seems to be the smallest one, but it's actually the greatest one. So for 3 days she was without him, and at least with the other sorrows, she was with him in their suffering. But he's her very life breath, basically. So being without him is just as there's nothing else in life that's valuable to her at all. So it's as if, she's living dead in that moment. So lacking his presence for that time because of her immense love for him was actually probably one of her greatest sorrows. But yes, so she was with him at the crucifixion, and then the famous statue, the Pieta, where she's holding him after he died. That's the 6th, and the 7th is burying him. I highly recommend people do this devotion. It's just meditating on those 7 sorrows that she had, and doing a Hail Mary for each of them. It's very simple, but it's profound in that it'll really connect you to. It'll really increase your Marian devotion. So yes, these sufferings she had because of her unique position as the Mother of God, because she was completely enmeshed in God and understood just how good He is. It magnified the sorrow itself beyond any other saint.
Well, I'm loath to move on from the subject of Mary, and even as a lowly Protestant as I am, I do consider that we should have a great deal of respect and admiration for Mary, and as you say, it's fairly indisputable fact that Jesus was born of Mary. She gave birth to Jesus, who was fully man and fully God. And not only is that a position that's worthy of, a worthy position of some honor, but also the things we see recorded of her character in Scripture. She seems like a very praiseworthy individual. She's thoughtful and contemplative, and has great insight and care for her role and for Jesus. And so maybe I can't affirm some of the things about Mary's sinlessness, because I'm not yet, perhaps I should say, not yet persuaded of that theologically. But we're 20 minutes through the stream, and we do have 10 saints to get through in the remaining 40 minutes. So are you both okay if we move on to the next saint?
Yes, that sounds good. And I would, of course, point out that I, of course, dare to hope that even a heretic like you won't end up going to hell one day, and thus in heaven you'll have all the correct theology. Yes, assuming you don't get converted this side of heaven.
Yes, and refer to our go and check out the stream Settler and I did on my other channel, Lambda Bible Studies, on the dare to hope position with regards to it's sort of a it's playing in the same ballpark as no, go and check out the stream. I'm not going to butcher an explanation of it now. Who is this?
So this is Saint Ignatius of Antioch. He is one of my all-time top favorite saints. I wouldn't necessarily say that's true about all the people here. I mean, of course, Mary is, and some of the other people here are. But he's I don't know if he's not like number 2 maybe, but he's one of my top favorite saints. He was one of the earliest church fathers, that is, writers from the early church. He was a disciple of Saint John the Apostle, and he's a part of a category that is now known as the Apostolic Fathers. That's a relatively modern term, but the term Apostolic Father just refers to people, church fathers who knew the apostles, or knew someone who knew the apostles. So the earliest generations of church fathers. And as I said, he was a disciple of St. John, so that's his connection to the apostles. And he wrote 7 letters that are today generally considered to be authentic. And they're written as sort of short epistles in a very similar writing style to the epistles that St. Paul wrote. And much of the Apostolic Fathers wrote in that same sort of similar style to St. Paul, though they are not considered inspired the way St. Paul's letters are, but it still has the same sort of basic writing style. And the letters that he wrote were when he was on his way to martyrdom. He was captured by the Romans, and he was going to be thrown in the arena to be killed by wild beasts, which he referred to as him preparing to fight with wild beasts. And he references that a lot in these letters, and they and that's part of the stuff they talk about. And in them, he's very happy and cheerful about his death. He doesn't have any regrets. And he tells, in particular in his letter to the Roman Church, he tells them not to try to rescue him, that he's happy to go to his death, that they shouldn't try and risk themselves to rescue him. And his letters often come up a lot in apologetical debates between Catholics and Protestants. In particular, Catholics cite them as indicating the letter to the Roman Church. Catholics claim that the letter to the Roman Church indicates a special authority held by Rome. And Catholics also claim that the very strong language that St. Ignatius uses in describing the office of bishop rules out at least most Protestant views of ecclesiology. And I would generally say that I think these Catholic readings of St. Ignatius are valid. But like I said before, that's not really my main point here, so I'm not really going to go into any detail on that. And also, what one other relevant thing here is that Ignatius also clearly delineates between the three offices of bishop, priest, and deacon, which is also relevant for those apologetical debates. But like I said, I don't really have any desire to get too much into that in detail. Really, I think the relevant thing from a more ecumenical concern here that we could learn from St. Ignatius is his very strong insistence on the duty that Christians have to obey church authorities. And like I said, I mean, this is the type of thing that Catholics cite against Protestants, but really the reality is most Catholics don't live up to this any better today than most Protestants do. And most Protestants, at least historically, did have some sort of theology of a duty of obedience that is held to church authorities, even if Protestants didn't believe in an infallibility for those church authorities. And I think that duties like that are quite clearly spelt out in stuff like St. Paul's letter to the Hebrews, among other places. Romans 13 would be another example. But this is something that I think Ignatius is a very strong witness to, is that there is a duty that Christians have of obedience towards their authorities. And like I said, there's many Catholics today that just don't care about this. The most obvious example would be liberal Catholics like Joe Biden or Justin Trudeau that just couldn't possibly care less about what the church tells them to believe. But there also is, as I often complain about, the trads who also claim that they believe everything. To claim that they believe everything that the church teaches, yet they don't give the obedience to the church that should follow from that claim. So just to provide a couple quick quotes from St. Ignatius here from some of his letters. One from his letter from his epistle to the Magnesians. He said, "I exhort you to do all things with a divine harmony, with your bishop who presides in the place of God, and your presbytery in the place of the assembly of the apostles, along with your deacons, who are most dear to me and are entrusted with the ministry of Jesus Christ, who are with the Father before the beginning of time, and in the end was revealed." And also from his letter to the Ephesians, St. Ignatius said, now the more anyone sees the bishop keeping silence, the more ought he revere him. For we ought to receive everyone whom the master of his house sends over his household, as we do him that sent him. It is manifest, therefore, that we should look upon the bishop as even we would look upon the Lord himself. So this uses very very strong language to describe the way that we should treat church authorities. And as I said, I don't think it's something that Catholics are living up to any better. I do have, I want to move on quickly because, like I said, time is a bit of an issue. But just one last example of this, and this is something I wish I would have talked a bit more about back when this was a more relevant issue, since this is sort of not relevant anymore. But I think one area where the rubber really hits the road is Catholics will say stuff like this. But what did conservative Catholics do when your bishop told you to wear a mask? I know what they did. They didn't wear the mask if they could get away with it. Well, does your bishop have the authority to tell you what you can and cannot wear in church? For centuries, the Catholic Church said that women have to wear head veils in church. but can for a few months the church not say you have to wear something over your mouth? This doesn't seem very plausible to me. Yet even from conservative Catholics, they deny this sort of obedience. But yes, that's basically all I have to say about him. And I was going to move on to the next saint, which is 21st, but he has just dropped.
Oh, well, I just while we wait for him to come back, let me just add an interesting tidbit to the discussion. So there's a link between our first two saints, that is St. John the Apostle, who I think you said was a teacher of St. Ignatius,
yes,
was entrusted with Mary. Jesus on the cross said to St. John the Apostle to take care of. Is that right? He said, he said, "Woman, here is your son."
Christ said
to Mary. 21st. I think you have the next saint.
Yes. So we have Saint Isaiah. Well, I mean, yeah. Thank you. And really, I chose him because it's good to have some Old Testament person in here. There's an interesting contrast between the Old Testament and the New Testament saints, obviously, because of the farther revelation of the evangelical counsels, for example, poverty, chastity, and obedience as the way of perfection. So, I mean, the Old Testament saints aren't like a nun that's praying all day in a convent. They're warriors. They're patriarchs. They are a bit more interesting characters. Okay, so with Isaiah, I chose him specifically because he had a pretty hefty martyrdom. He was sawed in half by King Manasseh, and that's a pretty common trope in the Old Testament is the particular king of the time hating the prophet or the saint that God puts there. So I mean, Jeremiah was hated by, I don't remember him being executed. Isaiah was sawn in half with a wooden saw by that king. And of course, he's a pretty pivotal prophet in the Old Testament because of all the messianic prophecies that he made. You know, he was prophesying that Messiah was going to come along the Davidic line, that he was going to perpetually be on the throne of David, that he was going to be rejected, completely reviled and executed, and that it'll be an atonement. He'll be called Emmanuel. I mean, all these prophecies that come together really for the Messiah. And obviously Christ perfectly fulfills all of them. So I would say Isaiah is a pretty pivotal among the prophets, a really pivotal prophet in terms of the whole religion. So yeah, anyone else want to
Totally.
say something?
I feel, I don't know if this this is a correct way to feel or not, but it's always struck me like Isaiah is the key, the most important prophet. It's a long book. You know, the major prophets, as they're referred to, are such just because of their length. But actually, Isaiah, despite being so long, is jam-packed, full of incredible stuff. It feels like you could basically open Isaiah to any page, and you'll find something pretty earth-shattering there. And yeah, as you indicate, lots of very long distance and precise prophecy about Jesus, which isn't just significant for apologetic reasons, but also really diving into the depths and the symbolism of what was to come. So I think excellent choice. Settler, do you want to comment further on this saint or move on to the next?
Yeah, no, I don't really feel like I have much to add. I would say, sorry, one thing I would say is I do agree with 21st. I think it was important to have an an Old Testament saint here, because I think a lot of people, even a lot of Catholics, don't really understand that we do consider holy people from the Old Testament who are now in heaven to be saints. So I do think that was a useful point to emphasize. But beyond that, we can move on to Saint Thomas More. This again is one of my favorite saints. St. Thomas More. I mean, his basic story is very famous. I don't think I really need to recount it. I'll just summarize in like a sentence for anyone that doesn't know. But he was the Lord Chancellor of England under Henry VIII. He refused to go along with Henry VIII's establishment of himself as the supreme head of the Church of England, and he refused to go along with Henry VIII's divorce. And refused to explicitly acknowledge that it was a valid divorce. He didn't even publicly deny that it was a valid divorce, but Henry VIII wanted him to explicitly affirm him, and he refused to do that. And eventually, this resulted in him being executed by the king for this, tried and then executed. So this is all a very well-known story. But I think it has some clear relevance for our time. One thing first, though, I'd like to say, I recently read a full biography on St. Thomas More, and it was very good. It was from a Catholic, E. Reynolds. And I would say that the way I think a lot of people know about Thomas More, at least for Americans, I don't know if it's different for you guys, but certainly the way a lot of people know about him is from the very famous movie from the 1960s, A Man for All Seasons. And I would say, as far as I can tell, it actually was a very historically accurate movie, at least by the standards of historical fiction. There were a couple blatant historical errors, but other than that, almost everything else seemed to be, large sections of the play seemed to be quoted almost directly from the historical record. I'd say the most obvious example off the top of my head would be both what he says immediately before his death when he's being executed, that is like almost verbatim what was recorded of him actually saying, and also what he says after he's convicted, having been used perjured testimony. That also is almost verbatim what he actually said. So there are a few historical errors, but I actually would say it's generally a historically accurate movie with one major exception. This isn't really, I mean, there are a couple errors, but I don't think the errors really change the overall picture you have of St. Thomas More. But I would say the main thing that does in the movie is that it really downplays his personal piety and religiosity. And there are a few references. There's really two references I can think of in the movie where it makes explicit his personal piety. One is there's a time when like people are about to eat or something like that, and he insists that everyone prays before the meal. And then there's another time later in at the very end of the movie, or close to the end, when he's being tried, where after he's convicted based on perjured testimony, he confesses to the reason why he had refused to sign the oath for so long that acknowledged the legitimacy of the divorce, and he said it was because he explained it was because Christ gave the keys of the kingdom to St. Peter, and that has been passed on through the popes to this day, and that no human can undo what Christ did in establishing the papacy over all the church. And this is, as I said, that is almost verbatim what he actually said in real life. So that makes quite clear that he had religious motivations. But other than that, there's very little that the movie does to show that he had religious motivations, or that he had a personal, devout life, which couldn't be further from the truth. I mean, for example, he spent, I believe, about 4 years in a monastery in London where he was working as a lawyer, which was his secular profession, but he still lived in the monastery and did a lot of their prayers with them. And even after that point, when he was married, he continued to have a very intense, active prayer life, which he also passed on to his children. But the picture that has been painted both by that movie, by what it omitted, and by other sort of popular portrayals of St. Thomas More is as though he was like a civil rights activist or something that was just really concerned about due process. And I mean, he was concerned about certain English legal principles. Like I said, he was a lawyer, but he was first and foremost concerned with religious principles, with the divine establishment of the papacy. And that's why he died. He wasn't even against the concept of executing heretics. He himself prosecuted heretics as Lord Chancellor, and he even wrote in the defense of burning heretics. And on his epitaph, which he erected long before his death, but he erected an epitaph for himself on his estate. One of the things, and it was a very long epitaph, but one of the things in it that it said was that he was quote unquote severe to heretics. So his problem was not that like he was a huge supporter of religious liberty in some liberal modern sense. His issue was primarily with the heresy that the King of England was engaging with. Now, okay, I know I'm not being nearly as ecumenical as I had promised earlier on. Perhaps this is the least ecumenical saint I can find here, but I would say that I would say that more broadly, though, for St. Thomas More to get a bit of the ecumenical takeaway, is that he did die for his religious values. He wasn't just trying to uphold like boomercon conservative values. And I think that's something that we should all be looking at, of not just trying to like secularize our values and saying that like I just really care about religious liberty. We should be saying I really care about Jesus and I really care about what Jesus teaches, and that has some overlap with religious liberty sometimes. But really, I'm not willing to die for religious liberty in the abstract as a secular value. I'm willing to die for Jesus, and I think that is where all Christians should be, and I think that's the ecumenical takeaway we can have for St. Thomas More.
I think I'm right in saying that the actual accusation against Thomas More was that he was silent on the matter of whether Henry VIII was the supreme head of the church. And because he refused to acknowledge this, not that he actually said anything to the contrary, but he just refused to affirm, he was therefore accused of treason. And oddly enough,
it's actually a bit more complicated than that, because
I would agree.
By the law of the time, they couldn't convict him solely for refusing to affirm it. They could only jail him. The execution was based on, like I said, perjured testimony, where I can't remember what the guy's name was, but one of the men clearly blatantly falsely claimed that St. Thomas More said to him that the Pope did not have the authority to I can't remember if it was the divorce or establishing himself as the head of the Church of England, but the guy claimed that Thomas More said this, and he obviously didn't, because he had refused to tell this to anyone, and he wouldn't have told that to one of the king's men. But that the actual execution without changing the laws couldn't have gone ahead without Thomas More explicitly affirming that point, and denying the king's point. And that is that's the perjured testimony that got him executed.
Okay. Well, anyway, the only comment I was going to make was that actually I would also say Henry VIII was not the supreme head of the church. So there is an ecumenical aspect here that I think we can all agree that he probably didn't deserve having his head chopped off, or whatever mode of execution he landed up with. 21st, is that over to you?
The 21st, you there?
21st, are you there? He's gone. He's dropped.
Okay.
He possibly.
Well, okay. I will add a little bit more to Thomas More as we wait.
Should we skip this one, or do you want to take it?
I don't know anything about her, to be honest. I mean, I hopefully he'll come back in a moment. Sorry. Okay, here you go. Go ahead. 21st.
Are you there? 21st.
The internet just cut it off. So anyway, so this is the only blessed saints are canonized, saying they're confirmed, saying that they are in heaven, and also that a certain title of holiness to them. Blesseds are just that they are in fact in heaven. She's the only blessed on this. She was a Portuguese early 20th century saint. I want her to be a saint, obviously, but what's impressive about her is that she's an example of the victim soul. Victim soul is someone that either has a severe illness or a certain situation that puts them often bedridden for years and years and years, and so their vocation is essentially just suffering in a frozen state for long amounts of time in expiation for other people as a victim, so to speak. So when she was a kid, 3 men came into her house and were trying to violate her and her sister and a young apprentice and everything. And this is when she was just about 13, I believe. So she was only 13, and in order to protect herself, she jumped out of a window and fell 13 feet. Now, was caused a severe injury on her, but she came back inside and using a piece of wood, tried to get the men away. So she was able to fend off the men and get them to leave with the piece of wood, even though one and injured herself severely. This injury caused her to be eventually paralyzed permanently.
Sounds like a right Mary Sue.
Yeah, no, I mean more than that, to be honest. So from an early age, she was obviously already extraordinary, and this injury caused her to be paralyzed, so that she was bedridden for the rest of her life, and it was a severely painful experience. She couldn't move that much without experiencing severe pain. So she was definitely an example of a victim soul. And one of the things she said in this position, is, "Blessed be the Lord who has called me into this world in order to suffer and bear so many tribulations. To all this I unite many sins which grieve me more than anything else. I ask every day for suffering, and I feel great spiritual consolation when I suffer more, because I have more to offer to my Jesus." So definitely a very heroic saint. Even though they're not going out, they're not fighting a war, she's just lying in the bed alone for decades. But there were other miraculous things about her, including the fact that sometimes on Thursday night into Friday, she would miraculously, as in wounds would form on her, like the stigmata. So the wounds would form on her, and she would undergo a passion. And so this was a particular miraculous representation of Christ's passion. But the other thing that was more publicly confirmed was that for the last 13 years of her life, she lived off the Eucharist alone. So no food, no water, just the Eucharist, just the body and blood of Christ. And she was brought into a hospital for 40 days to be investigated. And they confirmed she wasn't receiving anything else. Her weight remained the same. Her blood was normal. Her urine, her waste was normal. And so they were just stunned by it. And they basically confirmed it with the staff. The staff was always watching her. And finally, her greatest temptations were during this whole period was suicide and sins against faith. Believing that there was no purpose to this, that it would be in vain, not really there, and suicide, which was a particular temptation from Satan. So I think she's a perfect example of a saint for our times, in that she heroically defended herself against impurity. She resisted suicide for many years, and against faithlessness. And these three issues are things that have become much more common as of recently. Especially if we think of the increase in suicide, it's quite interesting because very few people that are in that situation lived a life like Alexandrina. But it really gets to the core of the issue, in that suicide is not caused by the life, but of the despair, the sense of hopelessness that someone has. When she was in a position that's probably far worse than most people. So yeah, defender of purity, resistor of suicide, resistor of unbelief, pray for us.
Thank you very much. Let's speed through. I think I know who this is.
Yes,
suffer.
Saint Joan of Arc, again, one of my top favorite saints. I'm not even going to bother telling her story. Everyone knows her story. I'm going to go really quick on this one. And all I really say about Saint Joan of Arc is, everyone knows what happened when she was 18, 19, and how she became a great saint. But I just wanted to give a small anecdote from her about her childhood and how great saints like Saint Joan of Arc really in many ways started as just very normal, pious people. So there's just this one very cute description of her from a book I read part of once that I just want to read, and that's all I have for her. Joan frequently went to church for mass and compline, even evening prayers, and when he, the priest, did not sound the bells, she reproached him, saying it was not good. He added that Joan had promised to bring him little cakes if he would be more diligent in sounding the bells. And it goes on. There's more than that, but just the point I'm trying to make is that she didn't have like an extraordinary childhood, and her childhood was investigated quite thoroughly after her death when she was being rehabilitated, like 50 years after her death or something like that. There was an investigation, and she didn't have like an extraordinary childhood. She wasn't performing miracles, but she had the just sort of very normal, ordinary holiness that you could expect from a pious child. So just the takeaways that. Great saints don't necessarily have extraordinary things going on in their life, at least not for their entire life. Boom, that's it.
My fun fact about Joan of Arc, Jeanne d'Arc, is that during her lifetime, she was actually referred to as Jean la Pucelle, Joan the Maid. Her father's name was Jacques d'Arc, as in Jacques, and then of Arc. But I think neither of them were from any place called Arc, which is what I had always assumed. She was actually from Domremy, in northeastern France. So there's that. I mean, people probably know that, but I was interested to find that out recently. Over to you,
your French pronunciation is much better than mine.
So this is probably the most famous, other than perhaps Padre Pio, the most famous 20th century saint, and it's Saint Therese of Lisieux, from this French middle-class family. I mean, relative to those times, it was late 19th century. She was kind of like, a spoiled kid. So she had this kind of mentality of really always asking for what she wanted and getting it, and aspiring, asking for great things, and expecting to receive them. But she was very spiritually ambitious, in that she joined the Carmelites, which is a religious order in the Catholic Church. The Carmelites are known for extensive prayer contemplatives. They spend lots of time doing private mental prayer, meditating, reflecting on the mysteries. She became a Carmelite at 15, which is extraordinarily young. So this is an example of her pretty ambitious character. I might not say ambitious, but definitely motivated, driven. But she's known as the saint of the little way. And because in her life, she didn't do anything extraordinary, no heroic acts. She was a missionary. She wasn't a martyr. She wasn't a great leader of the church. But she really found the struggle in the daily grind of the convent life. And so the path that she led is known as the quote unquote the little way, but she never called it that. She called it the way of confidence and love, and really emphasized the reality of our childhood in the face of God. Because he said, "Let the little children come unto me, or not as a little child, you will not enter the kingdom." So she really emphasized her need for grace in all things, and maintain this mentality of being a docile and helpless child. She was a big dreamer, dreaming of, being on the heights of glory, the heights of holiness, while having this sense of being on the ground and like unable to even pick yourself up off the ground, that understanding of your own weakness. So with this spirituality, she was actually able to endure a lot. She was known for her immense patience within the convent, in the face of extremely exhausting, laborious tasks, in the face of difficult people, because when you have lots of ladies in one place, under one house, it's just something naturally that doesn't work. It's not something that's naturally possible. Too many cooks in the kitchen, too many hens under one roof. But yes, she was known to be very patient and to resolutely smile even if she was experiencing lots of pain or lots of difficulty. But her greatest accomplishment probably was enduring through. Sorry.
I didn't say anything, although we do have 7 minutes left and 3 remaining saints. So
yeah. So she died of
perhaps we
tuberculosis.
should, move on to
She
the
died
next.
she died of tuberculosis, which is a very long illness. And even though she's not some amazing martyr, I think that's pretty impressive because it was a very difficult illness. It was a very long death that she had. So yes, so she was a great saint.
Christopher Hitchens fuming at this inclusion because he was very passionate about saints. Settler.
So this is Saint Gregory Palamas, a great Roman Catholic saint. And I would say he's one of the less well-known ones here, so I'll describe his life briefly. He was a major theologian from the 1300s, and he's most well-known today for the theological concept of the essence energies distinction, as well as the monastic spiritual practice called hesychasm, which is based on the frequent repetition of the Jesus prayer, that is, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, the goal of which is to contemplate God directly and not any particular aspect or part of God. That said, I don't really know too much about hesychasm or the essence energies distinction, at least enough to really explain it in depth. So I'm not really going to talk about that. The main reason that I wanted to talk about Saint Gregory Palamas today is because of the the sort of intense sense that he had in some of his writings, in particular in his homilies, of the social consequences of sin. That is what I mean by that is that, as we all have heard many times in our modern liberal culture, there's the liberal dogma that sin is just your weird religious thing. It's not something that affects anyone else. Maybe if you want to believe that certain things that are considered politically incorrect to say are sins, you can believe that. But as long as that doesn't affect anyone else in any way. But this is, of course, not the way that most saints, probably almost all saints, have ever viewed this. And this is a distinctly modern concept. But in particular, the reason why this is something so well pronounced in St. Gregory Palamas's life is that when he, late in life, when he became the Archbishop of Thessaloniki, the same city to which St. Paul, 1300 years prior, wrote the letters to the Thessalonians, he became Archbishop of Thessaloniki after there had been a major riot in the city, and there had been various political problems plaguing the city for some years at that point. And in his preaching, he often talked about those riotings and how they were very distinctly and directly the result of the sin that had overtaken the city, and that the sin resulted in political problems, that there can't be any sort of delineation between the problems with sin that a city has and the problems, between those sorts of spiritual problems and between the political problems. The spiritual problems necessarily will cause political problems. And that's something because of his own history with that, with the city of Thessalonica, comes through very frequently in his writings. They talked about how gluttony causes violence and causes chaos, and same thing with swearing and all sorts of sins like that. But that's pretty much all I have for him.
Very important thing for us to understand, I think, that last point. And interesting, I always associate the essence energy distinction with Eastern Orthodoxy. So
yeah, I mean the Eastern Orthodox venerate Palamas too, but he's a Roman Catholic saint. We of course share a lot of saints before the schism.
All right, 21st.
Yes, Saint John the
sense.
Baptist.
Okay, you've got about 60 seconds.
Yep, Saint John the Baptist. I mean, there's a reason Christ said, "Oh, he behold the greatest man living, like a burning light," so called. When I think of him, he leapt in the womb of Elizabeth when Mary is arriving. So he's an example of the pro-life position, where confirming the personhood in the womb. But probably like a saint de jure, in that he has every aspect of the honors of saints, where some are poor, some are virgins, some are prophets. He was a hermit, he was a virgin, he was a prophet, and he was a martyr all at once. So just all these different kinds of saints, he was all of them at once. And this is what makes him really glorious.
I'm imagining we could turn these into top trumps cards. There's some pretty strong contenders in this pack. Why don't you take us home, Settler?
So this is Saint Polycarp.
Saint.
Yes, this is Saint Polycarp. So really the main thing I want to talk about here is he has a very beautiful martyrdom account. He also was a disciple of Saint John, and he, as I said, he has a very famous martyrdom account, which is very beautiful, and I would highly recommend everyone either read, or you can go to my second channel, Martyr's Lament, which only has a few videos on it, but I believe the very first or maybe the second video on it is a reading of that martyrdom account, the martyrdom of Polycarp. It's very good. I would highly recommend listening to or reading it. It's very beautiful. I don't think I've ever read a martyrdom account as good as St. Polycarp's martyrdom account. And just to give you a small taste of that, I'm not going to really describe anything else, but just to give you a small taste of that, I have one particular quote from the account of his martyrdom that I think is nice, and that's how I'll end this off. Therefore, when he was brought forward, the proconsul asked him if he were Polycarp, and when he admitted it, he tried to persuade him to deny, saying, "Respect your age," and so forth, as they were accustomed to say. "Swear by the genius of Caesar, repent, and say, away with the atheists." But Polycarp, with a stern countenance, looked upon all the crowd of lawless heathen in the arena, and waving his hand at them, he groaned and looked up to heaven, and said, "Away with the atheists." But when the proconsul pressed him and said, "Take the oath, and I will let you go. Revile Christ," Polycarp said, "For 86 years I have been his servant, and he has done me no wrong. How can I blaspheme my king who saved me?"
Wow. Thank you very much, both my guests. I feel more saintly and more based from having had a little bit of these stories of saints throughout history in my life. I'll just give you a last, you've got 20 seconds. So Settler first for 10 seconds. Any last comments or plugs?
Outside the church, there's no salvation.
Very succinct. 21st. Any last thoughts or comments?
Theotokos, save us. Good night.
Great. Thank you very much.
Inception.
We're back to live.
Got two Lukes there for a second.
Two's not enough. I need a clone army.
You know, there used to be a live stream that used to go every week about streams that were late. I don't know if you remember seeing something like that.
I wouldn't approve of meta humor like that. That's not really my style.
I've noticed you've been keeping on topic a lot with your conversations, and I really appreciate the efficiency of that. So no more messing about.
No, let me get the right background as well. You know, I've had 2 hours to figure this out, but I think I've slipped into a casual mindset, and now it's.
I don't think there's anything casual about what you're doing this week, Luke.
Yeah, you realise I'm approaching 40 hours of content I'm pushing out.
I think I've seen about 8 hours of it so far.
Wow. Oh well, I mean, to think that someone would put themselves through 8 hours of my streams is I'm surprised and impressed even right. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
You sound I was just going to say you sound positively leisurely compared to the 1.5 speed I've been listening to you all day at.
You need 1.5 with me. Sometimes I listen back to little snippets of the streams, and I always leave such massive pauses in the middle of my sentences. So I get quite self-conscious about it. But
I'm not Use the Eunuch, by the way. You've still not got the right one. Just
No,
FYI. You can ask me a question, and you can figure it out while
That's
I'm
what
talking,
I need.
if you like.
Yeah, thank you. So, I think the topic we'd agreed to talk about was attending church, which you have been doing for how long at this point?
Yeah, it must be more than 2 years now. So it was basically when the lockdowns ended and the churches were allowed to open normally and give communion. We still haven't returned to doing the tradition of shaking hands at the sharing of peace. I don't know if you ever do that at your church or in Anglican churches. There's a point in the service where you're supposed to go to your neighbour and shake hands with them, and then you go to your neighbour on the other side to shake hands with them, which I always very much enjoyed. But now we're doing this very lame waving instead. Still,
I disapprove. I think not only is people's like a handshake is important for kind of societal reasons. I suspect it has actual as a community, I think it's immuno boosting.
Herd immunity, yeah, that's very good. Yeah, last time I talked to you on this channel, I believe, I said something that I thought was almost interesting enough to make its own its own video, but I ended up not doing it, about how a lot of church services and indeed a lot of rituals that we go through as a society involve physical participation, whether it be singing, standing up, sitting down, kneeling. If you go to a wedding or a funeral or court proceedings, there's lots of standing up and sitting down and be quiet, and there's an actual physical participation that I think it's more than simply what you could put into words. And I think shaking hands, as much as I make a joke of it, there is something lost. There was a reason it was a handshake and not a wave, and now that it's a wave, it's something a little bit different to what it used to be.
It feels tangibly like the people don't like each other a little bit.
Get away from me, please.
Yeah.
This is what you do when someone's leaving. Like, oh, goodbye, like, see ya.
Yeah. If you're suspicious of somebody, like if you're literally about to go into war, you will keep a 40-yard distance. If you're relatively friendly to them, you might approach them enough to even shake their hands. If you're close family, you might embrace. Husband and wife, we could extend the metaphor. But I think there's something really deep about like humans' relationships and physical distance, physical touch. So to just blast over that with a diktat from on high.
Yeah, it's not that the waving is imposed, but once it became the norm, you now almost need like special permission from the other person to give them a handshake, just to sort of make sure that they're okay with it. And once that became, it was like people weren't comfortable with pushing that boundary and invading the personal space with your hand, because it's like being like if someone keeps you hanging, you like high five, like it's a horrible feeling, like having someone like dodge away from you or leave you hanging that way.
Well, I forgot many times over the last 3 years about other people's norms and expectations. So like if I've gone to a sporting event, at the end of it everybody used to shake each other's hands, and it became weird things like elbow bumping, and I just I was weirded out by the fact that they weren't prepared to shake my hands. And then you remember, or you're in the supermarket and you're moving towards someone to what you think is a normal speaking distance, and they're backing away because they think like you're going to give me a deadly illness, and then we end up by chase them all the way down the aisle.
You're a close talker.
Well, it was as if I'd come from a different society, but the society I'd come from was just like this society, but 3 or 4 years ago. Just refused to change.
Yeah.
But this is quite a good analogy, perhaps, for the fact that this society 100, 200 years ago had a lot of standard routines and procedures and norms related to Christianity, related to going to church. So have you felt like you are trying to connect with, in a sense, with a society of years gone by. Is there any sense why you feel like, oh, this is a very British thing that I'm?
Yeah, that is. It's very much still a LARP for me in some sense, where it feels like I'm doing the proper British thing and having tea and cake with the vicar after the service and being awfully polite to all of my neighbours who I see, and it has been a great way to integrate into the community. But yeah, that is mostly what I get out of it. Still, is probably the feeling that I'm doing the proper English thing and going to the Church of England services.
Mm-hmm. Has it changed to feel more authentic at all? Do you remember the first day after the lockdowns that you entered into a church and you didn't know anybody there or what was going to happen?
It feels very natural. I don't know if I still... I still feel like a bit of an imposter, like they're going to find out that I'm not really there like the rest of them, so I'm still not taking communion. And the vicar invited me to the confirmation classes so that I could, get on a route to one day taking communion. And I turned him down on that, to which he was very apologetic, and he didn't want to overstep, make any presumptions about me. But I think he kind of understood.
Did you find that a useful moment to clarify? And it was almost like a DTR, but for your priest.
Yeah, although I almost didn't. I almost didn't want to clarify. I was kind of enjoying the slight.
You wanted to
kind
keep
of
using the
being
free
undercover
meals.
kind of feeling, like I was a sleuth.
Like
I was smuggling in my daughters into the religion without really participating myself.
You wanted them to think that you could have been, faithfully attending church for your whole life, for all they know, and now you've been unveiled as a pretender.
Yeah, I was. I took the LARP to the next level today. I wanted to tell you, as I knew I was going to be talking to you today, and I had to make a decision about what the Sabbath means to me. And I've been interviewing this new babysitter for a little while, which involves just sort of getting her comfortable with the children so that I can have a little bit of flexibility and independence when I need it. And she couldn't make it today, so she suggested Sunday. And I said, okay, well, I'd love to see you on Sunday, but I'm afraid I can't pay you. So it would be a purely social visit because for religious reasons, I don't work on a Sunday and I don't pay people to work on a Sunday. So that was kind of like a weird like coming out moment where I'm like, okay, like not only am I a Christian, I'm actually like telling this to people who don't know me in a kind of supreme LARP of like, I'm getting other people to go along with it now.
And a strict Sabbatarian as well.
I don't think it's that strict. I mean, I still go to, if I need something from the shops, I'm not going to go without milk just because of the Sabbath, to be honest.
But now
like,
you're
they
looking
didn't
over
open
your
the shop
shoulder
just for me.
in case your babysitter spots you. Says,
yes.
Oh, I see. So
good point. I'll have to be careful.
All right, I've got some quotes. Did you ever see Peter Robinson doing interviews?
Yeah.
I quite enjoy his interview style, where he will.
You ever seen the one where he looks at Thomas Sowell like this?
Get a man who looks at you the way Peter Robinson looks at Thomas Sowell. I quite enjoy that rather than trying to pick up on what the guest has just said, he will just hard cut to a quote.
I've noticed that the way you've been interviewing Oren McIntyre, that was one I was listening to, that where it almost felt like you were phoning it in the most classy, like professional way possible, where you've been talking for 6 hours, just let the person you're interviewing talk for a while, just read something, now you go.
Well, I have extensive notes for all of my guests with quotes
and ideas
and things. Some of the guests, I use it. Some of them I don't. I just play it by ear. So if with Oren McIntyre, I feel like he brings a certain level of polish and kind of, he's like in a studio-ish environment and it's like question, answer. I mean, I like the variety. I like to have some that are more casual and some... So... I'm ready to do a Peter Robinson style interview at the drop of a hat. But
very nice, yeah.
I just take it as the mood or the spirit takes me. But Let's try some of these. So Saint Augustine said, "To sing is to pray twice." How have you found the experience of singing in church? See, that was pretty good, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I love it. I don't know about praying twice,
Okay.
but yeah, singing is great. That's the part of my religion that I've always kind of I found enduring, where I was continuing to go to choir for quite a while during my sort of lapse in faith. And I think it comes back to that kind of idea of like, what is your true belief? What is your true religion? Is it what you feel inside, or is it what you're actually doing? And there's a certain joy in praising the Lord, even if you don't truly believe in the stories in the Bible, that I don't quite know how to explain, other than it's to use a terribly Richard Dawkins kind of brain parasite language, he'd say, oh, it's just a community adaptation for better social integration. But it feels like a meaningful experience to me. And indeed, even praying has become something of a more meaningful experience. So what does he mean by praying twice there? What do you think?
I think he means that you're not only using the words, but also the kind of emotional aspect of the music to communicate to God. So you're simultaneously both bringing him your heart and your mind, I guess.
I mean, you're a singer as well. I don't know how high level you are, but do you ever find that you're focusing on singing well to the point that you're not actually noticing the words you're singing?
Yes, that's definitely an issue, and I think it's one to resist. And then there's almost the reverse problem, which I remember when I was little, I used to find that I had sung through a whole song without engaging my brain at all. In the same way as you can drive to work and zone out, and you're like, it's on complete autopilot. But with the fact that your activity when you're singing a hymn is intended as a heartfelt communication, that's the one time you don't want to be on autopilot. I mean, if you're singing to another person, they may not even realize that you're on autopilot. but with God, then he does. So it makes it particularly pointless.
I do struggle with, I don't know what you'd call it, vanity or arrogance, where sometimes if I'm singing something, if I really like a song and I like the melody and I feel like I'm singing it well, there's a part of my brain that's going, wow, you sang that last line really well, didn't you? I trying to make it sound really good.
I do know what you mean. And I think it's a really interesting topic, trying to balance, because in a sense, I think we should bring a choice offering to God in the same way as in the Old Testament they would bring like an unblemished lamb. So if you're going to bring music, then you should try to bring the best music that you can. And like Psalm 100, make a joyful noise to the Lord. There's all kinds of verses that would imply you should do a good job. But then there's a bit of a problem that you then pat yourself on the back because there's just a natural like, oh, didn't I do well?
Yeah.
I remember thinking...
I really liked your stream about, I guess that's the crossover with today and yesterday, talking about art being created to the glory of God and to the glory of God's creation. And I did really enjoy that as a concept, where I think you can also extend that to writing music and to playing music.
Yes.
And I think you're right that it needs to be both, and there's no harm in trying to make it better. In fact, that's also doing God a service.
Can I just give credit to this as the best pun of the week? With my hands on autopilot.
I wanted to tell you, I've volunteered to be Pilate's wife in the Passion drama this year.
Oh, nice.
Because there was a sign-up sheet. I really wanted to help, but not take on a part that was too wordy. I didn't want to make myself the star. And I also wanted to have a part that I could convincingly portray while holding the baby if I had to. If he doesn't want to be put down. Yes. I can, I don't want to be a maiden or Mary. Having a baby makes no sense. It's just distracting. But I figure Pilate's wife could have a baby.
Yes, that's a good plausible thing. I'll have to come and see that. That sounds great.
Well, I think it's on a normal Sunday morning, so you may have to miss your usual service,
I'll
you
be
should
in
be
a real
ashamed.
dilemma then. Yeah, but I also remember thinking, because I've occasionally considered doing preaching, and then I've struggled with the thought that I would be tempted to think about what a good job I was doing if I was doing a good job, or I would do a terrible job, which would be bad in a different way. But suppose I was doing it and I was feeling like, oh, look at all these people looking at me, aren't I important? So then I thought, well, I probably ought not to do it. And then I heard a preacher comment that actually this is something that most preachers do struggle with. And if everybody discounted themselves because they had some fear of vanity, then there would be no preachers. And,
have you ever seen a preacher who's too funny?
Yes. In fact, in my further reflections on the idea of preaching, I used to think, I would make sure it was the funniest sermon, and people would always be like referring back to it for years because they were like rolling around in the aisles. And I've now determined, like, no, if I was to preach, I would make every effort to stop cracking jokes. I mean, I actually, you've accidentally tapped into a like pet grudge of mine, as it were, but I think when you start a sermon with a joke, you are to some degree saying, humour is the reason we're here, and this joke is the thing I want you to remember. So if you're going to put jokes in your sermon, I think they should strictly be in the middle, and you should start with like the thesis statement. This is the takeaway. And then, like, fine, you can weave in some, different stuff through the middle. But it's incredibly common. I reckon you could probably find more than 50% of sermons that will happen this Sunday will start with a humorous anecdote.
I think it's almost like they all went to the same sermon writing class that said they had to open with a joke, like a best man speech or
it's like they're all failed stand-up comics, and now they've got a captive audience who are glad just to be getting anything.
I had a particular preacher in mind that it's exactly like a stand-up routine, like the way that it's delivered in a sort of colloquial approach, but it's also like joke and joke and joke, and even the things that aren't jokes are kind of said in a kind of cadence that just reminds me of a stand-up. And he's not the worst preacher I've ever seen. At least I'm paying attention, right? But
that you find the humour in everything, a constant humour, and it's similar to the education idea that children have no capacity to pay attention on their own. If it's boring, they have some right to be entertained. They don't. There's no reason that a child should learn something unless the teachers put the effort in to make it a fun game or it drives me mad, because I feel like is this fair on teachers that they've become like entertainers first and only like education? They're evaluated based on the exams that the children take, but the children are told that they only need to learn if they fancy it. So the teachers then have to like lure them into learning.
Yeah, well, I think curiosity is the appropriate kind of response to try to stimulate. That's a good, healthy thing that can lead to education. It will lead them to want to learn more, even when you're not there. Not like, do you ever do that physics experiment where you freeze the Mars bars to make them more brittle? No. That kind of thing.
I can imagine it.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing that happens. The same thing that happens to caramel also happens to plastic. So you're kind of learning about the way that polymers become softer, even if they're not actual liquids. They do become more ductile at room temperature than they are at very cold temperatures. Anyway, that's the kind of thing. It doesn't make me curious. It's just like, oh, it's a Mars bar. That's kind of interesting.
I've seen the thing where you put a bunch of flowers in liquid nitrogen and then smash it against the wall and it breaks into 1,000 pieces.
That's good.
Similar kind of idea, I guess.
You
ready for another quote? G.K. Chesterton. Oh,
go on.
Or did you have another comment?
No, it's fine. I want to hear G.K. Chesterton now.
Yeah, I probably should have just read G.K. Chesterton for 40 hours this week. It would have been higher quality, but here we are. The Christian ideal has not been tried and found wanting. It has been found difficult and left untried. So do you think that it is difficult to follow Christian ideals? Like, have you found it easy or hard?
I think it's supposed to be difficult, isn't it? I think I think that's a common misunderstanding about religion, is that people find it difficult and that's why they give up on it. When I've recently become of the opposite opinion, where I think we live very comfortable lives where what we really want is something difficult to do. And in previous generations that might have been, hard physical labor, cutting logs or, getting calluses in your hands, pulling heavy carts or whatever it is people used to do, moving rocks out of fields with your bare hands. People used to have very difficult things to do, and now we have a relatively comfortable existence where we get to spend most of our time indoors in a temperature-controlled environment, and what we could probably do with a little bit more hard graft. People asking things of us, where that's something that I think Jordan Peterson put very well, that really inspired people when he said that you'll derive meaning in life from picking up the heaviest thing that you can find and trying to carry that, not by trying to foist off as much effort from your life as you can and living this free and easy existence, but by you can feel really good about yourself and about your life if you're capable of withstanding a really difficult endeavor. And to that point, I think there's never been not never, but it's a pretty exciting time to be a Christian or to be religious, where you can genuinely be countercultural and have a struggle to fight with. Well, that's a kind of a cope anyway. That's the silver lining of living in this age.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a one small silver lining. In a sense, I worry that the complete comfort and ease that Christians have had has been really difficult spiritually. I remember talking to there was a couple who came to talk to the youth group I was in when I was little, and they were Christians who had grown up in the it was an Eastern European country that was part of the former Soviet bloc. So quite a difficult childhood and active persecution for Christians. And somebody asked them, what do you think was good about your, what's difficult about living here? What was easier about living, because mostly they'd been talking about the struggle. And they thought about it for a bit and then said, quite sincerely, I think it is much harder to be a Christian living in England, in 2006 or whatever it was, than when we grew up. And I was kind of flabbergasted to hear them say that. But they've turned it totally upside down. I wouldn't be surprised at all if the number of people claiming to be Christians goes down, but the actual spiritual health of the people who are Christians increases, in England in the coming years. This is my weird white pill.
Well, okay, so this is I guess this comes back to kind of what I wanted to say earlier with regards to Christianity being a kind of feeling of closeness to God and walking with God, compared to what I think Christianity was for a long time, which is kind of the tradition I'm trying to follow in, which is it's just the thing you do on Sundays. It's a series of rules that you follow and things that you say and things that you say that you believe, but you probably don't even think about it too much. The same way that modern people might say that diversity is our strength, or the earth is round, things that they the Americans landed on the moon in 1969. The things that you believe. I'm not saying these things are true or false, by the way. Don't want to get into that. But my point is that most of the things that are like widely held beliefs, they may be true or they may be false, but most people don't spend much time thinking about them. They just get on with their lives as if they are true. And I think that's what Christianity used to be. And you can say that those people were relative to the true ideal of a Christian who really tries to integrate God into their life. These people were not very religious. They probably lived quite, coarse lives where they drank too much and probably, got up to all kinds of things they shouldn't have. But they had this sort of veneer of Christianity And I do believe that it went a little bit deeper than that, and that if you engage in these habits of church going and praying with meals, or praying points in the day, or just giving offering up tokens of speech to pay lip service to your religion, that even on that level where it's just deeply ingrained habits, like cultural habits that everyone's engaging with together as a community, that is still a kind of virtuous it's still good. I think that is still a worthwhile endeavor. I think Pharaoh was talking to you about this idea of habits and talking about obesity, and I think even it's almost that stuff matters more than what people say they believe or what they spend all their time thinking about and arguing about on Twitter. This stuff that we just take for granted, that there's a heaven and a hell, and that Jesus rose from the dead, and everyone just knows stories from the Bible, and they know partial lines from Psalms just tripping off their tongue. It's so ingrained in the culture that it has this this good effect on everyone it touches without them even really having to think about it. It's just like habits of hygiene, washing your hands on autopilot. It's like no one has to understand germ theory or even believe germ theory for washing your hands to become a good cultural habit that everyone just agrees is good and everyone does it without having to think about it. That's what I'd like to get back to, even if that did come at the sacrifice of what you're talking about, which is this slightly more Christian idea of persecution and having a difficult life following God's plan.
What do you think it would take to stop you from going to church?
I think that's a difficult question. I mean, my specific church, I don't know. If my daughter stopped wanting to go, I think I'd be tempted not to go anymore, because it's always been something somewhat interesting. I mean, I like going, but it's mostly as a sort of social experiment on my children to see if they will acquire belief without me having to give it to them. If I just take them to a place every week and
so we'll see
play
if
with them
they.
bedtime.
I mean, they'll probably detect your actual beliefs. If they haven't already, they probably will figure it out. And then maybe when they become rebellious teenagers, they'll become very devout.
Yeah, who knows? So if they didn't want to go, I really don't want to drag them kicking and screaming to church. That's not, I don't have time for that. So that's that would be a pretty firm line under that social experiment for me.
I do think there's maybe a difference between your church attendance versus the hypothetical you who was born 100 years ago, which is that you've been infected, as you described it earlier, by the sort of Dawkins mind virus. You've got the automatic evolutionary psychology program running to give you explanations for things. So you don't deeply believe what you're hearing, but you see its kind of practical, pragmatic value. It's quite Petersonian, really. Whereas I think most people attending church would have, in a low-level sense, just this is what everybody says, and I've no reason to question it. I will just genuinely believe what I'm hearing. So, do you think? I mean, well, as evidence for that, I think everybody was just immediately believing in the efficacy of masks, and then now maybe is doubting the efficacy. As soon as they're told, they don't stop and question. They don't construct some more elaborate theory about it. They just as soon as they're told, that's their understanding. So, do you think that a faith is? Do you think this kind of extra layer of processing that you've been gifted by the atheists crew, is that going to be a real blocker for you in your search for an authenticity in your experiences?
Oh, you think almost if I hadn't known about, if I'd never read the God Delusion or Sam Harris's podcast, or if I didn't have the language to even express what a socially beneficial mind sort of parasite was, that I wouldn't be able to even think in those. Yeah, I mean it's possible. I think there's definitely I think I even heard a new one on me. They call it the numinous. Is that, am I saying that right?
Like a numinous experience is an experience of the divine, right?
Yes, the feeling of what I think they call it divine revelation. So I was listening to a Four Horsemen atheist discussion from 14 years ago on YouTube, back when YouTube videos could not be longer than an hour. It used to be they couldn't be longer than 10 minutes, but these ones were an hour long, and they had to be split it into two so that they could upload the whole thing. It's pretty famous.
That was probably
video.
a sensible restriction, I'm thinking at this moment.
Well, now TikTok, you can't make them over 90 seconds or something. So, we're really, progress.
I'm planning to upload this week's content as a series of 190,000 TikToks after I finish this.
So this idea of the numinous, where I really relate to that, where it really feels like at certain points in my life where I was really in a good state of mind to from a Christian perspective, you might say I was feeling very close to God at those points in my life, where it really felt like to walk outside on a beautiful summer morning or even a winter morning or anything, like any day, just feeling the glory of creation and feeling extremely grateful and just feeling inexplicably joyful way that made me, it kind of motivated me to want to praise creation and to in a sort of, I can't really describe it other than this sort of divine numinous. And then and then I hear this podcast just a few weeks ago where they go, okay, well that feeling, that's just numinous. Like that's not God. That's just,
you've got a label.
That's just
so
a nice
you can
feeling.
Dismiss it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like now I go, oh right, that's not God. It's just numinous.
Right.
So in a way, it does feel like they've just come and trampled all over this this really this feeling that was really important to me at that time. It's not something that I get that close to these days. I don't know what it is. It's like to look at it from that scientific point of view, I might say that it's just a hormonal balance in the brain that causes you to feel that way sometimes, to feel joyful or to feel even just to feel sad. I've seen people break down and cry in church services where they don't know how to describe their feeling other than to say that they're feeling the power of God, like they feel something that is making them weep with the power of it.
Apparently your video explaining your absence had the worst audio
Oh
ever.
No. I was filming that on my phone. How did that happen? Oh dear.
Okay. Maybe your finger was over the microphone.
Possibly. I was just I was just streaming on my phone while I was waiting backstage in this stream, waiting for you to finish with your last guest. So I thought, okay, well, this is a good time to set up a quick stream and tell people where I'm going. No way to tell. It was my first time streaming with that phone.
At least Mr. Name is here, so.
Oh, well, thanks very much, Mr. Name. Sorry, I got distracted there, but yeah, I think that's exactly right. Whether the Four Horsemen are right or wrong about the scientific origins of religiosity in the human mind, having that purely scientific reductionist explanation for why people feel that way sometimes, it does almost just it gives you an easy way out if you're looking for it. You go, okay, well, the resurrection, that all sounds kind of weird, and Noah's Ark and Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, that sounds even weirder. Like, I don't think that's true. I think probably the numinous, like, I'm going to go with a more scientific sounding thing.
Yeah.
That sounds like okay, well, that's just something like a hallucination that I'm having.
I was watching a video about cooking, completely different topic, and they were talking about how when you're watching videos on YouTube from other creators describing why a certain technique works, you should actually be more suspicious when a chef starts talking in scientific language. If they start talking about, the protein is denatured, this and that, because
Maillard browning, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Because the suspicion ought to come from the fact that the chemistry that's going on when you cook is extremely complicated, and it's unlikely that the chef really knows what's going on at some Heston Blumenthal microscopic level. But what the actual basis of the practice of cooking is based on experiments where you try doing a bunch of different stuff, just human actions, and you learn, okay, when I put the flour in a heap, it turns out better than putting it flat. I don't know why, but when you start applying theories, everybody thinks that it's more. It's very impressive. This person clearly knows more than the home baker over there who doesn't know the word protein. But it's actually the reverse way round. And I wonder if we should cultivate more of that sense when you hear two people talking about somebody's emotional experience, and one of them is talking about neurotransmitters and the other person is talking about like sadness, then actually is the scientist trying to bamboozle us? Like we end up getting quite familiar with Barnum statements and things. You can start to detect astrology talk and you just immediately switch your brain off. But I start to think maybe some of these scientific terms we should view the same way.
Have you ever read the Douglas Adams book where I think it was the one where he died halfway through writing it and it was never published, but he writes about astrology and says that it's just people think that it's a description of the stars and your birth in relation to the universe, and on those scientific terms it's completely absurd and instantly disprovable. There's absolutely no mechanism by which the stars can influence your life other than a few photons landing on your retina. But it's not, people who say that about astrology are completely misunderstanding the point, where some people just need a language framework to describe things they otherwise can't describe. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a lot of that going on with astrology, and I think that to be too reductionist about it, I think Christianity is a far more complex, more ancient version of that, and that like human religion is a constant process of this slow turning over of ideas that are far too complex for us to understand, far more complex even than the chemistry of cooking. That we need we need religious language to really understand what something like the human soul is. And I think it's really interesting how people these days who are very proudly atheist and who are very dismissive of explicitly religious talk will still allude to something like a human soul when thinking about things like gender ideology or one's own identity. Mm-hmm. They understand that there's a part of the mind, the personality that is sort of intrinsic, that is not the body. Mm-hmm. And they have deep respect for someone's personal identity and their lived experiences, and trying not to shame someone for their personality because they can't change that. But really, that just sounds like to me like they're just talking about a soul, but they haven't figured out the language for it. And if you've seen that, you've seen Oren McIntyre's famous saying about how liberals will, I think he calls them liberals, or what group he's talking about, but systematically people who are experimenting with all of these exciting new relationship dynamics and sexual experiences they are figuring out what exactly goes wrong when you are maximally permissive, and they start to rediscover normal heteronormative gender norms that we've known about for thousands of years.
They reconstruct marriage and act like they've discovered Atlantis.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Just normal, healthy sexual behavior and act like they've discovered Atlantis.
So, but in a sense, though, you know how if you understand more complex physics, Newtonian physics becomes reductive, and you go, okay, Newton would model this as though it were a marble run or point masses or whatever. We know the reality is more deep and more complex than that, but the Newtonian description is useful. And there's kind of an unstated assumption that if you continued to pursue scientific knowledge, you would get closer and closer to reality, and maybe you would hit the limits of your instruments and it would become impossible to progress towards reality. But at least you were using the right tools to go in that direction. Well, I wonder if, and so therefore you then think, okay, stuff like faith and religion and, you know, prayer and all this, we see that as a high level abstraction over the top of a complex science. You know, the cooking is a high level abstraction over chemistry that we don't understand. Religion is a high level abstraction over a science that we don't understand. But you could flip the picture upside down, like Cambridge University used to have. Everything was theology, you know, the theology of natural sciences, the theology of literature. So maybe we have the kind of Newtonian model, which is quite useful in a sense, but it is floating over a theological base, and you know, God is moving matter through some. I mean, if you go into deep philosophical, theological language, it does get pretty complicated, and you can imagine someone talking about the, you know, like what are the 4 types of cause for this thing, and it's not meaning some particle, it's like some metaphysical, philosophical concept. So I wonder whether we have it upside down when we think that the evolutionary psychology route. I mean, I do this myself. Partly the reason I'm commenting this is because even as a like very convinced Christian, who is even a little skeptical about the Earth being super old and evolution having explained things, I still find myself seeing the world through an evo-psych lens. I see somebody's behavior and I go, oh, well, you're just doing that because it would
Yeah, well, you know, I was really impressed when you were talking to Rebecca, was it yesterday, and she was asking about, you know, why is it that men are make up most of the greatest artists and poets? And you gave the exact answer I would have given. Like, I was just ready to like jump in there and say that, and then you said it perfectly. Like, yeah, I was like, delete. He's saying it already.
Good.
So you're definitely well versed in that sort of. I think you've been watching all the same podcasts as me. It's like you really have that part of your knowledge really. Well, as far as I've got, you get that stuff.
So but the question is. Like during that conversation, I phrased it as the first thing that springs to mind is the bell curves, you know, wider for men, and I didn't have any good justification for why that was the one that I considered to be the most important explanation. Maybe if I, you know, that probably tells me something about myself. Why was the question was, why is it that all the best artists are male? Something like, right, all the world famous, you know, you've got Picasso and blah blah blah. I'm sure if I was a feminist or a Marxist, I'd say it's because men were, you know, in powerful positions and women were oppressed. Perhaps the answer I should have given was the kind of opposite of that. It was like, well, men, you know, a man is the head of a woman and God created the universe and therefore men create the, you know, the next.
Yeah.
You could give a completely different answer to that question. But there's something sticky about the science route that means that it jumps to mind first. It might be as simple as a social thing that all the intellectuals and all of the authorities, like if you go on the BBC News, then it's very rare for them to look at, if they reported like mass shootings have gone up since last year, the first line of the story wouldn't be in further evidence of our nation's drift away from God, blah, blah, blah. So just wherever you go, you're confronted with this secular worldview, and you do kind of drink it in and end up really using it as your primary lens.
Oh, that's true. I do wonder, I don't know if you've been watching any of the Academic Agent streams or indeed doing the background reading on the solar masculine and the lunar feminine, where it almost feels like you've been following this as much as I have, and possibly more, of the Academic Agents pipeline from super from atheist, well, not exactly atheist, but sort of Austrian economics, libertarian, through to this and then that, and then down to extremely esoteric, symbolic representations of the universe that aren't scientific in the least, or modeled in mathematics or anything like this. It's almost like you're like a galaxy brain thing, the midwit curve, where at a certain level, even the scientific explanations become insufficient to explain the things you're talking about, and you need even more advanced language, which then is it's astrology, or it's lunar feminine. And you could have said that. I mean, if Rebecca asked you if Academic Agent was there, or if Julius Evola was there, and she said, why are all the greatest artists men? You go, well, the men are imbued with the power of the sun. You see, and to someone. To a lot of people, that would sound like Luke has gone crazy. Like, what is he? That's not an explanation. That's just a religious. That's just purely theological. But actually, once you understand what that is, that's actually that's a much neater way of explaining that what that means. And that we talked about that before with the Bible, and the parable that Jesus told, parables. He with a 3-line story, you can tell an entire textbook worth of sociology. It can it tells it conveys the information more efficiently, I think. Is that what you asked? I can't remember now.
I can't remember. I was wondering if his next book is going to be called From Actually to Detecting Whether Jupiter is Rising and its effects on your life.
It's like the Yes Chad meme. It's like whatever you think is ridiculous, I sincerely believe that.
C.S. Lewis wrote, do you see how I've gone
like it.
Peter Robinson again? C.S. Lewis wrote, aim at heaven and you will get earth thrown in. Aim at earth and you will get neither. Do you see this as a guiding principle?
I really want to believe that. I think that is the biggest leap of faith, even harder than believing in the resurrection and in Adam and Eve and in Genesis for me. Believing that if you pursue heaven, you'll get earth thrown in. It's so hard to have faith in that, and I find it difficult to persuade anyone else of that. If it's as close to a religious belief as I have, because I do want to believe it. I do constantly try to persuade myself that it's the case. I don't know how you interpret it, but for me, I'm interpreting this as if you set your eyes only on the good, or God as it's commonly known as, pursuing the virtuous life that God is asking of you, and do not seek the treasures of earth, and do not seek glory or success or the abundance of wealth or the abundance of power. Don't seek to impose your will on earth, because that's you won't get anywhere and you won't succeed. What you need to do is set your sights on the divine and look to what God wants you to do, and that will get you both. And yet it's I think that's who is it who I was listening to you talking to Panama Hat, who struggled with that late in life, with the after writing lots of beautiful religious poetry, later during illness, this poet struggled to continuing believing that, and to after
Gerard
seeing
Manley Hopkins.
When you see evil prevail and you see evil people succeed in their plans and to get rich off it, it's really hard to continue to believe that and to act as if that is true when there's so many people who just want to win, who are, winning is all that matters, not being good while doing so.
Yeah, I detect that you are doing the Peterson thing where you say, if you aim towards the good, or God, as it is sometimes called, and I hear Peterson say stuff like this all the time, right? It's like, I think it shows an underlying, quite complex translation where he says, religion is an encoding of something, some deep wisdom acquired over many generations, into a form that is abstract, like a set of interlocking ideas that you have to believe in, and it will guide your actions, and then that guidance is useful both in your life and more generally as the species. And if you're really like mega brained like Peterson, you can actually explain how it works, but most people just have to kind of just do it, just follow it like a set of wise things. But I guess as a Christian, I can't buy into that type of explanation, because I think that God is an actual being, not just. I mean, I don't want to be belittling,
not just an
abstraction. It's just a difference of opinion. But like, to me, that the rubber does eventually hit the road when you're asking questions like, what happens after you die? What?
Yeah, well, if you believe that God is a true being who has an omnipotent, omniscient will on the universe, then having faith is almost easier. If that's the hard part, you've done that, and then okay, well, God can do anything, so why wouldn't He do the best thing for you if you just follow Him?
There's this psalm that goes, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your understandings and not on your own understandings, in all your ways acknowledge Him and He will give you the desires of your heart. And the way I tend to understand this is more in the direction of make God the desires of your heart and He will give Himself to you, rather than, oh, I really would like a cheesecake tomorrow. Well, I guess I'll do my, prayers tonight, and then like God will be like the vending machine. But if you're starting out with, well, I'm going to follow religion as a sneaky bypass to getting my material desires, so that's not a very satisfying answer.
Yeah, I think, but for me, it's not just about the prayers and the church attendance, but a sincere acknowledgement of other people as a soul, as a worthwhile human being whose life is just as rich and meaningful as my own. Hello, Nathan.
Hello, Bo. Hello, Luke.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, thank you. I've been enjoying this discussion so far. It's been, I think it's naturally going to lead on to where we're going, actually. So it's been well set up. Yeah.
Nathan, do you have any thoughts on the subject of church attendance? How is it featured in your life?
I think I find it a really positive thing. I think it's what, for large periods of my life, I've been struggling with faith as a single individual. But I think going to church has been a place where just being in that community, worshipping together, has been something which strengthens, but also gives me a place to actually ask questions, discuss discuss issues in my faith, and realize that you're not alone in that journey. I think that's a really important thing, because especially today when we're more atomized than before. I think post-COVID, a lot of people working from home, being in a church allows just for that space to be like, okay, I'm in person, I have doubts, they have doubts, but we're doing it together, and I think that's really important.
I was actually going to say a similar thing about doubts, because Poe, I feel like you've sometimes been talking as if you're the odd one out, in the sense that everybody else in the building has this real sincere, straightforward belief, and yet you're a pretender. But actually, I suspect many more people there are in similar position to you, where they're trying to figure things out.
When I'm being polite in polite mode, I tell Christians that I'm in the middle of like a 15-year doubt slump. But I'm ready to pull myself out of it any minute.
In the middle. I'm ready to pull myself out of it in another 15 years.
Perhaps. We'll see if I'm in the middle or at the end of it. But
any last thoughts or ideas you wanted to share, Poe? I mean, obviously
only
everyone...
that I've been instructed by Ed Dutton to remind all listeners that I'm going to be on the Jolly Heretic Public House on Thursday. So go to Jolly Heretics channel, Professor Ed Dutton. Subscribe there if you want to see me there. Sorry to shamelessly plug that, but he did ask nicely, so can't very well deny that. Thanks very much, Luke.
Have a good week. What are you talking about with Ed? What topic are you discussing with him? I'm interested.
I've no idea.
Oh, exciting.
But Amy's going to be there too. Amy from Whammon Hour. So.
Wow, a women's panel.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanks very much, Poe.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Cheerio.
Oh, I cut her off like I did with I did the same thing with Rebecca yesterday. I feel like I'm slamming the door in all the women's faces as they leave.
Putting down your manly authority, I guess.
That's it. It was entirely deliberate and a show of proper hierarchy. So, Nathan, you said that this would lead smoothly on from what we were talking about with Poe. Do you want to make the segue?
Yes,
not to put you on the spot, but
put me on the spot. Go for it. I guess. I guess you were talking about being in relationship with God. Is it just an abstract idea? Is it a set of propositions? Is it an ethical relationship? So something that we pursue in terms of duty towards moral values? Is God just a word for these moral values? Or is it a personal relationship? And by personal, I don't necessarily mean sensitive. I think people kind of have that sense of, it's very cushy or something like that. I mean, as in one agent to another, and the responsibilities, the obligations that come with that. So we see in the New Testament, Jesus describes the relationship he has with God, let's say, as the Father and the Son. So do we have a relationship with God as like a child to a son, to a father? And I think the discussion of wisdom, which we're going to get into in Proverbs and in the Old Testament and so on, sees it much more in the second type, in terms of how we go about life and how we relate to the divine. It sees it in that personal way. So I thought it was quite interesting that kind of came up for you at the end of that discussion.
I don't know if it's subliminal, but I've been finding natural segues between the different streams and cross-cutting idea. I mean, it's probably a large part because I've got all the ideas swirling around my head of the things I'm expecting people to talk about. But yeah, also just that these are all things I'm interested in, and there's lots of lots of overlapping ideas. So,
but there's another sense though. Sorry, just to cut in, because there's a really interesting idea on that. George MacDonald, who wrote the Princess and the Goblin, big influence on J.R.R. Tolkien. He once wrote this essay where he goes into discussing where do we get our ideas from, because our ideas cause our actions sometimes, right? Or we kind of base things on our ideas. But when you're thinking, how does an idea actually come to your mind? It's not something you can kind of cause by yourself. You might reason through something, but often ideas just appear, or you suddenly have a breakthrough moment. And in his view, that is the divine, almost placing divine ideas into your mind. So he would say, like, Shakespeare writing Hamlet, well, God wanted Hamlet brought into being. So he created an individual who could receive such an idea and bring it into being. So maybe all of your connections are the influence of the Lord in these streams.
How does he account for sinful ideas?
Yes. I mean, he doesn't go into that.
Okay.
But I think if you went to like the Reformation time period, for example, they often describe temptations or doubts as injections or invasions of Satan in the soul. So they had a very porous view of consciousness, that external agencies could not just interact with you, but actually kind of place ideas and feelings, thoughts and emotions within you. And so you're much more of a stage than how we see ourselves today, is much more isolated. There's the external world, which our senses represent to us, and we are contained within our consciousness. It's quite a different view. So maybe that's one way we could maybe help George out on this point.
That's very generous. So Proverbs 9 verse 10 states, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and knowledge of the Holy One is understanding." Has this idea been has it shaped your journey as a Christian? Is it important to you?
I think it's very important to me, actually. I think in part because wisdom is something which is prized by many different traditions, many different philosophies. So, for example, in Norse mythology, Odin, he wants to drink from Mimir's well, which will give him wisdom. But to do so, he has to give up one of his eyes. And so he plucks out his eye, gives it over, and he's allowed to take a drink from the well of knowledge or wisdom. And so he becomes the wise one. Which shows you maybe the price of wisdom, but also the value of it. That it's so worthwhile that it's worth giving up one of your eyes for, which is a major transaction if you put it in a very literal way. So wisdom's an important thing. Proverbs itself says that wisdom is more valuable than silver or gold or rubies. So the most precious gems, precious materials in the world cannot compete with wisdom. That it's something which can give you a long life, prosperity, and we could maybe go into what's kind of meant by these ideas. But it's almost like a key which, once it's in place, kind of sets you on the right course. It's a right way of life. So it's not just an intellectual thing. It infuses all of your being, your way of being. So for me, I try to live according to wisdom as best I can, often realizing that I fail quite a lot. But I think those moments or those times where I have been able to live according to wisdom, or see myself coming back to wisdom from folly, have been some of the richest. What about in your experience, Luke?
Yeah, I agree, and the challenge of acquiring wisdom is that it's something that's slow process. It takes a long time. It's almost you have to prepare yourself for things that are yet unknown. you could almost say that, I mean, there's this idea of low time preference, high time preference, and that's quite scientific sounding language. So that's probably why it appeals to the modern ear. But there's a sense in which wisdom is gained by having the self-control and patience to deal with the things that are big and weighty and important, rather than the things that are immediate and, you know, attractive and alluring. A.W. Tozer wrote, "The most important thing about a man is not what he does, it's who he becomes." So I feel like that being wise is sometimes mistaken as, or you made a wise decision, therefore you are wise. But it's much more about, I mean, it's the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, is quite a good way of phrasing it, because a moment in your life where you realize that it is the attitude that God has towards you that is truly motivating, right? That you have to fear eventual, you know, destruction or you know, terrifying punishment. And what's the effect of that? You aren't changed instantly, but it puts you on a course that is the path towards wisdom.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, and it's so because we often think of knowledge as intellectual, propositional, what you were talking about in the last stream, as abstract belief in a proposition about God, let's say, and maybe you can get that in a moment, but the knowledge and wisdom here are used in this more dispositional sense. And it's building that dispositional, maybe what the Aristotle might call a habit of seeing the world, how to feel about the world, how to act in the world. And you don't just learn that overnight. It takes a whole lifetime. And there's a lot of ups and downs along the way. I guess if you read something like John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, that's taking this journey, the spiritual journey, as a geographical movement across mountains and through ravines, and from where you begin in folly, let's say, to the place of wisdom. It's a long journey. So you can see that in these spatial sort of metaphors help to kind of characterize that, and maybe. Evola talks about the mountain as a spiritual symbol. That mountain climbing, it's not just a physical activity. It's not just something that you do for excitement or thrills, or maybe many people do that, but he says that's not going far enough, because really the mountain, the physical challenge, the risk of it, that if you fall, you will die, the tension, the mastery of yourself, your reflexes, being able to adapt at any moment to the physicality of the mountain. This reflects a spiritual conquest, which can be expressed through mountain climbing, but also in other contexts too. And when you master the mountain, as it were, when you've conquered it, when you reach the top, well, in many mythologies, the top of the mountain, that's the place where heaven and earth meet, the earth meeting the sky where the gods are. And so we see Mount Olympus, for example, is where the Olympian gods, Zeus and Poseidon and so on, live there. Or Valhalla in Norse mythology is on top of the glittering mountain. So when you've reached that point, there's a certain transfiguration of the soul, he would say, that it's moved beyond the ordinary into the heroic and immortality. And so for him, this spatial movement is also reflected in the spiritual journey. He also sees it as a something that could be mapped on in that way, as it symbolically. So I think there's not just in the Christian tradition, but we could see in kind of perennial spirituality, there's this sense of there's a process, there's a long journey to go on with many stages before you can arrive at this end point, which may not be in this life. The Evola says, many of the heroes, when they climb the mountain, they don't return to the earth in many of the myths, and that's because they've moved on into a higher plane or into another life. So that's maybe a little check as well on potential pride, that we can ever reach wisdom fully in this life. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for it.
Yeah, I love that symbolism of up and down. You've got a very literal sense that when you are at the top of the mountain, you can look down and you have a higher perspective, and you can understand the lay of the land in a way that you couldn't when you were down at ground level. And I guess when you're underground, you could see nothing at all and it gets dark.
Yeah.
You've got the idea of the wise man at the top of the mountain, which I guess is such an old theme, as you were saying. You ascend to Mount Sinai to get the Ten Commandments from God. You ascend, you build the Tower of Babel as high as you can because you're trying to reach the gods. Abraham takes his son Isaac to the top of a mountain.
Yes.
Jesus was ascended to heaven, as did Elijah. Was it Elijah who went in the chariot? And you could go on and see this theme of ascension, physically going up into the air, being associated with increased wisdom, increased spirituality, increased godliness, and descent downwards. I remember Philippocrat pointed this out to me, that the maps they had at the time were oriented such that the sea would have been at the bottom of their maps, and that sea in Hebrew is very associated with chaos and evil and all the sea monsters and things. So there's also this idea that when you descend into the depths, like Jonah going down into the sea, but on a map the sea was also was down as well. I thought that was just a cool little thing that's always stuck with me. Sorry, that was you accidentally triggered a 5-minute time drive about up and down.
No, that's wonderful, and also because just think about Jonah for a second there. He has to go down before he can go up. He's not ready to go on the mission that God sent him on. He doesn't have wisdom. He doesn't fear the Lord as he should do at that point. And so it's only by going down in the belly of the fish, down into the very depths of the sea, into the place of kind of where he's unlearnt all of what he thought was wise, or all of those truths those things he thought were true or about the world, reorganizing his priorities, where he almost comes out you might say a blank slate. I don't think that's quite right, but you get the sense like he's been washed anew. He comes out and he's ready to go on the mission that he's meant to do. Now, he's not perfect by that point, because after he goes and preaches to the Ninevites that they should repent, he's very bitter about the fact that God doesn't then destroy them. So he's not completed the path for wisdom by any means, but he started the path. Maybe you could look at mystical traditions as well as kind of pointing to this idea of the purgative. That so Teresa of Avila or Ignatius of Loyola would often say, at the beginning of the mystical path towards communion or union with God begins with purging yourself of your false conceptions of God, but also of those vices which are stopping you from going on the path. And that's a painful process, because they're things, they often come from things that we love very dearly. They may come from things which aren't necessarily evil in themselves, but we've set up to be bigger than they should be in our lives, but we need to kind of cut them out, or maybe like Odin, pluck out our eye to get rid of them, and then we are ready to move forward on the path of wisdom. Sorry, I'm going off in lots of directions, I'm afraid, Luke. So please don't apologize when you do it.
That's what this stream is about. I was also interested in the second half of that verse. So not only the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but also the knowledge of the Holy One is insight. We had mentioned, while I was talking with Poe, of the fact that everything was once viewed as theology, and maybe still that should be the case. I remember talking with one of my friends. Lots of the people at my church are doing, PhDs in theology and things. So I have lots of brain food when I which is a great blessing. I absolutely relish it. And he really does deeply believe that everything in existence is in the mind of God. Like, reality is in no way kind of separate from God. And whether you take that extreme position or not, there's a sense in which everything is at least created by God. So it's almost like that verse is defining both ethics and metaphysics in one verse. You've got how do you ground ought, and then how do you ground is. I mean, it's also interesting that ought comes first, because we tend to think we've got is sorted and we can now move on and try and bridge our way over to ought. But actually, it's the other way around. The important thing is how we should act, and then only secondarily do we have to have any idea of what's going on.
Very much so.
Go on.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things, so I study early modern Scotland and the Reformation during that period, and I read a lot of diaries from that time, particularly to do with religiosity. And one of the things that's noticeable is that, these are very devout people. They'd probably be, today, they would be extremists of some kind, right, in terms of their religiosity. They see the world, they don't just have to think about the world as being infused with the grandeur of God. They see that, and they feel it. But when they often comment on the fact that when they have doubts in their faith or fall into sins, is when they've not been attending to their religious exercises, or when they've not gone to church that week, or something like that. Whereas when they do participate in these rituals, when they do go to worship, that's the moments where they have development in their spiritual journey. So there is this sense that we can see in their experiences, and people like Pascal commented on this too, that when you're first engaged in worship, when you're kind of moving the heart first, the mind will follow. And or at least opens the mind up to broader reality. Whereas if the heart is closed to a reality, the mind will also be closed. Think of like Carlyle. You've commented on this before. I think Carlyle talks about religion being first and foremost your feeling about the world. He says, "I will tell you a man's religion if you tell me how he feels about reality." And so he thinks then their beliefs will follow how they feel about it. So I think there's a lot of truth in that idea that we see in Proverbs, and in experience and through time, people have commented on it.
Yeah, I remember having discussions with people about the fact that they feel the world is the world feels shallow to them, in a sense, that they can't fully buy into it, that they are unmoved by the beauty of nature, or that they struggle to feel genuine feelings of love to even their family members, and these kind of sensations. And I'd say, reflecting on my own life and experiences, that those types of I've had periods of my life where I've had the same kind of observations. I'm like, the world just seems fundamentally, somehow two-dimensional, disengaging, unexciting, and unmotivating, and it would be quite easy from that perspective to then buy into some quite nihilistic or postmodern ideas, but there's a very clear pattern about when these things happen. It's almost invariably when I have been, by my choice, distant from God, and usually as a result of unrepentant sin. I've been, unable to draw near to God, and it sucks all of the joy out of life. I mean, these are also usually times which are associated with me eating unhealthy but tasty foods. So it's this strange back to front thing when your life actually becomes full of the hedonistic pleasures, but emptied of any of their joy. And I mean, it's a hard thing to communicate to somebody who isn't a Christian, but you kind of want to say, well, I guess what you want to say to them is taste and see that the Lord is good.
Yeah. I think there's a few things there that jump out. Is that there's no neutral practices, right? We often think that if I do something, it's not really changing who I am in my being, or at a really core level. But actually, everything we do leaves a little impression here or there upon who we are. Even just that day, it changes who we are. I think you had Scott Mannion on a couple of days ago, and he would call it like the spirit or daemon or agency, which is influencing you. And we all kind of instinctively recognize this, or we see this in various ways. So, for example, different kinds of music arouse different emotions in us.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe certain cultures have different kinds of music that they elevate, and it impacts the way that they behave in the world. We can see these sorts of connections. Or you mentioned food. Well, what about alcohol or drugs or so on? But we often just limit it to the very clear examples. But what about the books that you read? Do they have an impact? Or the YouTubers that you listen to? Even just something as small as that, the attitude that they convey or the ideas that they're presenting, they also have an impression as well. So I think it's go ahead, Luke. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I do sometimes see YouTube as a bit of a vice in my life. I probably have it on. I listen, I have YouTube Premium, so I can just have my phone in my pocket and listen to YouTube videos basically all the time. Like, I've got a 5-minute walk to do. I wouldn't dream of doing it without sticking somebody talking on in my ears.
Yeah.
And I know that I also contribute to this because I have a YouTube channel that other people probably do the same. Maybe at least I justify it by thinking I can be like a nicotine patch for people that, maybe it would be better if they were spending that time in silent prayer and contemplation. But at least I hope that listening to my content is like a little bit more wholesome and upbuilding than the alternative.
Oh, definitely. I would say as well, and you'll feel very embarrassed as a Brit with me saying this, but I actually do think your channel has had a positive impact on my life. I can say that.
That's very kind.
When we're talking about these things, I do come away from it renewed, refreshed, and approaching the world on the track towards greater wisdom. So
praise God, because
praise God for that.
I mean, he I really do believe drew me to doing this. And I don't know if you feel the same way, because your channel is, I mean, at least as effective, and probably more so than my output in this regard. So, but for me at least, it's an idea that I don't know where it came from, and it seems to have been effective. And I think it's been a lot of decisions along the way that I've felt some sense of guidance over. And during each stream, I mean, you mentioned right at the beginning of our conversation about the concept that an idea is from the divine. I think I do have quite a deep belief in that, especially when you have ideas. You know, I believe that the Holy Spirit is our guide when we are interpreting Scripture and when we are talking, you know, iron sharpening iron. Not that we become infallible, but that we can trust that God will use us to say what needs to be said at the moment that's needed. So, you know, I like to think I have been used by God faithfully in some conversations, and I would think the same about you, right? That we rely on a divine power, even though what we're doing can sometimes seem kind of mundane or rational, but actually that we really do believe that, you know, Jesus is building his church, and we are lucky enough to be a part of that.
Definitely. I think well here's the little kind of expansion of that idea, maybe, is that in a way everybody's relying on some kind of power to some degree. Like you're staking your life on something, and you're relying on something. Now, again, to kind of use Scott Mannion's language, he would say that we're all using a kind of hyper agency. There's a force which maybe possesses or directs a lot of our thinking, behavior, and so on. So it's not a question of whether you have a power or not that's involved in your life. It's really a question of which one are you going to stake it on. And I think, you know, from experience, but also from kind of just on a rational basis, the creator of heaven and earth sounds like the best power to rely on.
It's an easy sales pitch in a way.
yes. But you know, not just in a kind of facetious way. I think also the fullness of life that comes with that, the hope and joy that come as part of that, but then also the growth as well, and that can be hard. We talk about spiritual journey, but moving forward in that is, you can look back and it's like, wow, like I'm learning much more about the world than I ever thought I could. I'm becoming more in tune with the order of the universe. I am, and as a consequence, I'm able to benefit some other people, and that might be in just ordinary daily life. Indeed, Proverbs, where this verse comes from, it's almost, you know, wisdom isn't some highfalutin thing. It directs just mundane affairs, like how do you conduct your romantic relationships? How do you go about business or treating other people in terms of legal action? Wisdom kind of shapes all those things. So it's not something which is detached from everyday life. It's something that you can get real juice from in every interaction.
Yeah. So, have you found the process of becoming more well? Perhaps I should start with: do you feel that you have grown in wisdom? Are you prepared to overcome your British sensibilities enough to admit that?
I actually would say I don't think I'm particularly wise, but I am further ahead than I was towards it. Yes.
I mean, that's a fair. That's all I needed.
I
Really.
have theological reasons for this, though. Well, it comes from the fact that the fear of the Lord, when you look at where outside of Proverbs, it's mentioned a number of times, but there's two really key instances which I think help us to understand what's meant by the fear of the Lord. Would you mind if I just read a passage or two?
Go ahead, yeah, please.
So the first one comes from Deuteronomy 10. And so this is just after Moses has brought the law to Israel. He had originally broken the two tablets after they had been worshipping the golden calf. But God has given him the instructions to write the 10 Commandments on two new stone tablets, and he's come back to them. And from verse 12 of chapter 10, he says, "And now, Israel, what does the Lord God, your God, ask of you, but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in obedience to him, to love him, to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, and to observe the Lord's commands and decrees that I am giving you today for your own good." So, many people in the audience will have picked up that Jesus taught, when he's asked what are the greatest commandments, he says, to love the Lord your God with all your soul, with all your heart, with all your strength, with all your mind, to love your neighbor as yourself. And this is the sum of the law. And we see here that the fear of the Lord is essentially expressed through this commandment, that it's tied in with loving God ahead of everything else. The other chapter or other place where this comes, the first mention of the fear of the Lord, is in Genesis 22. And it's interesting you mentioned this earlier. It is the testing of Abraham on Mount Moriah. So for context, Abraham is chosen by God to kind of become the foundation of a new people, the Israelites or the Hebrews. And so he leaves his homeland to set out on a journey to a new land. And he is a very old man, and so is his wife. And, he's 100, she's 90. It seems unlikely at the very best that he's going to be able to produce a new kingdom. But miraculously, God gives him a son, Isaac. And so you think naturally the story's going to go that Abraham ends up in this land and Isaac will inherit. Well, Genesis 22 throws a spanner in the works, because God tells Abraham, take your son, Isaac, to the mountain Moriah and sacrifice him there as a burnt offering. Now, let's just think about that for a second as a kind of proposition. It would be awful for any parent to have to kill their own son or their own child. I think that must be one of the worst things that could ever be placed on anybody. But this isn't like other examples in mythology. So Agamemnon, he kind of slighted Artemis, one of the gods Artemis, who thus prevented the ships of Greece going out to Troy to bring back Helen of Troy. And so the only way that he could undo this was apparently by sacrificing his daughter. In that situation, it's for like the good of the nation, for the health of the nation, as it were. So you might say, well, it's a terrible thing he has to do, but there is a greater good which is going to be produced by it. Or like saving the universe, that might be another example, right? But in this example, Abraham, there's no kind of greater good which is coming from this. If anything, it's going against the very promises that God had put forward before. So it seems like God's betrayed him. He's going to have to kill the son of promise, who was a miracle, and he's going to be considered completely mad and a murderer by everybody. But nonetheless, Abraham goes ahead. He goes up to the mountain. He places Isaac upon the kind of altar and raises his knife to do the deed. An angel then intervenes just at that moment, saying, "No, do not do this, Abraham. Don't lay your hand on the boy. Now that I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." And God then blesses Abraham, saying, "You will have as many descendants as, there are stars in the sky." I mean, there's lots of things we could say about this passage, but I think at its heart, it's Abraham is willing to put everything aside or on offer to God, that God's interests become his own, that his first thought is, how can he please God? Even in the situation where God appears dark and has betrayed him, he still puts God above his highest love, which is the son which was miraculously born to him. So when we come back to Deuteronomy 10:12, where it's this, the fear of the Lord is loving God with all of your heart, the Abraham passage puts that in the sharpest possible relief, that, it's not just giving up things which are obvious to give up in the service of God, such as love of money or lust. It means even giving up the things you love most in the world, things which are beautiful and good, to God, even when it seems absolutely absurd. So I think, so when I say, like, I'm not wise, that's what I have in mind, is that Abraham is the exemplar of wisdom, and I don't think I'm at that stage where I could even contemplate what he did for myself. So I think that's a very high, challenging bar for wisdom.
Yeah. I remember having a conversation with someone from Atheist Sock at uni about this story with Abraham and Isaac, and he was saying, I just think it's a horrible story. And I remember thinking, I think it's an incredible story. I think it's a wonderful, beautiful story. I simultaneously I understand it's not comfortable reading, but it doesn't have the knee-jerk reaction of, I like this, but it has the deep feeling that the more you think and meditate upon it, it contains deep truths, like unavoidable and lovely things. And that's how I think that's how wisdom is often experientially. Lots of Jesus' teaching has the same quality, right? Where you hear the parable and you're like, I see where this is going, lovely little morality lesson, and then just the ending completely messes you up, and you go, no, Jesus, I disagree with you on this. I don't think we can see eye to eye here. Like, you had a lovely, you were going in a direction, we were all on board, and you've just thrown us for a loop. And that's because none of us are born wise. We rub up against some true wisdom, and it's got that quality of, like, I need to spend time getting to grips with this. But I really think the story of Abraham and Isaac is, perhaps the second best story, as it were, ever told after the crucifixion of Jesus. And there's such clear link between the two stories, in that Abraham was prepared to give up his son, but God did give up his son. God did kill his son. And his Jesus rose again. I suppose you could argue that would have been another alternate ending to the story, in a way. Abraham picks up the knife, kills Isaac, and then Isaac rises back to life. Because often the explanation of the story is like, but he didn't have to do it, and that's what matters. The angel intervened, and that's what's most important about the story. And that leaves you with this kind of funny feeling, because if Abraham had known that the angel was going to intervene, he wasn't really sacrificing his son. But if he didn't know it, then he must have thought God was an actual moral monster. And I think you have to say, actually, Abraham trusted that even though he was genuinely going to kill his son, nonetheless God was good, and that he didn't understand how, but somehow God would continue to be in control, and following God's instruction was the highest of all the possible priorities you could have in your life. But at a practical level, I think, you know, I'm the sort of person who always had 100 objectives for my life. Like, you know, I was going to be a scientist and a painter and a race car driver and you know, on and on and on. Like, I'll just fit it all in.
There's still time.
maybe. I'm gonna need to get myself a reality show or something where they just every week they give me a challenge, that type of format.
This is next year's Lambda already planned, I think.
Yeah, every hour a new. But one of the things that happens to you as you grow up is that you realize that you have to prioritize, and you have to knock things off the bottom of the priority list and say, I'm just focusing on the top 5 things. Actually, I'm just focusing on the top 3 things. Actually, and it's tough battling, because things, you know, time really is a limited resource. You have to decide what you're going to do with it. And I feel like I've just been gently, by God, throughout my life, like, things have battled against my faith for supremacy only up to the point that I could handle, you know. And you know, by God's grace, I think I have continued to prioritize my faith as the top priority, not with every decision, but just as a pattern over time, that is becoming a more convinced and full conviction in me. And I think that's not easy. That's quite unpleasant sometimes, because you're losing things that you care about, but that's the part of your life that is sacrifice. And on the other side of sacrifice, you are very glad that you did it. So sorry, that was about 3 thoughts in a row. But I'll pass back over to you.
Yeah, I think so. Part of what you're saying could be summed up by the idea that you mentioned this before, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. So I think that's one thing, and I certainly think for Abraham, trying to understand how God could simultaneously betray him and also be good. You know, he's trusting in the Lord, essentially. He's not leaning on his own understanding. But then a few verses later in Proverbs, there's this interesting bit about how giving the first fruits of all your crops, you know, is the first kind of thing it says about what wisdom is like. So giving your money or your produce or your work first to God. This idea, so Isaac's the first, you know, his firstborn son, as it were, or the child of promise. There's this idea of giving up the most important things. And I think that really gets to the heart of it. And then, you know, this typological interpretation also of the Abraham story that you were kind of pointing to with, well, Christ dies as the sacrifice, essentially. Said Hossein Nazar, who incidentally is somebody that King Charles has read, so recommended reading for all British patriots. Yeah. He talks about this idea of pontifical man. It's this idea that the pontifex was the bridge between heaven and earth, the mediator, usually the ruler of a people, such as in Greece or in Rome. The pontifex, as it were, is the one that conducts worship on behalf of the community and is thus also the ruler. But he says he kind of expands this to all humanity and says actually the primordial man or the ideal man is such that they're aware of their origin and they know where their end, and they live accordingly. And when that happens, because they are the image of God within reality, they are that part of the universe which mirrors or reflects the divine qualities within the world, be that in the mind or creativity, love itself. When they are most fully human, they are a revelation of God within the world. And so when you were making that connection between Abraham and Christ, that if Abraham, in Abraham we're getting an individual who's giving up his first fruits, who's putting aside what he thinks is important and thrusting himself into living for God in the most fullest way possible, on the top of the mountain, the place where the transfiguration of the soul takes place. We're seeing a vision or an image of God's love for us and what Christ is like as well. So I think that pontifical idea is a really beautiful way of capturing that. When you've reached is the wrong word. When you're on the path towards wisdom, when your life is being more and more guided by wisdom, you're actually going to be in tune with the divine wisdom, the Logos, and revealing it within the world to other people.
Have you looked at all at the depiction of wisdom in Proverbs 1, where wisdom is this woman? She cries aloud in the street, and she says, "How long will you love being simple? How long will fools and scoffers delight in their scoffing?" This is different from the image that you brought us earlier, where, like in Pilgrim's Progress, you move through a landscape towards wisdom. In this case, it is wisdom itself that is being characterized. What are your thoughts on that image?
It's a powerful image, isn't it? I'm reminded of a couple of lines from the end of Goethe's Faustus, actually, where he says something to the effect, I apologize to all the Goethe scholars in the audience, but it's something to the effect, the eternal feminine draws us on. And what does he mean by that? He doesn't necessarily mean like an individual female per se. He means there's certain qualities within the feminine which point us towards the divine reality. He would say something like the beauty, the gentleness, the attunement to nature, perhaps, as well. And so I think in this case we have wisdom is being presented in such a way that it has those qualities too, and it leads us towards the divine as well. It kind of comes to us and brings us towards the divine. But as you said, she's crying out, but people are mocking her. They're not listening. They're carrying on in their simple ways. I think that's quite an interesting comment, because often it's, on the one hand, it's the intellectuals who think they're too smart or have it all sorted. They have their view of wisdom. They think they're wise. But on the other hand, you get this kind of folk simplicity where it's like, I know what I think. I don't need to listen to the experts. And there's value in that, especially these days, not listening to the experts. But there is a kind of stubbornness that can also prevent listening to wisdom. So it's kind of, she's addressing two peoples, and it's very easy to fall into one or the other.
I love that it then goes on to say, "I will mock you when terror strikes you. When distress and anguish come upon you, they will call upon me, but I will not answer. They will seek me diligently, but they will not find me, because they hated knowledge and did not choose to fear the Lord. They will have none of my counsel." And I think that's such an important perspective that actually, when people strike disaster, suddenly they see the value of wisdom, but it's too late. You have to begin the journey towards wisdom and grow in it and cultivate it, and then be ready for the storm when it comes. You know, it's like the ultimate hindsight is 2020, when people, you know, want to find a wise person in their moment of distress, but they need the wisdom. You know, there will be a day when you can't turn to somebody older and wiser, because you are supposed to have become that wise person. Now,
well, it's interesting you mentioned storm there, and the image that jumps to mind is Jesus talking about the person who follows his command is like a wise man who builds his house upon the rock. And when the storm comes, his house is solid. It's able to withstand the storms, let's say the troubles of life. And this could also be, you know, the contentment or the resting on God, which allows you to go through all of those troubles and not be moved with the wind. Whereas the foolish person who doesn't put Christ's commands or teachings into action is like a foolish man who builds his house upon the sand. And when the storm comes, his house is washed away and he has nothing left. And so I don't think that's an accident that Jesus uses that kind of language of wisdom and foolishness with what the wisdom says in Proverbs. Actually, you know, it's imperative that you do this now, because the storm will come. And I think the other thing, just to say very, very quickly, Luke, is that by Christ making that kind of claim about his own commandments, he's putting himself in the place of the divine in the Old Testament, right? So that's quite a powerful parable he's got going there.
Yeah, I've sometimes spoken to people who doubt that the Bible is claiming Jesus' divinity, and it seems to do it so frequently and constantly. I just, but maybe it just takes that slight bit of digging. I mean, that is also what Jesus literally said about his own preaching, that it kind of requires some amount of engagement. You can't just be spoon-fed the gospel in a way.
You can't just have it on in the background while you're going for a walk.
Oh, nice callback. Now, I was already feeling underdressed because you were wearing a shirt and a suit, but look who's joined us now.
Hi Nathan. I did want to share a thought before you go on the sacrifice of Isaac. And maybe you said it, because I was just catching the tail end of your discussion of it. But to me, one of the most significant things about that is that when we think about the crucifixion of Jesus, the perspective we're given in the Gospels is very much, I think, that of Jesus's perspective, maybe his disciples, right? Sort of the people around it, right? But I think that in the sacrifice of Isaac, I think this is part of the reason it's so powerful. And the Lord makes such a big deal of what Abraham did, you know, because you did this, you know, many blessings will come and stuff, is because in the sacrifice of Isaac, we see the perspective of the Father. It's the only time I think we see that in the scriptures. That is, we see the perspective that God the Father had at the crucifixion. The difference being that Jesus really was sacrificed, whereas Isaac wasn't. Right?
Yeah, that's a great way to look at it. Yeah.
What an incredible book God has given us, hey?
Yes.
Now, everybody watching and listening must go and subscribe to Nathan Hood's channel. If not, you're doing yourself a big disfavor. Is it if you just type Nathan Hood into YouTube, that'll find you, right?
Nathan CJ Hood. That'll find me.
CJ Hood. Well, okay. Yes.
Oh, there's a lot of Nathan Hoods around. Is that what you're saying? You have to compete against many Nathan Hoods on YouTube.
It's a tough market.
This is the highest quality of Nathan Hood. I've never seen a better Nathan Hood.
You've not looked hard enough.
Great. Well, thank you, Nathan, so much for joining us. I really some of the discussions I've had, I felt I've needed to sort of be precise in my questions and try and lead the conversation. But with you, I sort of threw a thought over to you and trusted you with turning it into gold, which you did excellently. So thank you so much.
Oh, well, thank you for having me on, and all the best for the last couple of hours of Lambda.
Thank you very much. Radleb.
All right.
You have a title, To the Very End of the Age, and I'm
yes.
very excited to hear more.
Are you ready to get right into it, sir? I understand that you're just going from stream to stream here. So
hit me.
Okay, all right. So yeah, I asked your permission because I realized you'd renamed it, and I kind of missed that until this week. You'd renamed it from Lambster to Lambda Conversations, right?
Yes.
And I thought, because what I've got is maybe less of a conversation, more of like a sermon or something. But I checked with you ahead of time to make sure that'd be okay, because I figured, by 39 hours into it or whatever you're at now, that it might be okay to hang back and just let me lead on this one.
Absolutely.
But having said that, please jump in whenever. Okay, so for those who don't know me, I have a channel called Radical Liberation. I do 3 things on it. The one I want to bring up right now is something I do with my wife now and again. We tried to do it every month, but we kind of fell off this winter. And that is the Mrs. Radlib series, or the With Mrs. Radlib series. We have an unusual one coming up because usually it's very well titled to call it Mrs. Radlib because she's doing most of the talking. We've done ones about home birth and things like that, right? And homeschooling and where she's clearly the expert, right? But we're going to try to tackle one where I felt like by the very nature of the topic, I had to take the lead. And that is, what is the calling of the man, right? And so the next Mrs. Radlib, which should be this month, or, as we get in April, somewhere in there, will be the calling of the man. And I wanted to give you a little sneak preview to start us off. And I think you'll see why it fits in here. So I've been thinking again about what it means, because of this topic, what it means to follow Jesus as a man. And so I thought of, what would Jesus do, right? That old saying. Mm-hmm. And then I thought, well, what did Jesus do? I mean, what did he actually spend his time doing?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know about you, maybe it's just the church background I'm from, but it seemed like there was a lot of focus on what he said. And I feel like we have covered that ground really well. Any church should be able to tell you a lot about what he said and help you think about what he said. But I realized I hadn't heard many people talk that much about what he actually did, the actions he took. So I decided to take a fresh look at the Gospels from that perspective. What did Jesus actually do? I'm going to focus in to get us started on this thing today with one particular pattern of what Jesus did, one set of things he did. But there's many more that I'll share in the Mrs. Radlib episode. But this is where I wanted to start. And that is that one of the most consistent things we see the Gospels record is Jesus healing and casting out demons. I actually Googled and found someone had, harmonized the Gospels and matched up, okay, this is the same miracle recorded in 2 places. And he'd come up with 26 healings. This wouldn't be casting out demons. There'd be more of those. 26 healings that he counted, right? Though the Gospels make it clear that the particular cases recorded in the Gospels are a small fraction of what Jesus actually did. They say this multiple times, right? So he would have healed hundreds, it's fair to say, maybe even thousands of people in his 3-year ministry. But there's more. In focusing in on his healing, I noticed something that had never caught me before, which is that his healing particularly provoked the leadership. It's kind of surprising, right? Like, you know, somebody who couldn't walk can now walk. You'd think everybody'd be like, this is great. No, there are people there who are like really unhappy about it. Which, well, I'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah.
I know. Hold that thought. So you know, he's healing on the Sabbath, so they're picking him on him about that. They find some reason to attack him over and over again when he's healing. Okay. And in fact, you can see an escalation throughout his ministry. His first miracle is quiet. It's known only to a few people at a wedding feast. As I understand it, the way the story is told, even the guests at the wedding feast don't know what he did. It's only known to a few people kind of in the back room, you know, where they're preparing things. Right. Then early in his ministry, he heals people, but he tells them not to tell anyone about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then later on, though, he sends someone he heals to go through the verification process of the temple because he made them clean from leprosy. And there was a Mosaic law practice for dealing with that and verifying, okay, this person is clean and they can kind of come back in the community, right? But they can come back in the community. So, you know, at that point, then he's not being secretive anymore. And then eventually kind of it ramps up where he's doing miracles that are blatantly impossible for the priests, like casting demons out of a man who cannot speak. See, the thing is, the method of the priest was to learn the name of the demon from the possessed and use the name of the demon in casting the demon out. So they'd always been stumped by someone who was possessed but could not speak. And Jesus did that, and that was, how do you call it? That was a flex, I guess we could say.
Yes. Yeah. Right. So he's sort of proving his supremacy over the priests. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I've got something higher than the power you guys have. Right. So, sorry, I didn't do my little focus thing, so my Mac doesn't beep at me the whole time. Okay, done. All right, now, all of this, picture that escalation, right? And they're getting more and more provoked. The healings are now in their face. They're now a flex, right? You know, so on and so forth. They're getting more provoked. They're coming after him. Hey, you healed him on the Sabbath. You shouldn't have done that on the Sabbath. You know, and he comes back at him and says, "What? The people shouldn't be healed on the Sabbath. The Sabbath was made for man." You know. So now I'm going to just jump right to the end with the culmination of this escalation, and that'll get us into the section of scripture that I want to focus on today. And that is with the ultimate healing. And we don't usually even think of it as a healing because he didn't just restore a withered hand or eyes that could not see to their proper function, but he brought life from death itself, which I'd never thought of that as healing before. But as I was reading through this again, I was like, well, yeah, I guess that would be like the max healing.
Right. From 0 to 100.
Dead. Yeah, 0 to 100. Yeah, you're dead, and he brings you back to life. I mean, how much more healing can healing be, right? And in fact, as you might expect from the pattern I've been describing to you, raising Lazarus from the dead was the final provocation for the leadership. In John, and I'll be drawing from John chapters 11 through 17 today. It says, so from that day on that he brought Lazarus to life, they made plans to put Jesus to death. And I don't know, it's amazing, Luke. I've read the scriptures from cover to cover or listened to them 12, 15 times. I don't know, lots of times. And I miss this detail because it gets worse. Not only, you know, I said it was weird that he would like heal someone and then they're like attacking him. It's like, dude, read the room. You know, everybody's rejoicing that this blind guy who's been blind his whole life can see, and you guys are like grumble, you know, like it just seems weird. What's wrong with you? So not only do they take that kind of strange reaction to its ultimate by going, oh, well, now he's brought someone to life, we got to kill him now. I mean, we can't have any of this going on, you know. So not only that, it gets worse than that. I never caught this before, Luke. They're so enraged by his healing, ultimate healing of Lazarus, they want to reverse it. Listen to this. So the chief priests made plans to put Lazarus to death as well.
Wow. I never remember.
I know. I missed this. All my life I missed this. Because on account of, listen why. It actually says why. Because on account of him, many of the Jews were going away and believing in Jesus. Okay?
Wow.
His healing was having a real effect. In fact, there's another thing I missed. I'll get to it.
It's like destroy the evidence that this miracle happened. This guy being alive is a real propaganda problem.
It's kind of hard to hide this guy. Yeah. We need to bury the body. Yeah. So this is all very surprising, right? That this brings out something that seems shocking to me, that there are people who hate it when others are healed, or they're even enraged by it. Now I have to say, maybe part of the reason this all is coming to me now is because the last several years have prepared me. Right? Our recent experience with COVID, with transing the kids, think of the outlawing of conversion therapy. There are people who would see you heal someone from something that at least we would consider, a sickness or whatever, and they would want to kill you for it. I can see it now. Like now I can read those scriptures about these Pharisees or whatever reacting this way to Jesus, and I'm like, I know some people who might be like that.
Yeah. Well, it's like ivermectin. Yeah. Hello Susan, but turned out to be really quite a effective thing, and various other whatever. Right. There's nobody's been as angry as like you've come up with an alternate route than ours. Like we were trying to be the people who could fix everything. We were trying to fix, you're unhappy with your body for various reasons. You've got a sniffle and you don't want to, we've got the answer. Oh, you're proposing an alternate route that seems to be more effective than our route. Like
we don't like that.
Yeah, we don't like that at all.
Right, which is really a revelatory moment, right? Because when you want the best for someone, then you're happy however it comes about. Maybe you, for whatever reason, you might like it if you could participate, right? But let's say you don't, you'd be like, well, great, my sister has been cured of cancer, whatever. You'd be like, how did it happen? Can I thank this person, right? You'd just be happy about it. But for some people, the objective of people being healed is instrumental, right? It is not really their goal. It's something they might want to help with. I'm sure there are people who really, feel the vaccine really did it. Maybe it did. I don't know. But they wanted it to be their way because really it wasn't about healing. It was about something else.
It's like if you wanted to marry somebody because you thought that you loved them, and then they get married to somebody else and they're really happy, and you have to be happy for them. True love means that you're pleased that they've been made happy. Whereas if you find that you only have resentment, then it wasn't really about loving them. It was about having them. And
it was about acquiring.
And you can see a bit of that in the priests, right? That they thought their role was to be the husband protector of their people, and Jesus coming along and saying, actually, you're not doing a very good job and they need to follow me instead. And they were like, I'd rather have them having my second class service.
Yes. I'd rather they stay lame, actually, sir. So this brings about something that I think we've all been seeing, but here it is in the scriptures, and we're seeing it around us again. And that is, there is a powerful lobby, if I may call it that, for making people sick and keeping them sick. So some are able to derive dark benefit from the weakness of others. Some feast on vulnerability, right? Now, returning to Jesus, having drawn some connection to our present day, back to the story of Jesus here. To be fair to them, all of this was not entirely rational on the part of the leadership. Because note the effect of Jesus' resurrection of Lazarus on what comes next. It's very important to understand that this is the last thing he did before the crucifixion. Before a couple things. He has the triumphal entry into Jerusalem. Listen to what it says about it. The crowd that had been with him when he called Lazarus out of the tomb and raised him from the dead continued to bear bear witness to his resurrection of Lazarus, right? The reason why the crowd went to meet him in Jerusalem, the triumphal entry, was that they had heard he had done this sign. So the Pharisees said to one another, you see that you are gaining nothing. Look, the world has gone after him. So they're there because of the resurrection of Lazarus. The Pharisees know it. The leadership knows it. The Sanhedrin Pharisees and so forth. They know it. And it is, the crowd is there because of the healing power that Jesus had shown in raising Lazarus. Okay. Now, I want to make a couple observations. First of all, is that the scriptures do not actually record whether they went through with their plan to assassinate Lazarus that was briefly noted. I'm going to take the silence to mean that they didn't do it. And that suggests something I had never thought of, Luke. The connections I made.
Go on. I'm excited.
Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but it seems to me that Jesus's triumphal entry, his trial, his crucifixion, it took the heat off of Lazarus. And my guess is that Lazarus died of old age.
Before or after the crucifixion? You think he was still alive at the crucifixion and then they lost interest? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they just were like, well, now we've killed Jesus, so why did we, going after Lazarus was to undercut Jesus's miracle, right? But now they've just defeated Jesus directly. So what's the point? In other words, Jesus, one might say, protected Lazarus with the timing of all of this.
And of course, we know lots of people saw Jesus alive after his resurrection. So whether they saw Lazarus or not was a bit secondary at that point.
Right. At that point, it was a footnote. Yeah. Well, Lazarus is around too. Well, yeah, that's true, but that's not our biggest problem.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay, so what is the path of following Jesus? To be a man like Jesus is to heal, to bring life from death, order from chaos, if you want to speak like Jordan Peterson or something, right? To cast out evil. I didn't emphasize here in what I talked about, the casting out of demons, but that was a major theme, right? To cast out evil and to protect, even at the cost of your own life. I don't think that's a terrible definition of a man. I mean, maybe there'd be some neo-pagans that wouldn't like it or something, but I think most men through most ages would say to bring forth life from the earth, to bring forth life from your wife, right? To bring forth life, to cast out evil, to protect, even at the cost of your own life. Not a bad definition of being a man, right? So there's sneak preview for the Mrs. Radlip stream on that. And to follow Jesus is to experience what he experienced. It's to bring healing, to bring good things. If you follow Jesus, then you do good things like he did. And here's the one that I'm trying to prepare everybody for with this, to be viciously opposed for doing it. Because I think we have, I don't know, maybe it's part of the boomer truth regime in our mind, boomer lies in our mind. If we do good things, people will like us or something. Jesus did good things. What could be better than the things he did? And there were some people who didn't like him.
Yes. So if we do, if we're motivated by wanting to be liked, then it's pretty, but basically the best you can do is be unknown.
Right. I didn't know where I'd slip it in, but I jotted down this one verse from John 12. For they love the glory that comes from man more than the glory that comes from God. If you want to be liked, if you want the glory that comes from men, you can have probably a pretty comfortable life. If you want the glory that comes from God, if you want to really do what's good, you're going to face opposition. And we'll come back to that theme.
Yeah. And not only the Pharisees. I mean, the crowds tried to stone Jesus. They were pleased with a bit of healing, but they demanded more signs. It was all kinds of opposition he faced.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so having set the stage for this, with the final act of ultimate healing in Jesus's ministry, and then his entry into Jerusalem, I now want to spend the rest of the time with what I hope are words of encouragement from Jesus himself, because these are the words I want to bring to you for the dark times we face right now. The very words that Jesus gave his disciples who were going to follow in his footsteps, right? They were going to do what he did. They were going to face now opposition like he did. And he gave them words to prepare them. And so I want to go through those. Okay, so first of all, one more action, right? I talked about his actions, but we're going to talk about a lot of words. But there is one more action that I want to note here. And that is the washing of his disciples' feet. But I want to start with the very first thing that John records before he tells you about the washing of the feet. Listen to this. Think about the title of the episode here. Now, before the feast of the Passover, when Jesus knew that his hour had come to depart out of this world to the Father, having loved his own who were in the world, he loved them to the end. Okay. Well, the title of this, To the Very End of the Age, is actually from Jesus's words at another time, which we'll get to at the end. But notice how much it sounds the same, what John says there. He loved them to the end. So he washed his disciples' feet. He showed them through his actions how they were to act if they wanted to follow him. And I'm not going to go into depth on that because there's a gazillion great sermons on the washing of the disciples' feet and what it means. And you can get that elsewhere. But then he spoke to them at length with many words of realism. We'll get to that. And comfort. One of the themes, and I've already been weaving it in, that I wanted to get to today is this issue of power. Paul later wrote, "For the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power." And this verse has been burning in my mind. I've been wanting to bring it up in some forum. And I think today was not the last time probably, but the first time. It's been burning in my mind. It's been coming to my mind so much lately. Probably because of hanging out with our right-wing friends, Luke, who are thinking a lot about power, right? And some of them are neo-pagan friends. I think they view Christianity as it is the not powerful option. It is the pacifist option or something like that. It is the defeatist. I'm thinking of the Metallica song, "The God That Failed," right? It's that kind of perspective on Christianity. But Paul said the kingdom of God is not a matter of talk, but of power. I've already emphasized that Jesus demonstrated his power through actions over and over again, and that this was very provocative to the leadership, right? Okay, so Jesus says, "Let not your hearts be troubled. Believe in God. Believe also in me." And then listen to this. He says, "Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father is in me, or else believe on account of the works themselves." Now, note here that just like that crowd in Jerusalem, he is saying to his disciples, look at what I did. Look at these healings I did. Look at the miracles I did. And that is a basis for trust in me, right? My sense, you tell me if you feel differently, Luke, but my sense is this is uncomfortable for us, what I just said. We feel a little bit uncomfortable with the idea that our trust in Jesus would be based on his demonstrations of power. That feels like impure, like that's not real faith or something like that. And I think the problem is with us, because let me just read those words one more time. These are the words of Jesus Christ. Okay, folks, I'm not making this up. Or else believe on account of the works themselves. So he's saying this is a valid path, right? I don't know why this path feels sullied to us, but it does somehow, right, Luke?
Well, what came to mind was the encounter he had with Thomas, where Thomas didn't believe, and he showed him the nail marks in his hands, and he said, "You have believed because you have seen. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed," which is us. We have heard, but we haven't seen. So I guess perhaps there is Jesus is sort of saying, here's route A and route B, and like try and stick to route A, but route B is also available, maybe.
Route B is also available, and we can't get into this right now, but I discussed it one time with Frody, going through the barbarian conversions, a big thick book that tells our story, the story of Europe coming to Christ, and it's a story that starts obviously in the New Testament, right? Because Paul's in Europe. But it doesn't end until like 1400 or something, when Lithuania becomes Christian. It goes on for a millennium and a half, and we don't know much of that story. And I think it's really important for those of us who are European Christians to know our own story, the story of our own people. But just from glancing at it, and just from the little bit I know, I gather that part of the way that Europeans came to Christ was demonstrations of power. And we've forgotten this, and we've rationalized, because we're in a very rational age. It's not the sort of thing we're comfortable with,
Yeah.
But I think it's part of our story that we need to relearn.
And I've heard stories of people, for example, having dreams of Jesus in the Islamic world, where they maybe wouldn't otherwise have access to, hear Bible teachers. It seems like God uses miraculous means where necessary, but for those of us who have access to preachers, and we can have faith without the need for miracles, then it's like God is using the least means, perhaps as a way to demonstrate his power.
I hear what you're saying, but I disagree, because I'm trying to bring us to a different place.
Fine.
In regards to power. Okay.
Okay.
But let me keep rolling with it. Okay. So this power is not just something. Oh, by the way, I'm glad you brought up. I thought about bringing it up and didn't put it in my notes. I remember years ago, my mom would really follow missionary stuff, and she told me, there's these villages. They're way back in the middle of some Muslim African country. Missionaries can't get to them. It's against the law for them to go there, and they just literally can't get back to this village without getting killed or whatever. And Jesus, they'll all wake up one morning, and everybody in the village has had a vision of Jesus, and they're all like, "Oh, we're Christians now." So don't put God in a box in terms of what he is, what he will do for people. Right? This power is not just something Jesus did during earthly ministry. It's also manifested by his servants who are still on earth, or through them, I guess is the better way to say it, right? Jesus says to his disciples, "Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes in me will also do the works that I do, and greater works than these will he do, because I am going to the Father." Right? So Jesus talks about, you could believe on me because of my works, right? And also, you're going to do works like I've done, and even greater, because there's a lot more of us. And he had a limited time, and right, so even more stuff will happen through the church. Okay, so now the next thing he brings up is that we will not be alone. We've already seen a hint of it in John's introduction to this whole section, right? When he said he loved them to the end, right? But there's another thing here, which is we're not alone in following what Jesus did. This is something Lutherans like to emphasize, to think of Jesus as merely an example is very much getting it wrong, right? Yes, we are to, and he says it over and over to his disciples. Basically, I always picture Jesus looking over his shoulder. He's doing stuff. He's looking over his shoulder to his disciples, like, you can do this too. Trust in the Father, and you can also do these things. So he is an example, but he's not just an example. Yeah. If he was just an example, then we'd be on our own in trying to follow his example. We'd be on our own in terms of sort of like our own power, and sort of alone, just reading about Jesus and trying to do stuff like he did, right? But that's not the nature of following Jesus. Jesus said to his disciples, "If you love me, you will keep my commandments, and I will ask the Father, and he will give you another helper to be with you forever, even the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive, because it neither sees him nor knows him. You know him, for he dwells with you and will be in you. This is a big theme at the end of Jesus' ministry. I am going somewhere where you can't follow me, or not for now, but I'm not leaving you alone, right? Now, this is really, I don't know what to do except trust me, guys. This is very real in my life, the Holy Spirit. I've been blessed to have people in my life who really hear from the Holy Spirit, particularly my mother and my wife, but many others all my life. And I think I can share one story. I believe my wife shared it on the Mrs. Radlib series. Someone said something condemning to her, and she was a new believer, Someone said something condemning to her, and she said some words, and I'm not going to remember the verse, but it was like, there is now no condemnation in Christ, or something like that, right? And she said these words filled up in her ear, and then she said them. Here's the amazing part. So what's exciting about that, right? Well, she was going to church like every time she could, Wednesday night services, whatever she could get to as a new believer, right? Just drinking it up. And the pastor quoted these words from the Bible. And she was like, oh, those are words from the Bible? She didn't know. She'd never heard those words before. The Holy Spirit gave her the very words of Scripture. Wow. And then she said them. And she had never encountered those words in her life. Okay? So this is a different kind of power we're talking about, I think, than what people who are very obsessed with politics are looking for, because that power is a lot about violence, I guess, right? The most powerful is the most violent, the one who is the most cruel and the most has the least mercy, right? This is a different kind of a power, but I mean, that's pretty powerful. I don't know what if there's a better word to use, but that's pretty powerful too. That the Holy Spirit can lead you, guide you, give you what you need in the moment. That's amazing, right? So when you trust Jesus, you receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. And it's very important that you know this and accept it and fully receive the benefits of this. Because I think in our rationalist age, our materialist, our secularist age, we don't give the Holy Spirit the proper place. I think we're all a little bit heretics. In the sense that, true. Yeah, in the sense that we do not give the Holy Spirit his due. We do not, and because of that, because of our unbelief, we don't get the full benefit of what the Holy Spirit can do for this. Do for us, right? And to still ourselves and to hear that small voice, that still small voice, right? Because we're looking for it, because we believe it. We believe that the Holy Spirit, Jesus said, you'll be brought before people, leaders and stuff, right? He says to his disciples, you'll be brought before leaders, and I don't want you to worry about what you're going to say. Like, don't try to script the encounter, because when you get there, I'll give you the words you need.
This is maybe a slight aside, but what do you feel about scripted versus bullet point versus complete improv preaching?
I don't know. My dad always wrote it out, and he would he wanted to make sure he made certain points, just like I'm working from notes, right? Wanted to make sure he quoted certain verses and so forth. And then he would just have parts you could tell because he would look up from his notes, and he was always looking at it. But there'd be a part where he'd stop looking at his notes. He'd stop looking up and down, right? And he would tell a story, or just something would come to him in the moment. You see it with Trump, right? Trump has the thing where he's reading off the teleprompter. There's teleprompter Trump, and there's Trump who's doing the zingers, right?
Yes.
And you can tell when he's gone off script, and it's like, oh, there he is, he's back. Right. That's the Trump. That's the Trump that makes us laugh.
Yes, very much the opposite reaction to when Biden goes off script.
He's going off script. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Evolved into nonsense.
Sorry, it's making me think of that the movie where he dresses up as a woman. What was that? Way back. Earliest Tootsie. Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
They're zooming in, and oh, it's an emotional moment in the soap opera, and they're zooming in to him dressed up as Tootsie, you know, and then they get close and they're like, back, you know, because
yeah,
the illusion is getting broken, right? Anyway, okay, so Jesus also promised that he would appear to those who follow his commandments. He would be with them. He says to them, I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you. I found that really, I highlighted it in my electronic Bible, you know, I will not leave you as orphans. I will come to you. So we're not going to be motherless, as they say, right? We're going to not be on our own. He says, peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. I'm to some degree, Luke, I just wanted to go through here. I wanted to find these words that Jesus gave of comfort and counsel to his disciples that are ultimately for all of us who follow Jesus, and just say them today, because I could think of a reason this very week why Christians in particular might feel like, oh boy, what is coming for us, you know? Yes, we're going to get to it. There is going to be opposition, as I said, and as Jesus emphasized in his final talk to his disciples. But he also, surrounding this part about the hatred the world will have for us, he surrounds it with tools and words of comfort, right? You have the Holy Spirit. You have this, you have that. You can do works like I did. I will be with you, et cetera, right? So he surrounds it with comfort and with calming us down, right? To address fear, because that's sort of an ultimate enemy for us, I think, is fear.
Do you want to just read those ones again? I feel like I need to hear them.
Okay. Well, I'll read one, then I'll continue right into the next one. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. And then later he says, as the Father has loved me, so have I loved you. Abide in my love. If you keep my commandments, you will abide in my love, just as I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love. So abide in my love. How do you not abide in Jesus's love? I'll tell you. You dwell in the hatred of your enemies, or the hatred of the enemies of Christ. That is where you live, right? And that's, what we call doom scrolling and things like that, right? We have words for this, where you just start to eat up the most horrible negative stuff that makes you feel black-pilled, right? And Jesus says, don't do that, man. No. Don't live in that place. Live in my love. That's where your center should be, not in all the negative stuff, right?
Yeah. I always find Jesus' attitude amazing, because he says, yeah, there's going to be wars and terrible things, so don't be troubled. You're like, that's not you've got that the wrong way around. It should be there won't be wars, so don't be troubled. But what he's saying is the wars, get used to the fact that there's going to be wars happening. When they arrive, there's nothing's changed. They were always coming. And yet it's all within God's plan.
Right. And our relationship to Jesus is not altered because we're having a bad day, we're facing opposition. He's still there. The Holy Spirit's still with us. He still loves us. And there's a piece of advice that somebody gave to my wife she found very helpful. She said, don't forget in the darkness what you knew in the light. Right? And so that's why some of these words, I'm saying them over and over again, because I think for all of us, there comes a time where we feel alone, betrayed. Maybe we were betrayed, hopeless. And those are the times when we need to remember, abide in my love, right? We need to remember these words of Jesus and hold on to them. Hold on to that light, even when it feels dark all around, right? Okay. Having said all that, let's talk about the darkness. Jesus talks at length about hatred directed towards him and his people, right? He says, if the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. If you belong to the world, it would love you as its own. As it is, you do not belong to the world, but I have chosen you out of the world. That is why the world hates you. Remember what I told you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they will persecute you also. If they obeyed my teaching, on the other hand, they will obey yours also. So Jesus, in these last talk he gives to his disciples, the night before he's going to be crucified, or hours before he's going to be crucified, he doesn't only give them words of comfort. He's also realist, right? Academic agents always saying, you got to be realist, right? Jesus is realist. He doesn't just paint a false picture of, hey, things are going to be great. Don't worry, guys. I'll be gone, but you'll have the Holy Spirit will be a party. No, he says, you're going to be persecuted. Following me means you're going to face the kind of opposition that I face. Right? Yeah, Philippicrite, in the world you will have tribulation, but be of good cheer, for I have overcome the world. Thank you. I meant to say that, share that verse. So this feels relevant to me. I just on my channel, one of my main show that I do, went through some of the left-wing terrorism that happened in the United States in the 60s, 70s, and even well into the mid 80s when I was a teenager. Interesting thing about that is this was part of a series called Left-Wing Terror. And historically, most left-wing terror specifically has targeted Christians. They kill priests, they burn churches, stuff like that. That's very typical of commie terror. But as far as I could tell, at least in this book, maybe this author just wasn't attuned to it, they didn't seem to be targeting Christians in the 70s. They were targeting, like, I don't know, banks and stuff. They didn't particularly target Christians, which really makes it unusual in the history of the last couple hundred years of left-wing terrors, like starting with the French Revolution, which very much targeted Christianity. But I wonder if we're going to see a return to form, because for the same reason that the left wing has always targeted Christians, I think they are and will again, is my expectation. So I share this in the same spirit that Jesus shared what he said, to not paint some Pollyannish picture, but try to be realistic and understand that there's a reason we need these words of comfort from Christ, right? It's because, it's not fun to be persecuted. It's not fun to face opposition. It's not fun to experience betrayal, right? And it's easy to be shaken by it. Jesus says, the word that is written in their law must be fulfilled. They hated me without a cause. I think that is one of the hardest things, right? Is, I talked about they went after him because he healed people, right? I mean, just imagine, you're being faithful, you're being a good Christian, and you're doing charitable things and stuff like that. And then someone is just absolutely attacking you. And you're like, what did I do? Well, it might be, search your conscience, see if you did something, but consider the possibility that, the servant is not greater than his master. And Jesus said, they hated me without a cause. And you might experience hatred that does not have a cause. That is, there is no real justification for it in your actions. It's unjust. It's not a just response to what you did. Right? And then Jesus said, and now I'll finish the dark section here. Jesus said, they will put you out of the synagogues. That means they'll kick you out of your community, right? This is like being canceled, right? This was first century cancellation in Palestine, right? They'll put you out of the synagogues. They'll cancel you. Indeed, the hour is coming when whoever kills you will think he is offering service to God. Right? So they're going to feel completely justified. They're going to feel that they are righteous in attacking you, killing you, persecuting you, canceling you. Right?
Yeah, reminds me of that Lewis quote about the worst kind of oppression not coming from tyrants, but from people who think that they're doing you a good turn, and they never rest because their conscience is
Prodding them on, encouraging them to do more of it. Yeah. Okay, anyway, we're past that dark stuff. Let's get back to some words of comfort, which is mostly what I wanted to leave everyone with. Jesus says, truly, truly, I say to you, you will weep and lament, but the world will rejoice. He's talking about the persecution, right? You will be sorrowful, but your sorrow will turn into joy. Right? So he says you are going to have sorrow. That is, and this is a theme I keep hitting because Christians tend to screw this up. There is real grief in life. Think of the book of Job. Job loses his family, loses all, his children, all this stuff. His body is attacked, and he's grieving, which is he's having a normal emotional response. His friends come. At first, they're okay. They just sit with him. They're just with him. That's probably the appropriate thing to do. But then they can't keep their mouth shut, and they start comforting him, right? And they start looking for reasons. It's probably something you did. You probably brought it on yourself, stuff like that, right? That's wrong. When someone has a grief, you grieve with them. And if you can't manage to do that, if you can't control your own feelings, your own need to be comforted, because you feel uncomfortable that they're in discomfort. If you can't handle that, then get away from them and go deal with your own feelings of discomfort, and come back when you're able to just be with them in their grief, right? Be present for them in their grief. So there will be real sorrow. I really don't like, there's certain heretical Christian teachings that are basically like, you should be happy all the time. You should feel happy every moment. That's not what we learned from the Psalms. That's not what we see from Jesus himself. Jesus wept, right? Grief is okay. Jesus said, blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. This evil that I'm talking about, this persecution that Jesus said would come, it will hurt, and we will feel bad about it, and that's okay. And we comfort each other, but Jesus also said, your sorrow will turn into joy. You'll go through that sorrow. You'll mourn, but then you'll be comforted. You'll get through it, and you'll come out the other side, right?
There may be pain in the night, but joy comes in the morning.
Exactly. Jesus said, I have said these things to you that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart, I have overcome the world. Peace. That's the other word I wanted to make sure to emphasize today. Peace. He's not talking about lack of war, right? He's talking about peace in our heart, in our troubled hearts.
Almost peace
Stillness.
with God. It's like you've gone from enemies with God to peace with God.
Right. Yes, right.
And then you sort of become part of God's army, and you go back into battle. But the peace that matters is
from a place of stillness instead of from a place of anxiety. Yes. I think is the point, right?
Yes, like the security that you're on the winning side. It's a very different feeling being the allies versus the Axis, in the last few weeks of World War II, right?
Right. And then Jesus said, I have given them your word. He's praying to the Father now for his disciples, for us. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them because they are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. I do not ask that you take them out of the world, but that you keep them from the evil one. Right? So that's hearkening back to the Lord's Prayer. I'm sorry, I'm going to forget what's the part where it talks about keeping us from evil, right?
You mean the Lord's Prayer? Yeah. Yes. I can only get it if I go from the start.
Yeah, I know. You have to start
daily bread of lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Deliver us from evil, right? Yeah. Keep us from the evil, or keep them from the evil one, Jesus says here. And then returning to this theme of love. Father, I desire that they also, whom you have given me, may be with me where I am, to see my glory that you have given me, because you loved me before the foundation of the world. So my dad's take on predestination, going to be controversial with my Calvinist friends here, was that it's all about in Christ. You are chosen in Christ. You are predestined in Christ. It's about the in Christ part. There's too much emphasis on the predestined part. It's the in Christ part is the part for us, right? And to be in Christ is to be in the one who was loved before the foundation of the world, right? That's a good thing. I think that one of the things I felt concerned about as I prepared this is that being loved by Jesus has somehow been turned into something that we don't think about, or doesn't seem very potent, or seems silly. I think about the way that goodness is often portrayed in movies. A good person is kind of naive,
Yes.
Sort of a Santa Claus figure, maybe, who's just sort of like, oh, sure, whatever you want. That's not what Jesus was like, right?
Right.
And that is not what Jesus was no one's fool. If you ever read the Gospels, you'll see it. He is like snapping back with responses to stupid questions, right? Snappy answers to stupid questions.
Yeah.
Right. He is sharp. He is
Yes.
not taken in. It says things like, he did not trust himself to them because he knew their hearts, right?
Yeah.
He's nobody's sucker, right? That is who loves us. Not someone who's, some sort of
dope.
What they do in the movies, they just talk slowly. That's how
Right.
that's how you know that someone's good, because they like take a lot of pauses between their words, right? You read these back and forths with the Pharisees where he's snapping right back at them, and I wonder, did he talk slowly, or did he say, "You're whitewashed tombs"? I suspect he spoke with force, with vigor, right? He was a man.
This is what has always worried me about people doing dramas and TV shows where they depict Jesus, because it's so easy to wrongly portray Jesus, and there's so many
in a trite, shallow way.
Yes, and even if I had strong opinions, I still think I would be hesitant to do it, because I'd be worried about in 10 years having some colossal realization where I go, of course I've fallen into another mistake of some sort. You've got very pixelated. I hope you can still hear me.
Oh, yes, I can.
Oh, good.
Okay. So, what is my point with all of this? Here's my closer. Ready, Luke? Summarizing it all up. Do good like Jesus did. Bring life. Expel evil. Protect innocence. But let's be realistic. Expect persecution for doing these good things. My dad passed on words of wisdom that he had been given, and I always try to share it with Christian friends. Some of your strongest opposition will come from other Christians, or people who call themselves Christians. Be ready for it. Don't get blown out of the water by it. Your relationship is with the Lord, right? Some Christians will be brothers and really support you. Some will shock you by undermining you. So do those good things like Jesus did. Expect persecution, but know that Jesus's love is potent. It's powerful. I want you to be like Elijah's. Which one was it? Elijah or Elisha? I never get this straight. Elijah's servant. And here I'll share the passage. When the servant of the man of God rose early in the morning and went out, behold, an army with horses and chariots was all around the city. So they're in trouble. The enemy army is all around them, right? And the servant said, "Alas, my master, what shall we do?" And the prophet said, "Do not be afraid, for those who are with us are more than those who are with them." It's Elisha. Then Elisha prayed and said, "O Lord, please open his eyes that he may see." So the Lord opened the eyes of the young man, and he saw, and behold, the mountain was full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. I want to encourage everyone to open your minds up. We are stuck in a rationalist, materialist, secular stage, and it's blinded us to a great degree to the spiritual power of the Lord we serve, right? So think about his ministry, think of the powerful things he did, and think that he said, and this is just going to keep going, right? You guys are going to do stuff like this too. It's happening around you, but I want you to open your eyes and be ready to see it. And then finally, I just wanted to close with the words that gave us the title of this episode, or whatever you call it, this conversation, from Matthew 28:20. Jesus said, "And surely I am with you always, to the very end of the age."
Wow. That's very powerful. it's remarkable the life of Jesus is given to us, and not just his words. I mean, his words are remarkable enough by themselves, but when put in that proper context, it's so striking. I mean, you can see why people read the Gospels and fall in love with Jesus, despite themselves, despite not wanting to.
I mean, in some ways, it does us benefit almost that they give us such a trite, useless picture of Jesus, right? Because if you can convince somebody to actually read the Gospels, they go, "Oh, wait a second, this isn't what I expected." So they get in a strange way. It prevents the spoilers, right?
Yes. Right.
They get in there and go, "Oh, he's not a wimp." That's right. All the preconceptions, all the things that the false images they got get blown away once they actually read what Jesus does, what he says, how he reacts to unpleasant situations, how he deals with people coming after him. I swear there's people who have probably had seen somebody do exactly what Jesus would do. Like, Jesus saying, you're whitewashed tombs, you're a nest of vipers, And I'm sure somebody's done that. And somebody has said to them, that's not very Christ-like. Like someone has literally been just like Jesus and been someone's come and shamed them for not being Christ-like. It's like, have you actually read what Jesus was like?
Right.
Like before you go around telling people what is Christ-like, maybe you should pay attention to what Jesus was actually like. Right.
Yeah. You're trying to run all these hypotheticals about what Jesus would do. But we have a small number of training sets, as it were, to go through like the machine learning example, right?
Yes, exactly.
Maybe double check against your the gold standard of what Jesus would do. Hypothetical. What would he say to the Pharisees? Oh, he'd probably just say that they were trying their best.
Hey, my time's up, but I did want to offer one thing, and I hope, Luke, you can back me up on this, which is that we don't just talk, my wife and I. We do. Hi, Matthew. We don't just talk every so often on my channel, but we do something that I don't know how many other parasocial relationships offer, and that is we offer the option for real relationship, and that is courtesy of Luke right here. My wife has a channel called the Mrs. Radlib channel on Luke's Discord server. And the topics that we raise on the Mrs. Radlib channel are all fair game, along with many other things that people bring up, right, Luke?
Yes.
All fair game to discuss, primarily with her. I don't drop in very much, but she's usually there, and she just has so much wisdom and kindness, right? And experience, art experience in her life. And she's a mother of 8. She just brings a lot to the table. And so you can go from, I recommend the Mrs. Radlib stuff to you. If you watch it, as I've heard many times, people will just say they just, what's it called? Binge. They binge it. They watch one, they're like, okay, I'm watching all this. They watch the whole thing. And then I would encourage you, if you do that, please join Luke's Discord, come to the Mrs. Radlib channel, and let's take it beyond the typical parasocial YouTube thing. And my wife and I are there. We've had people sharing their troubles with us just in the last week or two, been praying with people with very hard, difficult things they're dealing with. We try to make ourselves available, even with the 8 kids and everything, because we love you folks, and we want to help you if we can.
It is remarkable, the love and generosity that the Carsons show, both Stephen and Heather. They, they're busy. They've got lots of things to be doing, and yet I've seen. I mean, I've had my Discord for a while, and the Mrs. Radlib channel got added, and it is easily the most beautiful and flourishing part of the Discord, and people in there. It's attracted just a whole group of really wonderful, lovely people there who all do like. It is a little community, and I feel very touched to be a host of sorts for that little subgroup. I mean, the rest of the Discord has lots to offer as well. I know earlier today sadly, in my absence this week, there was a little men's Bible study. We have roles
Fridays
which are only available for, channels that are just for the men, just for the women.
Yep.
So yeah, I warmly invite everybody to come and join. We are we're there for people who aren't Christians. If you're interested and willing to be civil and polite, do come along. And I'm really encouraging of people to come and ask the questions. Hopefully you've got the feeling that we're genuine people, and we take the questions seriously, and we're not looking to dodge or be insincere. We're actual humans, and many of us have met up with one another. So
yeah. Real questions deserve real answers, as Francis Schaeffer said. Yeah, I realized why I wanted to bring this up, Luke, because the whole point of everything I said was to encourage people, and I wanted to take it from just what we did right here and say, if you need encouragement, if you're feeling like life is just getting too bleak, we have opportunities for you to get further encouragement. So, all right. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Stephen. Goodbye.
Take care.
Oh, hello, Prudentialist Matthew. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you, Luke? I'm glad that you've managed to hang in there for so long.
Yeah. Can you see that little number at the top? That
I
says
sure
8?
can. You're doing a wonderful job.
I'm actually feeling quite refreshed. It's probably that bit when you get to the end of a marathon and you can sprint the final.
That second wind, yeah. Good. No, I mean, Stephen had covered quite a bit actually of what I wanted to say, and that's good. I think for us to sort of conclude this wonderful conversation on the as we get closer and closer to the day of the resurrection, on needs to not be disparaged or to be despairing. And so he did cover some of the things I wanted to talk about, but I think it compounds well with what we as all sorts of Christians, regardless of church or denomination, know what's ahead of us. One of the reasons why I wanted to talk about in the world and not of the world, of course, is we see in the Gospel of John, I think it's 17. And we look at a lot of what's happened in Canada, the UK, and in the United States over the last few years. We've recently sort of saw all three of our governments carte blanche, encourage this sort of persecution and desolation of our churches and disparaging of our faith. I know recently in the UK, you've had people arrested for silently praying in front of an abortion clinic, and that people in cassocks are given suspect looks. We had seen what happened in Canada with churches being burnt down, and then most recently here in the US with what happened in Nashville. Now, of course, Stephen covered quite a bit of what you are called to do and what you are called to expect. But I wanted to also spin this in a way that we are meant to encourage ourselves and what we're reminded to do, but also because this is part of what we sign up for. As Christians, is to take up our cross and follow Christ. That may mean an end that is not the Christian ending to the life that we kind of want, which may be peaceful and unashamed and very a long life. Sometimes it isn't. And I think regardless of what denomination or church you go to, one can look at the history of the Christian faith and realize that it has been watered, refreshed, and people have stood in amazement at the fact that people were willing to do what Christ commands them to do. Even if that means into their dying breath. And I think that that's the reminder of what I wanted to talk about today. And the need for, this is not a term that's mine, and I thought it fit well with our conversations of elite theorists, and the need for action would be something called the Christian elite. So hopefully we can get into all of that today. But glad to be here.
Yeah, fantastic. And if anything that you wanted to bring up was already said by Radlib, then have no fear of repeating. I mean, there's some of these things that we can hear, 100 times.
Absolutely.
It's
Well, there was one thing that Stephen had mentioned, of course, with the crucifixion, and even earlier with Nathan, that you guys were talking about sort of the inverse of, Isaac and the sacrifice that almost was, whereas, God gives us his full mercy. And I think you really need to understand Abraham and Isaac's story to really help deepen your understanding of Christ and his sacrifice to the world, that God the Father was willing to give up his only begotten Son for us is an impressive and something that we'll not really have to fathom. But when Jesus is on the cross, he begins to recite the Psalms. Depending on your translation, it's Psalm 22 or Psalm 21, where he says, oh God, why have you forsaken me?" And it's not that Christ is in despair, because the end of that psalm is a psalm of victory. With these my praise in a great church, I will pay with my vows in the sight of them that fear him. The poor shall eat and shall be filled. They will praise the Lord and seek him. Their hearts shall live forever and ever. And at the ends of the earth shall remember, and they shall be converted to the Lord, and the kindreds of the Gentiles shall adore in his sight. For the kingdom is the Lord's, and he shall have dominion over all nations. All the fat ones of the earth have eaten and have adored, and they all go down to the earth and shall fall down before him. And to him my soul shall live, and my seed shall serve him. There shall be declared to the Lord a generation to come, and the heavens shall show forth his justice to a people that shall be born, which the Lord hath made. And I think that, what a psalm to go out on, before your death and resurrection is is the fulfillment of what, he had said, it is finished. And when we face all these things, and I've had conversations with other Christians this week on this issue of all sorts of different backgrounds, and just that persecution is now very much on the table for us in the West after centuries of, relative safety and being the plurality, if not outright majority in some countries. And some people may look at that and wonder, well, why are these Christians having some kind of, we're playing the victim or we're playing the loser? And it's not that at all. And I mean, we go back to what was said in the Gospel of John from Jesus, that I pray that thou shouldn't take them out of the world, but keep them from the evil one. They are not of the world, but I am also not of the world. And for us to take up our cross and to follow Christ is to recognize that we live on this earth, but it is a very short and temporary sojourn for what comes next. And that anything that we're going to endure for here is for his sake and for our belief. I mean, the book of Acts is littered with this, with the apostles, and even Stephen has said multiple times he's named after, the proto-martyr Stephen, who's, asking for forgiveness. And the same thing I think will come for, throughout the apostles. I mean, some of us, Paul gets lucky, right? He gets, I think it's in Acts 14 where he gets stoned outside of Ephesus and he just sort of like dusts himself off and continues on with his business. I really recommend that you should read all the Gospels, but the book of Acts is just absolutely wild.
Yes, true.
And so you should. But
people think it's the Gospels is finished and it's like, what happens next? Well, we don't know. No, the Luke kind of carries on gives you all the details of what happens next.
Absolutely. And then we kind of get to carry on the rest of the story in faith and belief and making disciples of nations. So it's not, we're not done yet, right? But I mean, the Gospel's of course completed. But this sort of brings me to some of the thoughts that people always talk about organization or doing things. And I guess the big takeaway out of these last few years, especially with COVID, especially with what's recently happened in the United States, the UK, and really most of the Anglosphere in Western Europe is that, and it's not just privy to the West also. I mean, we've seen some rather strong Orthodox Jewish push in Israel, talking about wanting to ban the gospel. There was a terrorist attack in Jerusalem against a Christian church. And so these things are not exclusive to the West. There are other parts of the world that have experienced this kind of persecution for some time in their belief. And one of them, and I was reading this book called The Saint of Prisons, and it tells the story of a gentleman with sort of a troubled past. His name is Valeru Genfenko, and he's a Romanian. He served in the Legionnaires' Rebellion right before World War II had really broke out, but he had stayed in prison even after the Soviets had taken over, and he was sort of this Christian. He had devoted himself to Christ during this time in prison. And there are some passages that I wanted to read because there are people that ask him questions while he's still alive in his own words. And, he talks about that, someone asked, why would God allow us to get into this present crisis, 2,000 years after the resurrection and the salvation of all men? And he answers and he says, this crisis isn't from God, nor is it from faith, but rather from freedom of the human conscience. In the past few centuries, man has profaned the world, devastated souls, encouraged sensuality, and fallen prey to the materialism and atheism. And at the same time, the satanic forces of the evil one are more refined and better organized in the 20th century than in the first Christian age. And I think even more so now in the 21st. But the question that is asked immediately after this is, well, what is to be done? And he says simply, returning to Christ, a Christian elite is necessary, one that will not abandon the people, but will struggle boldly against all forms of oppression and slavery. The people cannot be defended only through prayers and almsgiving, through dry formalism, but through struggle, boldness, and power. The world is under the dominion of Christ, and Christians do not have the right to abandon it. There is no accusation graver than to say the church and Christians have abandoned the people of the world, because that has abandoned Christ, and no matter how many dogmas it may establish or observe. And I think that fits rather well with sort of, Jesus encountering the Pharisees, because that's that whole back and forth between scribes and the Pharisees trying to go after Christ for doing these things, because people are following him. He is the Son of Man is here, the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And this is the inspiration you get from the famous passage of the Grand Inquisitor in Fyodor Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov, where Christ comes back in Seville in the height of the, Grand Inquisition, and he's there on earth, and the Grand Inquisitor, a man of 90, is asking him, "Why have you come back? We've taken power, we've taken all those temptations that the devil had given you, and, we make the people happy, not you." And even now, I feel like there are, in an age of faith, and faith is still very much strong on this earth, it's just not oriented towards who that faith should be given to in proper submission and fear and reverence of serving God, but rather we are faithful in the spirit of the age. I was just having a conversation with my iconography teacher today about New Agers. They're crystal rubbers, and I love that name for them. No offense to anyone who does it, I just find that that's the crystal rubbing going, and for us, we look at what's been happening. And I think it does behoove us to do what we can as Christians, which means to care for our fellow neighbor, to take care of one another in respects to emotional and spiritual needs, to give counsel, but also to help those that are suffering. And I saw a really good example of this earlier in December. And I don't know if this gentleman is a Christian or not, but it was shared by Dave Cullen, who I know believes in God. But it was a gentleman going around making sure that the elderly had a cup of hot tea, and that they had firewood, or that they had access to heaters during the winter up there, for those that were, couldn't afford it or whatnot. And those are the kind of things that we're going to have to do more of. And that means that there is going to be a target that's on our backs when we do these things, when we care for our neighbors, when we care for people that, may not agree with us, or that may not even consider themselves Christians, but those are the things that we do. And I'm glad that Stephen came on before me, because his speech at the UK event is probably my favorite thing he has ever done, as he outlines the story where Christians were. They were in the cities. They took care of the sick. They made sure that they had proper nursing and attention, and those people lived longer, and they came to understand God. And in the same way now, we can have a much better understanding of him by our actions. I mean, wisdom is fear of the Lord. And I think that, we have to be bold in that fear, and know that, our time on this earth may be cut short by those that hate us, but know that there is something afterwards. And those are the things that I think that all Christians, regardless of where you may live, should keep in mind. Now, this doesn't mean go out recklessly and endure, any kind of jail time for something petty or something like that, because that's prideful. And, even the early members of the church, I think of St. Ignatius, right? He had written these beautiful letters out on his way to even be, martyred in Rome. He's telling people, don't come after me, like, don't rescue me, don't join me. You have other purposes here still on this earth, as Christ commands you to. So let this, don't try and come along for fame or for vainglory, but instead, you have your mission still on this earth, and this is mine. And I think that those are the things that we should really keep in mind. And then I have a few more bits on scripture to go into, but I've been rambling too long.
No, not at all. I'll say something brief, and then I want to give back over to you for the other things you've teased me with. I feel like our attitude. There's lots of metaphors that come to mind for how we should feel as Christians in the world, but not of the world. One of which, of course, is you get that feeling of homesickness, and for various reasons, some of us can feel like we miss home in a sense. There's something that we used to have that's gone, or there's there could be lots of ways in which we we've had to acclimatize to an uncomfortable situation. But actually, regardless of our earthly situation, I think we all should have that sense of homesickness, because we will be called to be home with the Lord. So there's, and we know that is coming. So it's like the longing and waiting for something exciting. Another way of looking at it, there's a bit of the Dark Knight where,
all right, let's go,
where Batman gets into this high-rise building, and he's already had a discussion with his Morgan Freeman, right? He's fixing
Mr.
his
Fox,
gadgets.
yeah,
Mr. Fox. He's about this skyhook program, a way of getting back out. So because he can like use his bat wings to fly in through the glass and get in, but how does he get back out? The way he achieves it is that this big plane flies past, and he attaches a wire to it, and the plane pulls him out just when it looks from inside like everything is lost. I feel there's a sense of that we, not only are we in the world, but the world is sort of the enemy, in both directions. They hate us and we hate them, not as individuals, but if something is the epitome of worldly, fleshly,
yes,
we're in like a spiritual war against those forces and principalities. We're like there doing hand-to-hand combat, trying to deal with all this opposition. But we have the security of the Skyhook program that we can never get stuck in a losing position. We're just the pawn on the field for that moment, but we could be strategically taken out at any moment. And we know eventually we will get to hang up our boots, and we know we've contributed towards an inevitable win. So that there's kind of an exciting sense whereby the Christians are like they're taking part in this effort where they can't lose, and they're on, they're in the melee at that moment, making the difference. And though things can be tough, that's just a short period. You're only at the front briefly, and then you're rotated out. So yeah, there's a couple of thoughts from me.
Well, I mean, when you look at the world around you, I mean, this is still God's creation. I mean, we do have to face, of course, those sort of temptations to be spiteful or to be angry. And, Charlemagne had sort of taken a look at the news that had happened over the course of the last week, and he's just like, you really can't give them what they want from you, which is rage, counterattacks, or violence, or things like that. Especially when they can easily respond with an overwhelming degree of force. There is a call to endure. This doesn't mean that there isn't a time for action or things like that, but there's also going to be times where you are challenged by wanting to walk away from this and saying like, this is too much. I can renounce this. And you've had a conversation this week about the subject of new atheists, and what a better way than to just, fall into the spirit of what's popular and cool, and to be like, yeah, I don't need this God stuff or anything like that. To a long story, right? The skeptics and rationalists will then just try and create God on their own. Say, actually, we live in a simulation and someone's, actually running everything from on high. We just don't know it. And it's like, well, they, God-shaped hole, they kind of come to a conclusion. But, we were right the first time, right? But, we think about in 2 Timothy, right, the rather famous phrase at the beginning, his time for departure is near. I fought the good fight. I finished the race, and I have kept the faith. Now there is in store for me a crown of righteousness, for which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all those who have longed for his appearing. And I think that that's something that we have to remind ourselves, is that Christ, from the very beginning, whether it be on the Sermon on the Mount or, before his ascension. I'm with you to the end of the age, of course. But he does tell you, and if you've gone to an Orthodox church service, the Beatitudes are said all the time from the Sermon on the Mount. Blessed are you when they shall persecute you and revile you and say all manner of evil falsely against you for my sake. And as Stephen had pointed out, right, like if they hate you, it's because they hate who you follow. When we follow Christ, we follow God. And those are something that we have to remind ourselves nowadays, is that maybe the safety net of the law, maybe the safety net of, Caesar, to use a more biblical context, or our government, isn't there with us. But these are things that are not new in the history of the Christian church, regardless of your tradition. It's not new to those that were under the Iron Curtain. It wasn't new to those under certain mid-century regimes. It wasn't new to those during Diocletian or Trajan. And it won't be new to us either in the long scheme of things, because, you may live to be 110 years old, and that's fantastic. But again, in 110 years, right, that's only a third really of the time from Jesus's ascension before, the Edict of Milan. And, still several more generations that had to endure. And that's why I wanted to, mention that gentleman in prison, Valeru, who's considered a martyr, and almost sometimes they flirt with his sainthood, but his, his past in rebellion and fighting against the government kind of stops that. But, the idea that we need to be a bold Christian elite, that doesn't mean that you're going to be someone that's running for governor or running for mayor, although perhaps you should. It means that we have to actually, not performatively, not, like the Pharisees who mark their faces to let you know that they're fasting. But it means that in your everyday life, you have to live a Christian life. And I mean, that's called for us anyways. But in this time now more than ever, it is necessary, because we are not of the world. We are of God's creation. We're here on a very short time on this world that he created. And in that time, I think that it behooves us now more than ever, especially in an age of what I think is the coming persecution for all, that we're going to have to show them what a Christian is. It's not some evil, disgusting, oppressive, whatever thing that they come up with. As my bishop had said in the visit that he came a few weeks ago, he had said, listen, guys, you work in sales, not management. You're not the final say or arbiter on any of these things. You can tell them to come and see, like the Samaritan woman says of, Jesus to others. But I mean, that's where we are. And I think that, we should harden ourselves to prepare once more for what that kind of coming might look like.
I've mentioned on occasion, and I mentioned this at the weekend retreat last year, and it seemed very natural to in my notes when I was prepping. I thought, yeah, this is a fitting thing to point out. And then in the moment, I thought, oh, this could be a bit much for some of these people who, they maybe don't know much about Christianity. Maybe they're, this is a new idea to them. But I said, one of the things you might be called to as a Christian, and you ought to be prepared for, is martyrdom. You have to be willing to stick with Jesus to the end, and people may ask you to renounce your faith or die, and that's a very tough calling, and therefore I think one that it behooves us, even that doesn't seem like an acute problem. Maybe it seems like an approaching problem, but I think we should not wait until it becomes more immediate before we begin to mentally, at the very least, if you've reached a point mentally where you're prepared to undergo any level of physical pain and ultimately give up your life, how much more prepared will you be for the more modest acts of sacrifice that you might be asked to give? How much lesser of an ask is it for you to go to bed a bit late because you were helping somebody at your church with some little practical task?
Yeah, well, exactly. And I mean, the other thing too is this, right, that you have to consider those that Jesus healed, right? In John, I think it's in chapter 5, right? He's beginning to heal. I think it's the I want to say it's the paralytic that he's healing, but he asks the paralytic, do you want to be healed? Like Jesus is asking him, like, do you want this or not? Like you have to follow him on your own terms, and you have to. He gives you the option, right? And I think we have to sometimes consider that too. It's like, well, do you want to or not, right? I'm sure Jesus wasn't talking to the paralytic in that way, but he does ask him. He's like, well, would you like to be healed? Would you like to be made whole? And of course he does, right? But I think that comes to my mind too. Is that we have to accept him in that, and he's asking us all the time. There's been a multitude of Christian writing and apologetics. One that I like, and which is from in the Orthodox tradition. His name is Saint Maximus the Confessor, but he writes about God, and he has a great series of texts called the Cosmic Mystery of Jesus Christ. But he says that God yearns to be yearned for, and it's always stuck with me because indeed he does. We see it throughout all of the books of wisdom. We see it in God's relationship to kings and judges and prophets. And even now to Christians every day, where we give testimony about where we've been in our lives. And, when we take up that offer to accept him, wilt thou be made whole? Then, we begin to see some pretty transformative and amazing stuff in our lives. I can personally attest to that. And I think that, even if it's the minor tasks, right, I think the first big step is to recognize that we are part of something so much greater. And that there are, and I'm sure many in chat and yourself and the community that you have in your Discord, but also in your retreats, can definitely attest to that no matter where you come from, once we take up that offer of being made whole and being part of this much greater community, that to a point where even in John 15:15, he no longer calls these people as servants. A servant does not know what his master's doing, but I have called you friends, for that all I have heard from my Father I've made known to you. And we are part of a much greater sort of fraternal order, part of that kingdom. And whether we're here for a long time or a short time, we do have to take that first step and yearn for him back.
I want to underline the dual nature in some ways of the world, in that there's this fleshly nature and then there's this spirit-led, like, those who... let me read a couple of verses from Romans 8. Those who live according to the flesh have their minds set on what the flesh desires, but those who live according to the Spirit have their minds set on what the Spirit desires. The mind governed by the flesh is death, but the mind governed by the Spirit is life and peace. The mind governed by the flesh is hostile to God. It does not submit to God's law, nor can it do so. Those who are in the realm of the flesh cannot please God. You, however, are not in the realm of the flesh, but in the realm of the Spirit, if indeed the Spirit of God lives in you. And if anyone does not have the Spirit of Christ, they do not belong to Christ. But if Christ is in you, then even though your body is subjected to death because of sin, the Spirit gives life because of righteousness. And I think there's that sense for those of us who are in the Spirit, those of us who have been saved, where we feel in our bodies this kind of the ongoing struggle, the imperfection, the impacts of sin. But we also feel its temporality in a very different way. For those clinging on to the flesh, that's like their sinking lifeboat. But I'm just going to get going to wring the last bit of life out of this body of death. Versus for those of us who the imperfections of the body, I'm talking about the way that we are, not only physical like defects and imperfections in that sense, but also the way that we behave, kind of as like rising out of this sinful flesh, and we hate that, and we want to live spiritually, and there's this kind of uncomfortable, we're fighting with ourselves a little bit, like battling, but again, there is going to be a day for us one day when we can both be embodied and perfect, and we can we can live out the best version of that, perfect day. If anybody's ever lived a day where they were like, I kind of nailed it today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think about that too, where Jesus is talking about what, if there are parts of our body that causes us to sin, we should remove them. There was a moment where I was thinking in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I hope he's not literal about that. I'd be a nothing more than a head on a stick at this point. But he calls us out, I think, to be self-aware and self-cognizant, because there are days where we're like, yeah, I nailed it. And then there are others where it's like, oh man, this was like a terrible, rotten, no so good, horrible day, like every children's book ever. But he's calling us to be self-aware, to be cognizant and mindful of ourselves, because I like to think of the evil one. I like to think of Satan as a rationalist, where he will get into your head and just sort of go that back and forth argument. It's just like, well, you could skip today and just go work even harder tomorrow. And it's like, no, I need to be there regardless of whatever the situation is. And those little thoughts are very pernicious and get at you, which illustrates the sort of the reality of the situation we face with our own sin or with our own passions. Because, he's right. When we deal with our bodily self, or we deal with ideas of living in the world, our mind is going to go in a million different directions. Like you said earlier, you wanted to do it all, right? Be a race car driver and things like that. And, like I thought I was going to be a lawyer or some politician or whatever. And no, those things didn't go out the way that I did. God very much had a different plan for me, and I'm very glad that it worked out that way. But it is a good point to make, though, because our passions, right, those are definitely of the world, where we're tempted by a good, shapely looking woman, and if you ever read the Wisdom of Sirach, I think in the Roman Catholic's Bible it's considered Ecclesiastes, but he has a whole section of like earthly wisdom, like avoid the shapely women, avoid the things that are going to catch your eye. It's going to keep you away from those things. And we have to be mindful of the fact that through Christ these things are accomplished. It's in Philippians, right, that all things through which Christ Jesus strengthens me. And there's even better parts in Philippians which echoes the same things that Jesus said on the Sermon on the Mount about you cannot be anxious, right? You're to trust in the Lord at all times. And your conversation with Nathan C.J. Hood about Isaac and Abraham is perfect to show that, but also in our Christian life and in Christ is that we have to trust God. And I mean, there are people that will always want to argue, and it's that rationalist bit. Like I think it's in Luke 10:22, I think, where a certain lawyer comes up tempting Jesus, and he's just like, teacher, what should I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus just sort of glibly responds, well, what's in the law? You're a lawyer. Like, how do you read it? To love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your mind, all your soul, and to love thy neighbor as thyself. And Jesus is just like, well, you've answered perfectly. Like, do this and you shall live. But at the same time, that rationalist in you, that sort of that bit of rational evil temptation, and the lawyer's tempting Jesus, and he's like, but who is my neighbor? Like a total trying to get a gotcha out of him, like so many times and throughout the Gospels. And of course, Jesus answers him. But, it does illustrate how pernicious that sort of rational, self-dialoguing, arguing it with yourself, or letting someone's words have a stranglehold on you. Because it's like we know what we're supposed to do, but oftentimes we're definitely tempted by worldly affairs to sort of throw that out the window.
What do you get out of the metaphors of Christians needing to be the salt of the world or the light of the world?
Well, salt provides flavor, and I mean, Jesus talks about that, right? I mean, we are to provide, we flavor up the world by living a little differently, I think, to some extent, right? But I mean, we're also to be the light because we are part of a heavenly kingdom, the, light of light, true God of true God, as it's sort of said in the Nicene Creed when we speak of Christ. And I just think to myself, well, if we're part of that, we're part of this great priesthood, both ordained, but also the royal priesthood of us as just regular people preaching the gospel and encouraging people to come to Christ. We are meant to be a light that shines to everywhere else. And I mean, in the darkness of the world, the darkness of sin, of passions, of war, of disease, pestilence, whatever, like in the early church, when you're taking care of those with plagues, or even in the plague of Justinian, right? Christians were the light to let people know that there were people to go there to pray for you, to care for you, to help bury your dead. And to me, that's what being the light is to be a paragon of virtue and to set the proper example. We can only do that through Christ. All things are possible through God, and we've got to do it through him. Otherwise, we'll be like those ugly, gaudy, LED light bulbs saying we're so great, but there's nothing pretty about them. They hurt your eyes. Whereas, the light of Christ will definitely do it for us. And as for the salt of the earth, right? Rome famously salted the ground of Carthage, right? So nothing good could grow there. I think the same thing for us, right? We are to be the salt of the earth, as to ensure that evil and the things that cause evil don't rise up again. And through Christ, we can cast out our own sins and the sins of others.
Of course, one of the amazing things about light is that there's no such thing as too much darkness that it will extinguish a light. If you take it literally, like if you have a light, if you have a little candle, you can't take it to a place that's so overwhelmingly dark that it doesn't cast its light. The light is just simply more powerful than the darkness. And in fact, the darker the environment, the more brightly the light shines, the more effective it will be. And as for salt, Jesus says, when salt loses its saltiness, how can it be made salty again? There's like a irreducible flavor. You can't find a substitute for the salt. So how do you find certain behaviors and activities, say scripture, prayer, attending church, things like this, how do you find that they can help to preserve your saltiness?
I find it's always funny because of how language evolves when people say that they're salty about something these days. They're usually upset.
If I was to ask you, where do you go for salt mining? And you go, oh, well, I read the Proverbs.
Where do I go for salt mining? Oh, I go to church or something, But I mean, we should make that a thing when we every Sunday, someone should tweet out, I'm going salt mining today. I'm going to church. I do my usual, good morning, good night, go to church tweets, but I mean that's a good one. Salt mining, that's fantastic. But I mean, no, it's a good point. Like, what do we do to go salt mining? And I mean, in the Sermon on the Mount, Jesus tells us to go to our secret place to pray. And so normally, what I'll do if I'm frustrated or if I'm angry or if I want to just blow up at something or like get really autistic and get into an argument on Telegram or Twitter or whatever, I'm like, okay, let's go pause for a hot minute. And because I live out in the woods, I live out in the sticks. As people who've been to my channel will know, you can see it on my fishing videos. I live out in the middle of nowhere, and I will go out into the woods and I will just pray. And if there are days where I can't make it to church, or if like the roads are iced over or something like that, there are services in the Orthodox Church you can do without a priest, and I'll go out in the woods and do those as well. And to me, it's a great way to disconnect myself from this world, this digital one, which I think in a lot of ways it's simultaneously, how like light has the wave particle duality principle to it, right? I think that being online, this digital, it's both a place, but it's also a drug. So we consume this like digital ayahuasca, and then we, contact these other beings in this digital astral plane that we all want to go to. But sometimes, you're going to run into literal demons on Twitter and other forms of social media. So maybe it's time to take a break and to salt mine for yourself and to go read the good book or something, like go do what's necessary and center yourself and ask that question that everyone asks, like, well, what would Jesus do in this situation, and maybe not give yourself up that way to temptation, but instead cast the devil out.
Well, that raises an interesting question of being in the world. How do we avoid the subversion of the world? To what degree, how extreme should we be in avoiding potential dangers, temptations? Do we take these things too lightly? Should we be more extreme, or is it a personal choice?
I think it does depend on every individual, right? There's a reason why some people feel called to, say, a monastic or ascetic life, and then there are some that I think do quite well, being the person that will go to like a youth group and and communicate the gospel to children who need to have it understood to them. So I think it does vary from person to person, but I think for me and my understanding of how things have been taught to me and how I experience God every day, it requires one thing above all. It has to require humility. That's the one thing that the devil doesn't have, is humility. And if you can humble yourself and realize that, maybe you weren't so great today, maybe that like W that you thought you racked up maybe wasn't as good as you thought it was, or that, you're frustrated and you're perceiving your self-image to be wrong, that, well, let's take a break and realize to humble ourselves, I think, is a great way to deal with those temptations in the world, to realize that it is very easy to fall time and time and time again, but at the same time, right, there is an avenue out of it. Even in the early church, right, like even in 100, 200 AD, like the church was always seen as a hospital, not just for physical ailments, but for our spiritual ailments. And, where 2 or 3 of you gather in my name, I'm there with you always. I think that requires fellowship above all things. We need to have friends and compatriots and family that we can rely on, both biological, but also in our relationship, our brothers in Christ. That, if we're struggling with something, we need to let somebody know, because if not, we're going to languish in darkness. And there's always more strength when more people of the light can gather together and throw that out.
In Ecclesiastes, it talks about how there is nothing new under the sun. So what lessons can we draw from biblical figures that have lived in cultures that are different and foreign, and maybe pose challenges to their faith? For example, maybe Daniel or Joseph. Who would you draw lessons from?
Oh, I think you can draw lessons from all of them. That's why they're in. That's why they're in Scripture, right? I like to think. I think of Jonah a lot, actually, because Jonah has got this delightful. He's, of course, first of all, he doesn't want to do what God is telling him to do, but eventually, after being spat out of the great fish, the whale, he goes out and does it, and he tells the Ninevites to repent, and they do it, and he's just so angrily waiting, outside of the city. It's just like this really he's all stuffy and mad. He's like, all right, God, I'm waiting. Like, go nuke these guys from orbit. Like I'm waiting. And of course, and if anyone rereads the story of Jonah, you realize it's incredibly short. But it's all you really need is that last bit in Jonah, where he's just like, you've done what I've told you to do. Like, why are you being so spiteful and waiting for it? I think about that a lot. Like, we can't look at these other cultures or things that may have no understanding of our worldview and realize that we can't be like Jonah, impatiently waiting for God to strike them down for their backwards and evil ways. I mean, we can call upon them to repent, and in the same way, in the book of Acts, it's I think it's in Ephesus where he's not, Paul is not blaspheming against, I think, the goddess Diana or whomever. He's merely preaching Christ crucified and the resurrection and the glory of Jesus Christ and the gospel. He's not going out of his way to be like, well, my God can beat up your God, like maybe childhood playground type theological arguments. But instead, we are to explain our position. And of course, I think the best example is, like I mentioned earlier, with that idea of a Christian elite, is to live the most authentic Christian life possible.
I absolutely love Jonah. I'm glad that you picked this. So I feel like let's just quickly work through and pick out some highlights, right? Firstly, Nineveh, that he's called to go and preach to. Worth noting, Nineveh is like the Death Star, because it's literally the capital of Assyria, and the Assyrians were absolutely brutal, murderous, horrible, and they killed a lot of Israelites. So when Jonah's told to go and preach to them, he's not, as you might expect, terrified that he's going to go there and get beaten up or killed. He's not afraid to go to Nineveh. he just doesn't want them to convert. He's like, they should get what's coming to them.
I feel like a lot of us in the United States feel that way about California, you know. San Francisco should get what's coming to it, you know.
Right. Well, this is just a bit of the story. I think it always gets missed when it gets taught to children at church, that they assume the story is really about just a lazy or Jonah had some other motivation. No, he like had full faith in God to preserve him, and that the mission would be successful. He's just like, I want to see those evil degenerate.
Wants you to go Sodom and
burn.
Gomorrah on these guys, you know.
yeah, he's got in mind more of a sulfur and brimstone.
Yeah, he's got that fire and brimstone ready.
Fire and brimstone. But I think that's worth bearing in mind, because we ought to genuinely hope and pray and work for the broad conversion and salvation of the culture we live in. Like that's plan A. That's the better outcome, not just splintering off and letting disaster strike, which maybe that's the more likely outcome. But let's not forget that there does exist a possibility of what ends up happening. I mean, let's skip through a bit, because people probably know the story, right? He tries to go the opposite direction. He literally tries to go from one end of the Mediterranean to the other.
Yeah.
And he gets swept into the sea, goes into the belly of the fish. He's
there for 3 days before he comes out, you know.
Which is why Jesus then in the New Testament says, no sign will be given to this generation apart from the sign of Jonah, i.e. Jesus is like Jonah, going to be down in the ground, for 3 days. He finally, in his lowest point, prays. I think this was discussed in one of the streams today, actually. The fact that he has to go down. Yeah, I think it was with Nathan, actually. We were talking about he goes down before finding wisdom and coming back up. Goes and preaches and they repent. And then, as you were saying, much like the story of the prodigal son, all the gold here is really at the end of the story, after most of the narrative arc has been completed, you would think. And then there's all this just flips you upside down stuff at the end. So they repent, and then hilariously, chapter 4 starts with, but it displeased Jonah.
But God, I was told billions must die. He's
just grumping around,
yeah.
And then he's so angry, he says, "It's better for me to die than to live. Please take my life." He's in such a strop. He's just a teenager. Well, he's not literally a teenager, I don't know, but he's acting like one.
He's got the melodrama down pat.
But then God does this really interesting, I mean, much like Radlib was just saying, this is all done through actions rather than words, but God has this dialogue through actions with Jonah, where he gets him to he grows this plant up, and Jonah, who'd gone out of the city, wanted shade. He was kind of hot. This plant grows up, and then Jonah is exceedingly glad. So he's gone from "please let me die" to exceedingly glad. And then God appoints a worm that eats the plant withers, and then Jonah is faint. And what does he go back to? It's better for me to die than to live. So really blowing hot and cold, Jonah. And then there's the kind of the
angry enough to die. Let's look at that.
Yeah, well, you see that, don't you? A lot. But God says, "Do you do well to be angry at the plant?" And he says, "Yes, I do well to be angry enough to die." The Lord says, "You pity the plant for which you did not labor, nor did you make it grow. And should I not pity Nineveh, the great city, where there are more than 120,000 persons who do not know their right hand from the left, and also much cattle?" Which isn't enormously straightforward to understand what's being said here. But I think part of it is for a start, why are you claiming to have some rational complaint about the fact that Nineveh got saved, when I've just demonstrated that your actual opinion on whether you want to live or die is like so easily spun around by the existence or non-existence of this plant, right?
Well,
So
the other
he's
thing
made to
too,
look
right,
foolish.
is that God sprouts forth the plant, and God calls out Jonah, like, well, you didn't labor for it, you didn't plant it, you didn't do anything, and so should I not pity Nineveh? Like I didn't, I mean, they're made in the image of me, this is the happenstance of my creation, and Jonah, why are you getting upset over this? Like, these people should have the same opportunity for you to repent as you did in the whale, and at the same time I should be able to pity them and to accept their repentance, for it was given to them, in the same way that you can get so angry, and yet at the same time be so exceedingly glad because I brought just a little bit of shade to you. Just it's like the prodigal son. It's the good stuff's at the end.
There's also the fact that Jonah is rebelling against God, and the reason he dislikes Nineveh is because the people of Nineveh were rebelling against God. So he's caught in a literal self-contradiction, because he's asking for himself to die, and then he's asking for himself to be saved, and then he's asking for himself to die. He just can't make up his mind. So I think what the story shows is something that has been kind of a bit of a revelation to me, which is the fickle and emotional nature of humans. And if we are to appeal to the world, we need to do it at an emotional level. It's not enough to just be giving a bunch of intellectual arguments, which is a particular lesson to me, because, I mean, have you seen I've just done 40 hours of intellectual conversations? Clearly that's my, MO.
Well, there's a meme that I quite like, and I don't know what it's based off of, but it shows this guy sort of complaining, and he's got like the little beard going, and he says, "But God, I don't understand. With this newfound theological knowledge, I am to go out into the world and debate these people and bring them out to you." And Jesus, he's holding his cross like it's a weapon, and he's just like, "I told you, pick up my cross and follow me." And it's something that I think kind of bodes well, because sometimes what we want to do with our lives, or what we want to do with this knowledge or our understanding of Scripture, is not what God has in mind for us. And I mean, is there a place for intellectual discussion and homilies and sermons? Absolutely. But I think that what comes first in all these things is the ability to temper ourselves and endure. For instance, you've now endured, 8 hours, 54 minutes, 25 seconds as we're going on. Clearly that takes some discipline. And unlike Jonah, we should not be so quick to change our minds at the fact that other people have come to Christ when, we've been trying to get them to do that. That could have been the worst person. That could have been your roommate or your next door neighbor who's really too loud in the upstairs apartment when he's stomping around, and you're bringing him to God, and maybe he gets a little bit quiet, but you're angry at him. It's just like, this guy doesn't deserve this. It's just as we were angry with Jonah, like, why should he be saved? Why should he be converted? And I think that it requires that sort of discipline and humility, and that we have to be emotionally strong enough to endure, for sure. Oh, absolutely. We were just talking on the Digital Archipelago that Gio and I both agreed that you need to take advantage of your Lambda Reads channel and start narrating the Bible in full.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I have a channel called Lambda Daily Scripture, which I
look at that.
never plug anywhere. And actually has fallen off a little bit recently, but I will get back to it, and I will. So more than 50% of the Bible I have narrated, and it's on a channel with like 150 subscribers. So there you go.
We're on our way, fellas. We're on our way.
Yeah. So we've got about 5 minutes left. And then I will close out the stream with some scripture.
Wonderful.
I think we should make a pretty direct appeal to people who are listening and explain to them, like, let's just direct the last 5 minutes towards people who've enjoyed the conversations, and that's great. They're not Christians. They've for whatever reason never taken it that seriously, or haven't found the time, or they're on the fence, or they don't think it's that important, or whatever it is. Like, what do they need to hear? What's God saying to them at this moment? Do you want to go first?
Sure. I think if you're unfamiliar with the Bible at all, if your understanding of Christianity might be through memes or cultural expressions in media and television, which they don't do a very good job most of the time. What I would say to you is that the same thing that, for instance, the Samaritan woman had said to Jesus I think this is in the Gospel of John, but she tells other people, come and see, that this is him. And I would recommend to all of you to come and see what Christianity is about. There are plenty of different interpretations of scripture and belief in churches, but this is the way and the light, which is our God. And it is sometimes a difficult route. We're not always going to get to do what we want to do, and we're going to abstain from things that may seem like us to be people with no fun. But when you understand the story, both from the Old Testament, from Genesis to Revelation, and this life here on earth, there is so much more out there than a life where you turn the phone off at night when you go to bed and you don't like what you're looking in your screen. There is a life beyond the day-to-day of yelling in traffic and getting frustrated with your spouse or your girlfriend or whatever. And there is a different alternative path. Now, we're in this world for whatever amount of time that we're in, but being not of the world, like Christ, there is something that you get to experience that is so much more than any earthly pleasure could ever possibly give to you. And it does require a little discipline. It does require a little humility. And like I mentioned at the very beginning, and as Stephen did, Radlib said, it sometimes might come at a cost of your social standing or even your life. But the life that comes afterwards, and the glory and the joy of fellowship and healing and being accessible to the truth, is beyond any pleasure I could think of on this earth. And I would simply encourage anyone listening that is agnostic or maybe has come away from the faith, whatever tradition you may come from, to come and see and to return. And like the story of the prodigal son, you won't be treated as a hired servant. You will be treated as a friend with great joy that you've come back.
Well said. I have a couple of scriptures. In Romans 1, Paul says, I'm obligated to everybody, both the wise and the foolish. For I am not ashamed of the gospel, for it is the power of God that brings salvation to everyone who believes. For in the gospel, the righteousness of God is revealed, a righteousness that is by faith, from first to last, just as it is written, the righteous will live by faith. And then in Revelation 3:20, here I am. I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in and eat with that person, and they with me. Well, thank you so much for joining me, Matthew. It's been a wonderful way to cap off what has been a really meaningful, I think, and enjoyable week of streams. I can only imagine that over the next few weeks, there'll be lots of people who eventually reach this part, having put it in the watch later rather than catching it live. So if you're in the replay gang, thanks for making it through. In some ways, your achievement is more impressive, a more impressive show of perseverance than mine, because I did it all in one blaze of glory, and you had to kind of keep picking it back up.
I'll put the timestamps in the comments.
You've been wonderful all week for doing that. Thank you so much. And I'm keen if people have comments for what they've enjoyed, what they think should be improved. What do you think of the format of having it all as one long stream each time? I don't know. Tell me your thoughts, and do remember to as well to sign up for the weekend retreat if you're interested. I've still got spaces available as of the time of speaking. A bunch of people have got in contact and signed up and got their places. But I'd love to meet you in person and enjoy some quality time together. I'm gonna finish out the stream by reading a passage from the Gospel of Matthew. So this is Matthew 24. Jesus left the temple and was walking away when his disciples came up to him to call his attention to the buildings. "Do you see all these things?" he asked. "Truly I tell you, not one stone will be left on another. Every one will be thrown down." As Jesus was sitting on the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. "Tell us," they said, "when will this happen? And what will be the sign of your coming and of the end of the age?" Jesus answered, "Watch that no one deceives you, for many will come in my name, claiming, 'I am the Messiah,' and will deceive many. You will hear wars and rumors of wars, but see to it that you are not alarmed. Such things must happen, but the end is still to come. Nation will rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. There will be famine and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of birth pains. Then you will be handed over to be persecuted and put to death, and you will be hated by all nations because of me. At that time many will turn away from the faith and will betray and hate each other, and many false prophets will appear and deceive many people. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold, but the one who stands firm to the end will be saved. And this gospel of the kingdom will be preached in the whole world as a testimony to all nations, and then the end will come. So, when you see standing in the holy place the abomination that causes desolation spoken of through the prophet Daniel, let the reader understand, and let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let no one on the housetop go down to take anything out of the house. Let no one in the field go back to get their cloak. How dreadful it will be in those days for pregnant women and nursing mothers. Pray that your flight will not take place in winter or on the Sabbath, for then there will be great distress, unequaled from the beginning of the world until now, and never equaled again. If those days had not been cut short, no one would survive, but for the sake of the elect, those days will be shortened. At that time, if anyone says to you, 'Look, here is the Messiah,' or 'There he is,' do not believe it, for false messiahs and false prophets will appear and perform great signs and wonders to deceive, if possible, even the elect. See, I have told you ahead of time. So if anyone tells you, 'There he is out in the wilderness,' do not go out, or 'Here he is in the inner rooms,' do not believe it. For as lightning that comes out from the east is visible even in the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Wherever there is a carcass, there the vultures will gather. Immediately after the distress of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light. The stars will fall from the sky, and the heavenly bodies will be shaken. Then will appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then all the people of the earth will mourn when they see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he will send his angels with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heavens to the other. Now learn this lesson from the fig trees. As soon as its twigs get tender and its leaves come out, you know the summer is near. Even so, when you see these things, you know that it is near, right at the door. Truly I tell you, this generation will certainly not pass away until all of these things have happened. Heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will never pass away. About that day or hour, No one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. As it was in the days of Noah, so it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And they knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and took them all away. This is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. 2 men will be left in the field, one will be taken and the other left. 2 women will be grinding with a handmill, one will be taken and the other left. Therefore, keep watch, because you do not know the day on which your Lord will come. But understand this, if the owner of the house had known at what time the thief was coming, he would have kept watch and would not have let his house be broken into. So also you must be ready, because the Son of Man will come at an hour when you do not expect him. Who then is the faithful and wise servant, whom the master has put in charge of the servants of his household, to give them their food at the proper time? It will be good for that servant whose master finds him doing so when he returns. Truly I tell you, he will put him in charge of all his possessions. But suppose that servant is wicked and says to himself, "My master is staying away a long time," and then he begins to beat his fellow servants and to eat and drink with drunkards. The master of that servant will come on a day when he does not expect him, and at an hour he is not aware of. He will cut him to pieces, and will assign him a place with the hypocrites, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. At that time the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet their bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish, and 5 were wise. The foolish ones took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight the cry rang out, "Here is the bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil. Our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, "there may not be enough for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourself." But while they were away to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went in with him to the wedding, and the door was shut. Later the others came. "Lord, Lord," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." Again it will be like a man going on a journey, who called his servants and entrusted his wealth to them. To one he gave 5 bags of gold, to another 2 bags, and to another 1 bag, each according to his ability. Then when he went on his journey, the man who had received 5 bags of gold went at once and put his money to work and gained 5 bags more. So the one with 2 bags of gold gained 2 more. But the man who received 1 bag went off, dug a hole in the ground, and hid his master's money. After a long time, the master of those servants returned and settled accounts with them. The man who had received 5 bags of gold brought the other 5. "Master," he said, "you entrusted me with 5 bags of gold. See, I have gained 5 more." His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." The man with 2 bags of gold also came. "Master," he said, "you have entrusted me with 2 bags of gold. See, I have gained 2 more. His master replied, "Well done, good and faithful servant. You have been faithful with a few things. I will put you in charge of many things. Come and share your master's happiness." Then the man who had received 1 bag of gold came. "Master," he said, "I knew that you are a hard man, investing where you have not sown and gathering where you have scattered seeds. So I was afraid and went out and hid your gold in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you." His master replied, "You wicked, lazy servant. So you knew that I harvest where I have not sown, and gather where I have not scattered seed. Well then, you should have put my money on deposit with the bankers, so that when I returned I would at least have received it back with interest. So take the bag of gold from him, and give it to the one who has 10 bags. For whoever has will be given more, and they will have in abundance. Whoever does not have, even what they have will be taken from them. And throw that worthless servant outside into the darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of teeth. When the Son of Man comes in his glories and the angels with him, he will sit on his glorious throne. All the nations will be gathered before him, and he will separate the people one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. He will put the sheep on his right, and the goats on his left. Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, take your inheritance, the kingdom prepared for you since the creation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger, and you invited me in. I needed clothes, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you looked after me. I was in prison, and you came to visit me." Then the righteous will answer him, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or feed you, or thirsty and give you something to drink? When did we see you a stranger and invite you in, or needing clothes and clothe you? When did we see you sick or in prison and go to visit you?" The king will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did for the least of these brothers or sisters of mine, you did for me." Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you who are cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me nothing to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me nothing to drink. I was a stranger, and you did not invite me in. I needed clothes, and you did not clothe me. I was sick and in prison, and you did not look after me." They will also answer, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty, or a stranger, or needing clothes, or sick in prison, and did not help you?" He will reply, "Truly I tell you, whatever you did not do for one of the least of these, you did not do for me." Then they will go away to eternal punishment, but the righteous to eternal life. When Jesus had finished saying these things, he said to his disciples, "As you know, the Passover is 2 days away, and the Son of Man will be handed over to be crucified." Then the chief priests and the elders of the people assembled in the palaces of the high priest, whose name was Caiaphas, and they schemed to arrest Jesus secretly and kill him. "But not during the festival," they said, "or there may be a riot among the people." While Jesus was in Bethany in the home of Simon of the leper, a woman came to him with an alabaster jar of very expensive perfume, which she poured on his head as he was reclining at the table. When the disciples saw this, they were indignant. "Why the waste?" they asked. "This perfume could have been sold at a high price and the money given to the poor." Aware of this, Jesus said to them, "Why are you bothering this woman? She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me. When she poured this perfume on my body, she did it to prepare me for burial. Truly I tell you, wherever this gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told in memory of her." Then one of the 12, the one called Judas Iscariot, went to the chief priests and asked, "What are you willing to give me if I deliver him over to you?" So they counted out for him 30 pieces of silver. From then on, Judas watched for an opportunity to hand him over. On the first day of the festival of unleavened bread, the disciples came to Jesus and asked, "Where do you want us to make preparations for you to eat the Passover?" He replied, "Go into the city to a certain man and tell him, 'The teacher says, my appointed time is near. I'm going to celebrate the Passover with my disciples at your house.'" So the disciples did as Jesus had directed them and prepared the Passover. When evening came, Jesus was reclining at the table with the 12, and while they were eating, he said, "Truly, I tell you, one of you will betray me." They were very sad, and began to say to him one after the other, "Surely you don't mean me, Lord?" Jesus replied, "The one who has dipped his hand into the bowl with me will betray me. The Son of Man will go, just as it is written about him. But woe to the man who betrays the Son of Man. It would be better for him if he had not been born." Then Judas, the one who would betray him, said, "Surely you don't mean me, Rabbi?" Jesus answered, "You have said so." While they were eating, Jesus took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and gave it to his disciples, saying, "Take and eat. This is my body." Then he took a cup, and when he had given thanks, he gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you. This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. I tell you, I will not drink from this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." When they had sung a hymn, they went out on the Mount of Olives. Then Jesus told them, "This very night you will all fall away on account of me, for it is written, I will strike the shepherd and the sheep of the flock will be scattered. But after I have risen, I will go ahead of you into Galilee." Peter replied, "Even if all fall away on account of you, I never will." "Truly I tell you," Jesus answered, "this very night, before the rooster crows, you will disown me 3 times. But Peter declared, "Even if I have to die with you, I will never disown you." And all of the other disciples said the same. Then Jesus went with his disciples to a place called Gethsemane. And he said to them, "Sit here while I go over there and pray." He took Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee along with him, and he began to be sorrowful and troubled. Then he said to them, "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow, to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." Going a little further, he fell with his face to the ground and prayed, "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will." Then he returned to his disciples and found them sleeping. "Couldn't you men keep watch with me for 1 hour?" he asked Peter. "Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." He went away a second time and prayed, "My Father, if it is not possible for this cup to be taken away unless I drink it, may your will be done." When he came back, he again found them sleeping because their eyes were heavy. So he left them and went away once more and prayed the 3rd time, saying the same thing. Then he returned to the disciples and said to them, "Are you still sleeping and resting? Look, the hour has come, and the Son of Man is delivered into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us go. Here comes my betrayer." While he was still speaking, Judas, one of the 12, arrived. With him was a large crowd armed with swords and clubs, sent from the chief priests and the elders of the people. Now the betrayer had arranged a signal with them. "The one I kiss is the man. Arrest him." Going at once to Jesus, Judas said, "Greetings, Rabbi," and kissed him. Jesus replied, "Do what you came for, friend." Then the men stepped forward, seized Jesus, and arrested him. With that, one of Jesus' companions reached for his sword, drew it out, and struck the servant of the high priest, cutting his ear off. "Put your sword back in its place," Jesus said, "for all who draw the sword will die by the sword. Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will not at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scripture be fulfilled that say it must happen this way?" In that hour Jesus said to the crowd, "Am I leading a rebellion, that you have come out with swords and clubs to capture me? Every day I sat in the temple courts preaching, and you did not arrest me. But all this has taken place, that the writings of the prophets might be fulfilled." Then all the disciples deserted him and fled. Those who had arrested Jesus took him to Caiaphas the high priest, where the teachers of the law and the elders had assembled. But Peter followed him at a distance, right up to the courtyard of the high priest. He entered and sat down with the guards to see the outcome. The chief priests and the whole Sanhedrin were looking for false evidence against Jesus so that they could put him to death. But they could not find any, though many false witnesses came forward. Finally, 2 came forward and declared, "This fellow said, 'I am able to destroy the temple of God and rebuild it in 3 days.'" Then the high priest stood up and said to Jesus, "Are you not going to answer? What is this testimony that these men are bringing against you?" But Jesus remained silent. The high priest said to him, "I charge you under oath by the living God. Tell us if you are the Messiah, the Son of God." "You have said so," Jesus replied. "But I say to all of you, from now on you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the Mighty One and coming on the clouds of heaven." Then the high priest tore his clothes and said, "He has spoken blasphemy. Why do we need any more witnesses? Look, now you have heard the blasphemy. What do you think?" "He is worthy of death," they answered. Then they spat in his face and struck him with their fists. Others slapped him and said, "Prophesy to us, Messiah. Who hit you?" Now Peter was sitting in the courtyard, and a servant girl came to him and said, "You also were with Jesus of Galilee," she said. But he denied it before them all. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. Then he went out to the gateway, where another servant girl saw him and said to the people there, "This fellow was with Jesus of Nazareth." He denied it again with an oath. "I don't know the man." After a little while, those standing there went up to Peter and said, "Surely you are one of them. Your accent gives you away." Then he began to call down curses, and he swore to them, "I don't know the man." Immediately, a rooster crowed. Then Peter remembered the words Jesus had spoken. "Before the rooster crows, you will disown me 3 times." And he went outside and wept bitterly. Early in the morning, all the chief priests and the elders of the people made their plans to have Jesus executed. So they bound him, led him away, and handed him over to Pilate the governor. When Judas, who had betrayed him, saw that Jesus was condemned, he was seized by remorse and returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. "I have sinned," he said, "for I have betrayed innocent blood." "What is that to us?" they replied. That's your responsibility." So Judas threw his money into the temple and left. Then he went away and hanged himself. The chief priest picked up the coins and said, "It is against the law to put this into the treasury, since it is blood money." So they decided to use the money to buy the potter's field as a burial place for foreigners. And that is why it is called the Field of Blood to this day. Then what was spoken by Jeremiah the prophet was fulfilled. They took the 30 pieces of silver, the price set on him by the people of Israel. They used them to buy the potter's field, as the Lord commanded me. Meanwhile, Jesus stood before the governor, and the governor asked him, "Are you the king of the Jews?" "You have said so," Jesus replied. When he was accused by the chief priests and the elders, he gave no answer. Then Pilate asked him, "Don't you hear the testimony they are bringing against you?" But Jesus made no reply, not even to a single charge, to the great amazement of the governor. Now it was the governor's custom at the festival to release a prisoner chosen by the crowd. At that time they had a well-known prisoner whose name was Jesus Barabbas. So when the crowd had gathered, Pilate asked them, "Which one do you want me to release to you? Jesus Barabbas, or Jesus who is called the Messiah?" For he knew it was out of self-interest that they had handed Jesus over to him. While Pilate was sitting on the judge's seat, his wife sent him this message: "Don't have anything to do with that innocent man, for I have suffered a great deal today in a dream because of him." But the chief priests and the elders persuaded the crowd to ask for Barabbas and to have Jesus executed. "Which of the two do you want me to release to you?" asked the governor. "Barabbas," they answered. "What then shall I do with Jesus who is called the Messiah?" Pilate asked. They all answered, "Crucify him." "Why? What crime has he committed?" asked Pilate. But they shouted the louder, "Crucify him!" When Pilate saw that he was getting nowhere, but that instead an uproar was starting, he took water and washed his hands in front of the crowd. "I am innocent of this man's blood," he said. "It is your responsibility." All the people answered, "His blood is on us, and it's on our children." Then he released Barabbas to them, but he had Jesus flogged and handed over to be crucified. Then the governor's soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole company of soldiers around him. They stripped him and put scarlet robes on him, and then they twisted together a crown of thorns and set it on his head. They put a staff in his right hand. Then they knelt in front of him and mocked him. "Hail, King of the Jews," they said. They spat on him and took the staff and struck him on the head again and again. After they had mocked him, they took off the robe and put his own clothes on him. Then they led him away to crucify him. As they were going out, they met a man from Cyrene named Simon, and they forced him to carry the cross. They came to a place called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull. There they offered Jesus wine to drink, mixed with gall, but after tasting it he refused to drink it. When they had crucified him, they divided up his clothes by casting lots. And sitting down, they kept watch over him there. Above his head they placed the written charge against him: "This is Jesus, the King of the Jews." 2 rebels were crucified with him, one on his right and one on his left. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads, and saying, "You who are going to destroy the temple and build it in 3 days, save yourself. Come down from the cross if you are the Son of God." In the same way the chief priests, the teachers of the law, and the elders mocked him. "He saved others," they said, "but he can't save himself. He is the King of Israel. Let him come down now from the cross, and we will believe in him. He trusts in God. Let God rescue him now if he wants him, for he said, 'I am the Son of God.'" In the same way the rebels who were crucified with him also heaped insults on him. From noon until 3 in the afternoon, darkness came over the land. About 3 p.m, Jesus cried out in a loud voice, "Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani," which means, my God, why have you forsaken me?" When some of those standing there heard this, they said, "He is calling Elijah." Immediately one of them ran and got a sponge. He filled it with wine vinegar, put it on a staff, and offered it to Jesus to drink. The rest said, "Now leave him alone. Let's see if Elijah comes to save him." And when Jesus had cried out again in a loud voice, he gave up his spirit. At that moment, the curtain of the temple was torn in 2 from top to bottom. The earth shook, the rocks split, the tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had been dead were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. When the centurion and those with him who were guarding Jesus saw the earthquake and all that had happened, they were terrified and exclaimed, "Surely he was the Son of God." Many women were there watching from a distance. They had followed Jesus from Galilee to care for his needs. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James and Joseph, and the mother of Zebedee's sons. As evening approached, there came a rich man from Arimathea named Joseph, who had himself become a disciple of Jesus. Going to Pilate, he asked for Jesus' body, and Pilate ordered that it be given to him. Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth, and placed it in his own new tomb that he had cut out of the rock. He rolled a big stone in front of the entrance to the tomb and went away. Mary Magdalene and the other Mary were sitting there opposite the tomb. The next day, the one after Preparation Day, the chief priests and the Pharisees went to Pilate. "Sir," they said, "we remember that while he was still alive, the deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' So give the order for the tomb to be made secure until the 3rd day. Otherwise his disciples may come and steal the body and tell the people that he has been raised from the dead. This last deception will be worse than the first." "Take a guard," Pilate answered. "Go, make the tomb as secure as you know how." So they went and made the tomb secure by putting a seal on the stone and posting the guard. After the Sabbath at dawn on the 1st day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to look at the tomb. There was a violent earthquake, for an angel of the Lord came down from heaven, and going to the tomb, rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. The guards were so afraid of him that they shook and became like dead men. The angel said to the women, "Do not be afraid, for I know that you are looking for Jesus who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen just as he said. Come and see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples, 'He has risen from the dead and is going ahead of you to Galilee. There you will see him. Now I have told you.'" So the women hurried away from the tomb, afraid, yet filled with joy, and ran to tell his disciples. Suddenly, Jesus met them. "Greetings," he said. They came to him, clasped his feet, and worshipped him. Then Jesus said to them, "Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers to go to Galilee. There they will see me." While the women were on their way, some of the guards went into the city and reported to the chief priests everything that had happened. When the chief priests had met with the elders and devised a plan, they gave the soldiers a large sum of money, telling them, "You are to say his disciples came during the night and stole him away while we were in a sleep. If this report gets to the governor, we will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble." So the soldiers took the money and did as they were instructed, and this story has been widely circulated amongst the Jews to this very day. Then the 11 disciples went to Galilee, to the mountain where Jesus had told them to go. When they saw him, they worshipped him, but some doubted. Then Jesus came to them and said, "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me. Therefore, go and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, and teaching them to obey everything I have commanded you. And surely I am with you to the very end of the age."